Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. It is the final day of the regular season. We have 2 more matches to go. It's not going to be the 8-game marathon that we had yesterday, but maybe we'll get the Dream 6 here. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by the real LS as opposed to the budget LS that you might see on other broadcasts. How you doing, man? Take it away.
Thank you so much, Atlas. It is currently 5:02 p.m. here
Correct.
on a Thursday, April 16th. And 32 seconds into the minute here, Atlas. Take it away.
I'm really glad you've got the analytical prowess to get you on here and make sure that everyone knows exactly what time it is, KST. And the time is a bit of a weird one at the moment as far as the match that we have coming up. Because Griffin, not a lot to play for. They are in last place, and they aren't going anywhere. As Humble Life, they're in 8th place. They ain't going anywhere. They might go to 7th, but who cares, to be perfectly honest, because 7th and 8th are basically the same. So this match means basically nothing, except for Griffin needing to get some form of momentum moving into the promotion tournament.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing that actually happens here. There's not even a way for Griffin to get different seating over Sandbox. So I was just actually talking about this on stream a couple hours ago, prior to me getting ready for LCK, and I wonder if these 2 teams are actually going to have a for-fun match. Could we see Teemo come out in top lane? Could we have the for-funness?
What would be the
here?
ultimate for-fun champion?
Oh, Teemo.
Do you think Teemo would be... Because, like, Griffin played it unironically.
That is true.
That's happened already. Maybe Garen? Fresh off a nerf?
Garen's still good,
Straight to the
We
Rift.
just haven't seen him. That's what's so bizarre about that. And the thing I'm looking forward to is Korea as a region, even historically in StarCraft, when matches haven't mattered, generally they do take it and play for fun. So taking a look at some of the points of the match here, match 89, 2 teams in a whole different fate, confirmed 10th Griffin versus Hanwha Life sidestep the relegation. Back to my hometown, if Hanwha Life wins, they return to 6th.
That is actually interesting. I mean, it means nothing because you're standing from 6th to 8th really doesn't really do anything. However, Humble Life definitely do belong in 6th place. They have proven that many, many times. And maybe that feels better for the organization if they are just 1 step away from playoffs. Or maybe that feels worse. I'm not entirely sure. It means still basically nothing. Griffin's last official match before LCK promotion tournament, and they need to step up to survive. Of course, this match doesn't mean anything. However, if they do win here, they'll have a bit more confidence moving into that tournament where there are some difficult teams to overcome. You know, there's some familiar names down there in the Challengers Korea side of things. Of course, unfortunately, guys, as you might be well aware of, there is no Jinna near the top of the standings whatsoever. Yeah, that's just not a thing. That's something that we're going to have to... I mean, maybe Jinna can fork out some sort of, I don't know, money to get into when we franchised, something like that. But they're going to need a whole new roster because this one is not working. They're currently in 7th place down there.
Yep.
But yeah, there is certainly 3 teams that are looking very, very strong in Sorobure Gaming, Breon Blade, and Team Dynamics. Breon Blade have actually, they've impressed us in former years, so excited to see what they're going to have as well. And Team Dynamics needs no introduction. That's, of course, Rich, Beyond, and Kuzan. But let's get back to this particular series. The team stats between Griffin and Harmer Life are not that great, to be perfectly honest. However, first Herald percentage, second for Harmer Life. Beautiful. Hey, rotate to that Herald. They try and take that down as Untara's back in. No sword for their final match.
Yep. No sword going to be coming out. No Hoya as well. So it will be Untara up there in the top lane. And again, I'm still curious to know how they're going to choose to approach this match. Because if they come out, maybe Griffin is the one that does take it serious, since they do still have matches remaining later on in the month with the promotion series on the horizon. Hanwha Life, after this, they're going to enter the offseason immediately.
Yep.
So maybe their mindset is in an entirely different place. So them being the historical creative team with the very bizarre drafts that can end up coming out from them, I'm looking forward to seeing if they will just throw out an entire circus in the pick ban.
Well, I like circuses. Big fan. So I'm hoping that happens. I'm hoping that Viper does finally get some positive results from all of his efforts. I think this has been touted a lot, especially on the Korean broadcast, but Viper is straight up in ELO hell. It's Viper and Keen that are having the battle for the 1v9ers of the LCK. And this is Lava coming on in as well after Tempt had really been solidifying his spot as the permanent mid laner, and then along comes Lava and really has some decent performances. So looking forward to seeing what he can get done here over his 5th game. Lava was, of course, a sub for the AD carry role as well. They had a mid laner, a support, and an AD carry in the bot lane. They just like to mix things up over on Harmer Life, and we'll see whether the draft is going to be the same, as that's where we are now. Griffin starting on the blue side, Harmer Life on the red, and I just want the for fun to come out. Give me some. Maybe Griffin will start in the bans. Yumi can be banned first against Lehens, their former support. That makes some sense. Of course, this is a fun one because Lehens taking on his former organization. Still doesn't mean anything. Tarek going to be the second ban here, as the Rumble is going to be banned out second for Hanwha Life.
Well, does seem like so far the bans are pretty standard. So perhaps these two teams are actually intending to just have a real game of League of Legends here.
There could be a worse thing, you know.
What?
But I am hoping that we do get some fun. You were talking about Garen before.
Yeah.
And I don't think that these bans are as interesting as talking about Garen some more. You think that he could be competitively viable? I feel like Garen's, like, based on his kit and everything like that, he just doesn't ever really fit into a competitive situation. But you don't believe so?
No, I think Garen could realistically come out. I think that people probably aren't going to, because the way that Garen wins isn't by winning himself, it's by invalidating things about the opponent's team, or just basically being like an immovable object in some point. So he's sort of he's the kind of like Lulu of a bruiser, in the sense that he's very durable, very tanky, can wave clear, has a lot of options, and then he gets really beefy and becomes very interesting. But it's not the playstyle that most pro players want to play by any means. So I think that's probably why we haven't seen him. We've seen a lot of tweets alluding to him by pro players over the last couple of months, but never ended up debuting.
Yeah,
and
I mean, it was always wasn't it the G2 meme that they were going to play Garen, and they
well, there was Garen Yumi.
Yeah,
at one point.
Well, I mean, Garen Yumi did happen. That was last year.
Fnatic,
but Garen top lane is what we're really waiting for. I remember we did have some Garens, just it hasn't really been a thing here in the LCK. As Varus and Thresh are going to be locked in as a response to this Senna that came down from Hanwha Life. Tahm Kench, though, is just going to be stolen away. Varus Tahm Kench has been a very popular lane for a very long time, but Lehends wanted to play Maokai anyway. So probably not too worried about that on the Harbour Life side. I think that they generally win out as far as these trades are concerned, because I don't think I favor Varus Tahm Kench as much as we used to here in the LCK. Let's see what Harbour Life can do with their next remaining ban phase. And Tara getting banned out there with the Jace ban. That is assuming that Tarzan or Yukal are going to be playing the set, which is interesting. Or Yukal could, of course, be playing the Jace in the mid lane.
Well, the Senna fasting the Maokai, most likely, is going to be what's happening, and I think that is very powerful. Helps Maokai become very obnoxious, and it lets you open up more creative picks inside of top lane. So this by no means is bad at all. Jace now getting banned away by Hanwha Life, as well as Azir. Lucian on the side of Griffin. That strikes me as really bizarre because we saw Cuvée on auto attack champions that have high mechanical asks, and it was more so when he piloted the Kayle that Kale's abilities is what really carried a lot of fights, not individual mechanical ability. And
also, he really killed some of those minions, like real good.
He did. He was really angry at them in some of those clutch fights.
Smacked him down, and then won the team fight. So it was pretty impressive. The Nara is going to come in here from Cuvée, though. He has a skin for this champion. We've mentioned it many, many times because he's played it many, many times. This is definitely the Cuvée comfort zone. As now Griffin will round out exactly what they're going to be doing this game. And it looks like Antara is going to be heading towards the top lane with the Vladimir. We've got a set jungle for Tarzan, as we alluded to earlier on in the draft. And then Yukal is going to be playing the Corki in the mid lane.
Well, let's see what the final pick is going to be for Hanwha Life. As there's a lot of mixed damage. Yeah, that's set jungle. Yeah, go ahead.
There's an important thing that we need to discuss, and that is the picture of Senna above the Maokai kind of makes it look like she's getting a piggyback. Can you see that?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Or what if Senna killed Maokai and now she's using his corpse as breastplate? Okay, Zoe, you know what? 200 years?
No, it's all right. We'll have him switched again. You just wait.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a Maokai breastplate. Can we... What? Oh, tell me we're doing it.
Are we doing Maokai jungle?
Did we turn into a for fun game? It went from not a for fun game to a for fun game?
I really hope that this is actually Maokai jungle. Let's see.
Oh, no. I am so upset. We're going back to the Senna breastplate.
But we do have the Senna breastplate. So I wonder what kind of armor that is and what drop gives it. But also, what is the drop rate on it?
Yeah, that's true. What kind of stats does it have? You know, Can I roll in it as a hunter? Probably, because I'm a hunter, right?
What if this is the next class, maybe in the next expansion after Shadowlands?
Oh, like Woodland.
Like
a
Woodland class. Hunter priest class type thing. Yeah, like a
So like Ornn.
No,
it's like a
don't
hunter
get me started on
priest Death Knight.
28 classes.
Warlock.
Calm down.
Yeah, it's quite a few classes.
Well,
I'm pretty sure he also has a doctorate.
Oh, he does, of course,
yeah.
Several things.
It's got a lot of classes, a lot of certifications, and a lot of diplomas.
Absolutely.
And all sorts of things.
Professor and Esquire. Not a big deal. Yeah.
And he's been knighted as well, I think. I mean, he was. Yeah, he is a sir.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's joined Thomas many times. They've been to the special knights room in the club. Yeah, and here we are into game number 1, Griffin versus Hanwha Life for all the marbles. Take it away.
Well, the current in-game timer here is about to ding 30 seconds, and over to you, Alice.
All right. Damn. I don't know what to do with that amount of information. I feel like I don't want to be talking for too long, and you've just given me too much. So I'll try and calm down. The Corgi in the mid lane, adorable. Haven't seen this chroma too much, to be honest. I feel like the pink one comes out a lot. It might be the yellow wings on the plane. Don't necessarily do this one justice, but I think the Corgi is absolutely adorable in that skin. So, big fan.
And well, I respect that. I respect that analysis of the Corki skin. As we take a look here at what the players have to say. Griffin is our last opponent for Lehends' sake. I will make sure to win. Lehends on the flip side After the Gen G series, Tarzan messaged me and said, "Why did you win? I will win this Griffin series no matter what."
That's amazing.
So
Griffin wanted a chance to be able to take down Humble Life, but they couldn't get it. And actually, to be honest, we should have been happy about that as well, because it meant that this match would have meant something. But instead, nah, Griffin in last place, and they're not going anywhere.
right now, okay, so set with Water Walking and Celerity, but he doesn't have Predator or anything. We've been seeing Celerity getting taken a lot more than some other runes. In set, he's kind of weird inside of the jungle because he gets to the Cinder Hulk and then it takes him a while to get to Black Cleaver or Trinity Force. That's just sort of the nature of the jungle. I've been very vocal about my dislike for him in the jungle role, primarily because he is underleveled and he's lacking in items, so it makes him fall off a little bit sooner, as Zoe does roll a GLP. That takes a lot of skill.
Yeah.
The other thing here, Atlas, is currently in mid lane, they are right-clicking and left-clicking and occasionally pressing Q and W on their champions, and I'm going to have to stop as my brain is swelling from all this information.
I know.
Take it away.
It's actually too much information. As maybe a W is going to be pressed at some point as well, and then our brains are going to actually implode. So far here on the bottom side of the map, I'm going to do some in-depth analysis. Humble Life have lost more health bar than Griffin, and are therefore not winning in the lane. However, they are still able to get in there and get some pushing going on, and that's good. But their health bars, not good. Over to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That their health bars were not ideal.
You should have them higher than that if you want to win. That's generally how it goes.
Oh,
Low health bar leads some of the time to death. Did you know that?
I would. Now I do. Thank you.
Unless it's Zoe, at which point you can have a high health bar and it still leads to death. But that hasn't happened just yet. Yukal with half a health bar, not dead yet. Haru's going to come in, his turn to go for a little bit of a gank attempt. As Lava will find Yukal here, immediate cleanse, but there's a great pillar, and we'll get the flash out. So that's some more action than I was expecting in that particular moment. I'm a bit tired.
Yeah.
Might have to be your turn.
All right. Well, I will. Yeah, I'll take it away right now. As aside from that, down in bot lane, some ping pong happening. Now, what Zoe's trying to do here is crash in the wave, and then they might want to try to make a dive. But Tarzan's here.
Ooh, not even going to break Haru's face. Face well and truly intact.
Not going to end up taking the trade. And Lava, the thing about this mid lane matchup, the way that it stands, you can see Lava, he's getting a recall off for virtually free. Yukal does not have teleport. So now what's going to be able to happen is Lava's going to be able to use his teleport. And because he has Spellbook, he'll change it in about 1.5 minutes. And because of this, Yukal is now going to miss out on a couple of minions. He's going to be down in EXP as well. And Zoe's also going to have the edge when it comes to the recall, because Zoe gets the Blasting Wand. Corki does not have enough gold, doesn't have the Inspiration Tree either, to get to the Sheen by any means. So his recall is going to be stunted. It's going to be component items rather than anything else. Or it could be a tier.
Yeah,
so,
which would also be no battle stats at all. Yeah,
no battle stats. So Lava would be up in that department, because while Corki, when he completes the Mirror Mana, it is beneficial, the ability to cast extra items isn't all that impactful in the dynamic of this lane.
Well,
so,
do you know what is impactful? Do you know what could
Alice,
really...
one second.
All right, yeah, sorry. What?
I just wanted to get this in. I can only get in 1 sentence per minute, so...
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'll see you in 60 seconds. Take it away.
Okay, well, if I've only got 1 sentence, then I really should make it count. I got to draw it out for about 60 seconds, I guess, so that we can get a clean handoff. At the moment, the game has been paused, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing our very best to figure out exactly what it is. Yukal actually can't type in Korean at the shop, apparently. That is definitely a problem, considering the fact that we are all Korean over here in Korea. I guess theoretically, LS and I are not. Neither is Brendan. However, most of the people in the LCK that do play the game speak primarily Korean, and therefore you're going to be typing in the shop in Korean. And that's what you're going to have to do in order to find the items that you want. I think there is a chance that UCal could probably click on the icons in order to find the item that he's looking for, and maybe it's not the most pivotal issue, but we're going to make sure that he is feeling as comfortable as possible.
Alice, 60 seconds. Yeah. I'm gonna cut you off
sorry.
there.
Did I do it? Oh, have you got a timer set up?
Slow mode. Slow mode.
Right.
It's affecting us here on the desk.
Sorry, take it away.
Yeah, I will. I don't even know how you're breaking it. Damn sword. All right, so Alice with his mod roll able to work around that, but now we're here, and you might notice that we are holding hands on the desk right now.
Yeah, and you might also notice that they separated us by a few pixels. Yeah. Were you as bothered as I was? I was pretty bothered.
Yeah, I was a little hot and bothered. Also, I feel like they're really doing you a pretty good favor here. If you might notice, there's a 20 above your head, and I think that that's them trying to say that you look really good. You look very youthful.
They don't have a bracket there though, so it's not exactly like I'm a 20 out of 20.
It says PR, which maybe they're insinuating I need like a PR manager. I feel like I'm being attacked.
Look, I'm not gonna. Oh my God, there he is. You can't speak Korean. The shopkeeper.
That's who they always lose to.
Yeah, that was the
Tom Nook's wife.
That's why they don't speak the same language. They get recommended the wrong items. The walrus, though, apparently he's totally fine. There's just this gentleman down here. I didn't even know. Like, what's up with this giant animal behind him? I hadn't even really thought about it.
You leave him alone.
Yeah, I don't have anything against him, but I'm just a bit taken aback, a little bit startled. But now we're checking that out as Lava picks himself up a heal exactly in the nick of time in order to get himself back to full health, and we'll continue winning out this lane. Haru taking this Cloud Drake, very pivotal dragon that is going to put Harmer Life in almost an impassable lead at this stage. That's absolutely being facetious, ladies and gentlemen. That is not going to be impassable whatsoever. As there is another bubble landing. Might be a bit of damage, but we just decide to pan away from that. We don't want to watch Yuko get potentially hit by a paddle stuff. As QV up here towards the top side, farming. And Tara also farming. Viper, as you can see, farming. As is Lehens.
Yeah,
man.
We're really going to work on this. 60 seconds.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. 6-10 right now. Wait your turn. All right. So, bot lane right now, getting shoved in. I actually want to talk about both of these team compositions. I completely forgot to do that. I did already make my prediction. Not sure if the guy updated it on the Google Doc, tracking all of that. But Hanwha Life, with this team composition, they're very prone to the all-in in the later stages of the game. And the Gnar doesn't have the easiest time, right? Because Vladimir is going into the entire team, and even if Gnar jumps forward, Set's gonna bring him right back. So there's a bit of counterintuitive stuff going on inside of the draft phase, and Corki and Varus should be pretty A-okay. On the flip side, though, Zoe and Senna, they're gonna try to do things in the mid to late transition, but then Maokai, Trundle, Gnar, they will start tapering. And
just 60 seconds up? Yeah, okay. Yeah, actually, I don't mind Harmless comp. I think that the Maokai being able to pick up some extra farm in this game is going to help his relevance as this game goes on. We know that Maokai can get to be a fairly tanky boy, and Vista will be able to do a fair bit of damage on this center come late game. But I think you're right. I think the mid to late transition is going to be important for this team, especially considering the Zoe. So we'll see what Harmer Life are going to be able to do. It is, at the moment, looking like a bit of a blue buff steal. Tarzan coming on over, king of the jungle, but he's moving the wrong direction. Isn't going to be able to check that one out as he flashes over the bubble. Lava in trouble, but no more flashes available there as the Haymaker will come down. Nothing else to be gained from this one. So flash blown in trade for Lavas, as Tarzan not going to have as many useful ganks around the rest of the map. And I think that's my time done.
Well, you had a couple of seconds remaining, but that's totally fine. I'll come online a little bit earlier.
Ooh,
not a big deal.
Cow spike.
Yeah, I mean it's a thing. By the way, have you played the Final Fantasy VII?
No, I don't have a PlayStation. I don't know whether I should get one just for the Final Fantasy VII Remake. What do you reckon?
Wasn't PlayStation 5 announced or something? Isn't that a thing that's like coming soon? That's when it always feels really bad.
Yeah, I know, right? Is the Final Fantasy VII Remake ever coming out on PC? If that's the case, I mean, I'd much prefer to get it on PC.
Yeah. I'm sure the collective probably knows and could probably.
Yeah,
you could probably
can you let us know?
them.
In the next 60 seconds, guys, if you could just let us know.
And yeah, well, speaking of the next 60 seconds, we're gonna group over Rift Herald potentially.
If you could think back to a statistic that we had earlier on in this series, there was a 60% first Herald rate for Hanwha Life, and that is second in the league. So you best believe that they are going to abide by the statistics and collect this Rift Herald.
Yeah. Well, they are gonna pick that up for themselves. We'll see what they can end up utilizing it. And if people are wondering why Griffin is just willing to take things so slow, it's mostly because the Corki, Varus, and the Vladimir, it has a very big windup. So they're completely fine waiting until the later stages of the game. Now remember, in order to execute on this rotation, Vista and Lehens have now missed out on 2 minion waves. Varus also got a turret plate, so you have to factor in all of that golden XP that ended up being accumulated. So Cuvée is finally going to manage to get this wave. But all things considered, Griffin didn't have to rotate or lose anything in order to make this happen. Tarzan is sitting pretty comfortably, and so until that Rift Herald gets used, not a whole lot ends up actually going in Hanwha Life's favor. In fact, Griffin ends up being ahead in the XP department. But we'll see what they can manage to do with it. Ocean Dragon coming up second. And a real doomsday scenario for Hanwha Life would be if Mountain spawns third, things get a little bit scary. Because their team composition, no one builds penetration except for Senna. She does get the lethality, but it's going to be near impossible. It's going to be wet noodle fight for the Gnar, Trundle, and Maokai.
Yeah, although, if Hanwha Life can get the Mountain Soul, then they do utilize it very well with their tanky Gnar and tanky Maokai, plus the Trundle as well. So I think that if Hanwha Life can keep control in that area, certainly will be good news, but it'll be around about the time that things are looking better for Hanwha, as Lava comes in with his teleport and is able to get himself out of the way. Nimbus Cloak allowing him to move a little bit faster than he otherwise would. And the Rift Herald has been put down here in the mid lane as Yukao. Going to take a lot of damage there, but is otherwise going to be fine, as all of this plate gold is going to be shared around, and Tarzan just gets a face breaker onto Lava, who will get out of turret range, and he'll be absolutely fine. So that gold coming on back here, as Hanwha Life do manage to even it out just a little bit. So April next year is when Final Fantasy VII comes out on PC. Take it away.
Wow. That's actually a really sad date for me. Yeah, well, I did not want to think about that on the cast right now, Atlas. Thank you very much.
But it's
completely
April,
unintentional.
It's April of this year right now. Are you okay?
No. I'll tell you in between the games. It's not a big deal.
Cuvé's going the wrong direction.
Yeah.
But he's kiting pretty well,
trying.
moving pretty quickly there, but the showstopper will cause the end of it. Oh no, not going to happen just yet. There it is, the ulti coming out from the center, and Cuvée looking to turn this one on Tara. Cops a boulder to the back of the head, but that is a 1-for-0 in a 1 versus 2. Cuvée, enjoy your player of the game.
What just happened there, Atlas? What was that?
That was world champion play. That's called a world champion play. It's how that goes.
Okay, I was all right. Well, thank you for letting me know about that. As Griffin, they are down about 700 gold, as it does currently stand. That should have always been a dead Gnar.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I do want to point that out. If you run that scenario probably 100 times, I would almost definitely say that less than 3 Gnar should probably ever live.
I often say less than 3 on a broadcast with you, as the big one's not enough damage. That's why you always pop your potions, and Lava did have one there. As there's a Hemoplague. Cuvée will have Mega Gnar relatively soon, but the Hemoplague's going to pop, not going to do too much. And Cuvé's going to pump up that health bar just a little bit more with the Mega Gnar form.
끝까지보다.
이거 캔치 녹음, 캔치 녹음.
나 지울게 이거. 세트 노플이야.
Set no flash.
노플이긴 해. 코르키는 안 가 아직. 지금부터 간다.
Corki is not
Take a
going.
little fight.
5초 뒤에 텔 가능하긴 한 거 3초냐? 죽은 거 같아. 아 죽었다. 아 공 맞을게. 야 나이스! 죽여버려. 그렇게 안 간다.
Corky wasn't
나이스.
coming.
라인 노플.
And they said, wow. I think that they know that he was supposed to die. I think he knew that he was
I
supposed
think
to
he
die.
knew, yeah. 100%.
He absolutely knew that he should have been dead there.
But he wasn't.
But he thank you. Wow. Yeah.
That was my input for the 60 seconds,
Yeah.
so you can take it away.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, 2.5 minutes until Mountain Dragon ends up coming up. Corky continuing to try to stack his Monomune. That is a lot of dog. Oh, you know, have you ever seen it at Burger King? I believe that you have to have a dog go in with you. There's a thing called the dog purr, or the dog purr. It's a dog whopper. It's like a dog treat.
That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, it's really, it's. I know that you're a cat guy, but if you had a dog.
I mean,
That
I was always a dog guy until very
cats.
recently.
What kind
Yeah.
of dog? What kind of dog do you like?
I used to have a dog. His name was Ted. He was a King Charles Cavalier Spaniel, and he only ate or slept. That was 100% of what he
Okay.
did. He was not exactly a hard mode dog. You know how there are some dogs that take a lot of taking care of, stuff
Yes.
like that. You know, you got to walk them all the time.
Yes.
Well, Ted was not. He was not a hard mode dog. As we're going to see a potential hard mode gank here towards the bottom side of the map. Haru says that he's going to need a remake on that one. Moves himself out of there. Viper and Iroh going to be absolutely fine. Blade of the Ruin King already completed here for the Varus. And Vista does have his Umbral Glaive, but is otherwise not able to get on top of this Griffin bottom lane at all.
And yeah, not too much really happening here inside of this game. Griffin, they are falling down, but it's only 1,000 gold. So then you ask to define what does 1,000 gold really mean for these two team compositions, and you think about late game Corky, late game Vladimir. It doesn't really mean a whole lot, as here we go, we got a flank, and okay, hasta la vista. Yeah.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, thanks.
that was a
That
good
was
one.
awful. Take it away.
We should have said something like Terminated at the end. Oh, damn it. Missed opportunities. As, yep, Iroh just going to lick a tree. Tarzan once again just flashing on in here. Showstopper comes down. Good twisted advance to avoid the tongue lash, but ultimately it means nothing. Viper's going to pick up that kill there. 2-0-0 here for the Varus. And you mentioned the 2,000 gold lead. Well, it's now 200, and it's in favor of Griffin. So they're going to take this turret also, and things are going to be answered relatively well here by Griffin here towards the bottom side. Viper even now able to take down all of the minions in that wave as well. So Hanwha going to have to do a little bit more, but they have taken the Rift Herald, and that Rift Herald percentage is still very high. As we have a look, Viper throws out his Chains of Corruption, and the center is just dead.
Yep, ends up going down pretty quickly. And now Viper is going to be pretty big as he moves in here to the mid game. Set does come over the wall. I like the Hextech Flash Traption as a tech that sort of helps out junglers without terrain scaling.
Yeah.
Pioshik was one of the first to like popularize talking about it here in the LCK on the Elise, if you do remember that. And Mountain Dragon is being taken right now, and it doesn't seem like Griffin are interested in even trying to fight this one. So we're going to go to Soul Point in 22 minutes, and you bet your bottom dollar that we will have a team fight over that. Unless something is just opposite
This
day.
is the greatly reluctant fighters.
Alice, you're speaking Aramaic again.
I do apologize.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see whether they do actually fight for it. Maybe they'll redeem themselves. Zantara here is towards the top side, but he's not going to be able to help with this Rift Herald siege on the bottom side of the map. Boulder Toss comes down, but isn't going to be able to get anything done. And we're just going to have Shirley Rammer head into this turret, and this minion wave is going to die. So this is all about Griffin buying time so that Antara can get to a state where he feels comfortable. Not quite there just yet, as he comes out with his Proto Belt. See what he's going to build up next is Cube. Down to about half health here, but he's going to hop his way out. He's still throwing the boomerangs, being frustrating. You can see Antara looks like he's building Spellbinder as his next item, sitting on the Fiendish Codex just for the extra CDR. Of course, 20%, that magic number for the Vladimir. Gets the Transcendence. as well as the runes, and is going to be at 40%, so pretty happy. 45% due to the inspiration second that he most likely has. And yeah, look, we've got the game slowing down just a tad, as we've got 3.5 minutes until that Mountain Soul.
Yeah. As Griffin, they're just going to continue to scale up. They should be able to complete the Trinity Force and the Mirror Mana by that point on Corki. Vladimir, likewise, should also have a second item completed. And Vara should be at his 2 items. So this is going to be the strongest point that Griffin has. And then also, likewise, for Hanwha Life. If Hanwha Life end up losing this next team fight, things are going to get really bad. As I do believe that Gnar is... I don't know where he's going to end up going with his itemization. It seems like he's going to start picking up magic resistance. He has the Executioner's Calling on him. That's the only form of Grievous Wounds that they have right now for the Vladimir. Hex Drinker finally is picked up. Really good against the Corki and the Vlad, even against the Varus and the Tahm Kench as well.
Going to be helping Cube. See what he's going to build towards next, like you were talking about, as Viper is going to throw his Chains of Corruption a little bit wildly there. But that's all right. Putting on the pressure. I like it. Zoning ultimate, sending a message, etc., etc. Lehens with his Sunfire Cape now completed. We've got some Swifty Boots for Vista, but the item timings aren't necessarily there, apart from Lava picking up 2. And we're waiting for the Trinity Force for Yukal in the next 2 minutes to really make sure that Griffin are fight ready. They do still have a slight gold advantage. In theory, they could be getting themselves to a point where they do have the items required to try and fight for this Mountain Drake. The problem is they look like they're almost unaware that the Drake exists on the map. That's what we've sort of figured out with the most recent dragons that have just been taken for free by Hanwha. So hopefully Griffin do press tab. They have a look at the 3 Drakes that have been picked up by Hanwha and are going to head over there in 1.5 minutes time to fight for this one. It's certainly going to be important.
Well, there is still some time until it ends up coming up. Maybe Varus can get to his next recipe item. Senna is actually still only at an Umbral Glaive, so not even a serrated Dirk. This is actually going to be one of the discrepancies. Now, on the flip side, Sir Thomas is only at a Redemption as well, and so those are basically the champions that you have to be looking at. So, Maokai has Bramble Vest, has Sunfire Cape, and Merc Treads as well, so he's still down in items compared to Viper, who is cheating CS right now. I just want to bring a little bit of attention over to the 253 here at 21 minutes, and
that's,
you know, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, you know, why not 254?
Well, he's going to get to 254 right now. In fact, 255, 6. Count it up. 7, 8,
yeah, 7,
9, and he's going to get
60
to 10. So, yeah, 260 CS is pretty good at 21.5 minutes.
I would send him to his room. Ask him to contemplate why it wasn't 262.
Well, I mean, now that he's hit 262 in the next moment or two, is Cube's fighting Antara. He will get a redemption. Cube takes a bit of damage, but he's going to have his Mega Nara available, wall up some minion wave, and now Hanwha are going to move over to this Mountain Drake that's spawning in 1 second's time. But there is the Trinity Force. Corki is making his way over. Maybe a little bit late, but I think he has a package as well. As Tarzan gets a control ward in, and Yukal's going to have to pump this package over the wall if he can find it. In goes Antara, finds a fair bit of damage onto Vista there after the teleport, and now
are you kidding?
What is this? The shop being in Korean doesn't matter. Sorry, being in English doesn't matter for this moment. All right, Cube's just DC'd. Oh, no.
What is the competitive ruling, though? Because if we chrono break...
Yeah, he actually just got straight up disconnected.
Look, wow, okay.
Yeah, Castersong is looking concerned, and he is often a very jovial man. So this is a big deal. The fact that Cube has disconnected at the very beginning of a team fight, and now that he's almost dead, maybe this means that the disconnect is not going to just be immediately resumed.
Yeah, if the chrono break comes out, I don't know how you argue this, because this is a game-deciding fight. This is Mountain Soul. And now that you know that Vladimir's above you, and you know that he's going to come in, so because if we chrono break 10 seconds in the past, right? Vladimir doesn't get that chunk on Senna. Senna doesn't cast her Q the way that she does. Maybe everyone moves a little bit different.
Yeah.
This is one of those really weird situations where is it justifiable to demand a remake, or you're Hanwha Life, you're about to maybe get Mountain Soul, and then just outright win the game, so what the hell happens? This is a sticky... This reminds me of Jaedong versus Flash, the MSL blackout.
Oh,
where
wow.
all the
Yeah.
electricity went out.
Yep, I remember that.
Now, obviously, that was a huge premier match in a major tournament.
And also the implications for that
Yes.
match were incredibly high, right?
Yes,
Whereas
and
the
the
implications for
parents
this are
got
just
involved.
not there.
I remember the parents got involved,
Oh, yeah.
arguing for their kids.
And
like,
that actually, do you remember that in the context of when it was? Because when was that? That was like,
oh man,
oh my God, so long ago.
Let me look that
Like
up.
early 2000s or something like that. And that was when like esports didn't make any sense, right? And like we as Westerners were watching this tournament where like the parents of these guys that were competing in a video game tournament were like arguing about
2009 Nate MSL finals, and
okay, so it wasn't early 2000s. It was still a little bit later, but 2009 is still very, very early as far as Western esports is concerned.
For people that don't maybe understand the context, it was basically the finals tournament between I don't know, Faker versus Faker V2, and basically during a key decisive fight and a timing attack on a base, the electricity in the entire stadium went out. And StarCraft 1 didn't have the ability to rewind or play from replays or do anything like that. And they were all trying to argue, different pro players and obviously Flash and Jaedong themselves, who was in a winning spot. And then the parents got involved and a lot of other people. There was a lot of controversy because I think it was awarded to one of the players, which was really strange.
Wow.
So that was definitely...
And StarCraft is a different game where often like a lot of your macro decisions and, you know, your build orders, things like that can dictate pretty early who does have an edge. And when you're talking about, you know, Jaedong and Flash, two of the best StarCraft players of all time, you can tell that they're going to be able to mechanically play out that sort of game effectively. But the issue with this game was that it was just extremely close.
Yeah.
And so it did come down to a push that could have been defended. And if it was defended, then they win. If it wasn't defended, they lose, right? And
and so
that was a really, really difficult decision to make.
The ruling that ended up, I think, coming out in later years for situations that would be similar is basically if one of the pro gamers could get up and basically walk away from their computer and still win a team fight, then it would always be decided in their favor. But then there was also something called like a reasonable, or not reasonable doubt, reasonable expectation. The reasonable, like for instance, that top lane thing with Gnar, right?
Yeah. It would have been reasonable to assume that he was dead, right?
Right. And so if Gnar DC'd in that moment or something, it would always just be given over to Set and Vladimir.
Yeah,
that would just be the way that the ruling works. And obviously, some people
the way that it played out though shows exactly why people were upset in that moment, because all the time, you know, human error can come in, you know, and also human outplay can come in. So you can have these like hero moments where certain outcomes can come forward, and you know that might be a thing that could happen in this team fight, but also it might already have been decided because Cuvée is now in amongst multiple people with most of his health bar missing and without any ability to control his champion. And so this is going to be really, really dicey. I think we're still trying to figure out what we're going to do. By the way, guys, we haven't had any word yet as to what the outcome is going to be from this pause, but certainly there's a lot to think about for a situation like this. Despite the fact that there isn't too much riding on this game, there is still like, I don't know whether a lot of people really understand, but in Korea,
there's implications.
If a game doesn't have competitive implications as far as the tournament format, it still has a whole lot of implications when it comes to, you know, the player's pride and the reason why they're a pro gamer in the first place. That, like, I don't think for fun games necessarily happen here in Korea as much as anywhere else in the world, just with how we're built.
There's sort of
over here in Korea.
frowned upon. Now, I can actually understand some people in the collective, as well as even on Twitter right now, have actually tweeted. I don't know if they tagged you as well, Alice. However, the game doesn't have... so it gets weird, because the game doesn't have meaning.
Yeah.
So it is really strange, because this is essentially just a televised scrim at this point.
Yeah.
Where Griffin's just getting practice in what is an official LCK match, essentially, for their promotion series later down the line. So how much of a fuss is actually going to be caused here? But on the flip side, there's the implication of how does Riot react to this situation? Because a lot of people, they'll be like, well, Griffin's actually in a winning position right now. But if the Smite fight goes over to Hanwha Life, the game just... even if Griffin win this one fight, they'll probably lose the game.
Yeah. So we're
I'm
going
looking through my script here, and this wasn't on it, so...
Well, I'm having a look at the other script, and Chrono is expected to the point where QV teleported. That's what we're thinking. So what you were talking about with the fact that the Vladimir getting the chunk onto the center, we'll have to keep in mind what's actually happened. He rebooted his PC, by the way, guys, but still had some lag. So they're trying to move him to Hanwha Life's sub-PC to make sure that everything is absolutely fine. Thankfully, Hanwha Life are well-equipped to get everything sorted out.
One of the really weird things about this, I mean, we're taking a look at some of the highlights, I guess. One of the really strange things is, I've mentioned this a few times now on the broadcast, it's so mystifying to me that it seems like, since we've moved to online, there's actually been more technical issues that stem from the player's own equipment. And I don't know what that comes from.
Yeah.
Alice?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
dude.
okay.
It's tough. Yeah, these highlights aren't really pivotal. We want to actually see that last fight, actually.
I know, so this actually, for some people that are curious, now obviously we don't know what the setups are at every single pro house, but I have been in pro houses where the computers are several years old. And so maybe with this new Riot format, and when I say several years, I mean like 2 to 3, maybe with this Riot format, you know, having to have the screen share on and recording and setting up audio feeds and stuff, maybe it's too much for their PCs. And they have to post this lag and some issues.
I think it might have something to do with how the thing needs to be set up to make sure that we maintain competitive integrity during the more remote broadcasts. We are very lucky to have extremely powerful internet here in Korea in comparison to especially where I am from. But we're having a look at this teleport from QV's perspective as, it's unable to do anything.
Yeah,
the thing that I want to talk about is we just saw the replay. We saw the replay, right? And
he committed to that.
But QV came out of the teleport and was immediately Chains of Corruption. I think he was chain CC'd anyway until the pause. So that now brings it all back to a completely different scenario where, like, now if we chrono break it to that teleport, Viper is required to once again hit a perfectly timed Chains of Corruption. And once again, you're going to have QV chunked to a very, very low health bar, right? Like, oh man, this is hard. It's a really hard call to make. When I think that, like, if you look at the rule book and how these things are
the rule book is interesting,
yeah. Because, like, actually, I think if you play by the rules, then you chrono break here, and you bring it back to the state before the player lost control of his computer, and then you play it out from there, right? But there are so many implications. And also, given the fact that, like, actually, QV had already made the teleport decision, and you can't cancel that anymore, guys. So he was going to be there, and that was going to happen anyway.
Right.
And so he lost control of his PC, but it doesn't matter. He lost control of his character anyway.
I wonder if they can chrono break it to the exact moment that Varus lands the ult on him.
Yeah.
That would probably be the most fair.
That's the thing. I don't think that Viper should be made to hit that twice in a row. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I agree with you on that one. But maybe that's going to be a case where you can't necessarily do that. And even then, like, you have to remember that, you know, Hanwha Life, they had this issue happen. I don't know. I don't know. It's really hard to work out. And then in the context of the whole series, like, do you change up what you do? I don't think you can ever do that, right? Yeah, I think you need to follow the rules 100%, because regardless of what match it is, it needs to be considered a regular season match in the LCK, and you should do exactly the same thing for every single match.
Yeah.
There should never be any difference.
Absolutely.
And so I don't think implication should come into this whatsoever. And I think the idea of chrono breaking to the point just before Cuvée arrived, I think that he needs to still start channeling the teleport, because his computer didn't start breaking until afterwards. And then we go from there. I think LCK has made the right choice on this one. But there are just so many different things that you have to consider in a moment like this.
Absolutely. Agree, Atlas. Agree. As Atlas,
Yeah, mate.
wanted to ask you a quick question.
Oh, what's that?
Is the dress black and blue or white and gold?
Oh, I don't even remember what I saw first. I think it was the gold one.
All right.
I think the gold one was what my eyes decided to see. But yeah, it's hard. What did you see? Or could you see
I
it at
see
all?
black
I
and
know
blue.
you're a bit lost sight.
Oh, okay. You didn't have to go there. Okay. You didn't
No,
not need to. I'm
I was
actually
giving you an out.
surprised that they managed to get a green screen in behind me here on my splash at the LCK, because I didn't know you could get anything else into the Death Realm here. I'm living in a Mordekaiser ultimate.
It's all right, man. I'm holding your hand. We're in
I
that
let
death realm together. Don't you worry.
I pulled the Black Up curtain out earlier on my stream, and I told him that's the Prestige Edition. When the sun comes in.
You can find that in the store. I think it's like, what is it? lsprime.com.
Exactly.
That's where you can get the Prestige Edition.
Perfect.
Basically, what it is a gentleman comes to your house and removes all of your curtains. If you just buy the regular LS champion, he comes in and installs blackout curtains in your entire house. Guys, we have about 3 to 4 minutes to wait. Chrono break at this point in time is about 30% done, and we're going to the point right after the teleport.
I am so curious what Chrono Break is, by the way.
It's Echo's Ultimate.
No, but what I mean is, what is it? So, well, I don't know this, and even if we did know it, I assume that we wouldn't be able to say. I'm curious if it's like a slash and then a sequence of numbers, or, you know what I mean? Like letters and whatnot, and it just does it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how the Chrono Break works. Do you know?
The Chrono Break just basically puts all of the champions in exactly the point where they were at that point in time.
How
and
do
I
you
think
execute it?
Well, it's based on software that tracks the position of everything and everyone during the game. And so if you can understand where everyone is and all that sort of stuff at the point in a game and track cooldowns and all that sort of stuff, then theoretically you can recreate a moment in the game. And that's what they've done.
But what's the executable? Is it like slash and then a series of letters and numbers that you then set?
I think someone does it in the back end, and it can only be done, of course, on the tournament realm. And I think you need to have like an engineer do it. I'm not entirely sure how the actual mechanics of it work, but yeah, that's basically how it works. I remember when it first came out, it was actually really amazing. We had a few pauses early on in LCK esports, and would have been great to have some chrono break ability, because there were certainly some remade games that you wouldn't have wanted to remake that we had to play out. I won't mention the games because people might get triggered just a little bit. I know a few of us certainly in that particular boat, as we are going to be back into the game very, very soon. Very interested to see how this team fight's going to go, because having a game pause at the very beginning of a team fight that could decide the game is, that's one hell of a timing.
Well, we'll have to see how both of these teams do end up reacting, Atlas, and what's going to end up unfolding. On some nice, brighter news, okay, not talking about the Death Realm here, The new Pokemon games come out in a month and a half.
Are you talking about the expansions?
X-Packs. Yeah,
yeah. I'm really excited. What do you think about the new Legendary? Isn't he cute? I think he's really cute. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen all the other legendaries. I don't know which ones are all in the game now. Isn't there a way to get Mewtwo? Oh, are we back?
Well, Cubane's not going to get hit by the ultimate this time around. However, he's still going to go down very low and will die. Yukal's going to be able to pick that one up as now Haru's in trouble. In goes Untara into the back line as Humble Life definitely pushed away from this particular area. But Lehens is going to take down the Vladimir. Goes Golden as well, right in the middle of this team fight. Some lower health bars onto Griffin, but Tarzan dives forward. Haymaker will land onto Haru. A lot of damage, but not enough to take down the Troll. 4 versus 3 now, as it looks like Griffin should have a position. No! Lava over to the side. A Blast Cone is going to be here as they get rid of Vision, and Humble Life look to have given up this Drake. Of course, remember, they throw their lives away for this one. It may not necessarily be worth it because this is one lonely Mountain Drake onto Griffin.
Yeah, and so let's take a look at this. So Teleport ends up coming in, and okay, this is totally different, man. Untara does a marathon around the right-hand side looking for a team flank, and you can also see Hanwha Life got to run away and try to prepare for this. So this is a totally different series of events. This is like an alternate ending the director's cut as what's going on here. As Tarzan not quite able to bring the kill down onto Haru. And they end up getting themselves the Mountain Dragon. And the game has swayed really heavily in Griffin's favor. This is where things get very rough.
Yeah, because now their champions are only going to get stronger, right? You've got Vladimir to continue scaling. You've got all the power spikes of a Corki that he will certainly be picking up over and over again. Getting the Infinity Edge is going to be huge, but then getting to a larger crit number is also going to be massive. So he has 2 more big spikes to go. Zoe doesn't get much better than this. Doesn't really change. Like you talk about, the modes are going to be very similar as this game goes on, as Viper gets chunked. But Humble Life not able to actually find any kills right here. But yeah, this is dicey. Certainly is. Hanwha's chances of getting this next Mountain Drake now go much, much lower. And so, I mean, a lot of people are going to be asking what if, or maybe they're not, because this game doesn't mean a whole lot.
Well, Lava gonna try to come forward. And now Tarzan, you can see, looking for some... Okay.
Yeah, Facebreaker onto 2. That's going to be the kill coming in there as Yukal is going to close distance with his Valkyrie. Showstopper is going to be the end of that Troll. As Viper clearing out minions and Griffin once again winning a fight. Humble Life, it looks like just maybe their best before time has been up. I think written on the box it was something like 20 minutes. And things going off.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing here is that in this game, we outlined from the very beginning, or well, a little bit later on, we didn't get to discuss it right away, Griffin's scaling is so much more, right? Once the Vladimir, once the Corki, the Varus gets to go the distance, there's problems on the side of Hanwha Life, and assuming that Hanwha Life doesn't create miracle ganks early on and get advantages, their team comp can't go toe-to-toe on an even setting, and it wasn't even an even setting. Necessarily. Hanwha Life were in the driver's seat with some gold advantage, had some dragons under their belt as well, even a Mountain Drake giving a little bit of extra resistances, but they did donk off in the team fight, and now it just feels like it's a unclimbable mountain for them to fight back here against Griffin, because everything's just going to get worse and worse from this point. Nar's items always going to be worse than Vladimir's that he ends up picking up. The Zoe is the only real hope on the side of Hanwha Life, but the magic resistance and everything is going to start coming in here soon. Haru maybe going to manage to get away.
Yeah, walks through his own pillar a few times. He's now Viper looking for Lehens. He's going to Twisted Advance to try and get out of there as the ultimate flies through from Vista. It takes a while to kill the Maokai, and now Haru's in trouble. Subjugate is now ticking down, and that is going to get him out of there safely. But Griffin, with this Baron buff, will be taking down this inner turret, and now continuing on towards the inhibitor. And it really does feel like the beginning of the end here for Hanwha Life. That gold lead has ballooned to the tune of 6,000, make that 7, and they'll take down the first inhibitor of the game as well. Griffin in so much control.
Well, Griffin now with the middle inhibitor down, 1 minute until the next Mountain Dragon. That's the do or die for Hanwha Life, and I don't think that they're going to be able to get their Zoe to the death cap prior to that team fight being able to take place. So the way that it stands right now, 50 seconds until that comes up. We'll take another look at the replay here. This really looked interesting.
Yeah, it was very weird.
So right here, I don't know. Oh, the Chains of Corruption. Yeah, it looks like to me Maokai ulted his own teammate. I was like, that looks like a funny bug. But it was actually just the Varus ultimate and a little bit of lost sight. I couldn't even see it on him.
No, that's totally fine. It's totally fine. But Hanwha Life, despite the fact that, you know, things were paused for a while, they had time to take stock. Sometimes that's not actually going to help you. You know, you get knocked out of your groove. Feels like Griffin certainly remained in theirs and were able to capitalize. You've got a QSS and a stopwatch here onto Viper. He's 502 on this Varus. Absolutely hard carrying. It's 27 minutes. He has 340 CS. He is well and truly Flame Horizoned his opposite number, which is Lehens in this game. 142 CS in the lead. LS isn't impressed, but I definitely am, as Griffin will take away their second Mountain Drake without any contest.
Well, it's just more stats going the way of Griffin. It makes it that much harder for the Trundle Gnar and the Senna Maokai to do really anything. Zoe, you can even see. No penetration yet. So even though it's super minor, it does matter because of the way that these fights end up going. They're very long, they're very sustained. Just a lot of EHP that comes in for free. And we said this, if you remember, when the second dragon was going down. Infernal could be or Mountain could be a really big problem. Infernal less so, because they have so much tankiness. Set doesn't build a ton of AD when he's inside of the jungle. And Varus itemizes a lot of attack speed, so he does get value out of AD amplification. But Vladimir is not building the biggest AP items. He's building more utility AP items, which they don't pack the biggest punch. So there's a bit of nuance there that maybe some people wouldn't think about right away.
Potentially. But right now it does just feel like it doesn't really matter about the nuance. It's just the weight of the wallets from Griffin that are steadily increasing. They take down another inner turret. That is the entire outer ring taken away. A couple more inhibitor turrets to get through here for Griffin if they want to play it out by the book, but 8,000 gold is the lead. We've got Baron respawning in a minute and a half, and Mountain Drake will get Griffin to Mountain Soul Point in 3.5 minutes as well, as Mercurial Scimitar completed. Viper still yet to use his stopwatches. That is Infinity Edge done for UCal. Even the crit cloak is valuable. As you can see, those crits starting to come in. Auto attacks critting for 600 ain't bad at all for the Corki. Not to mention the extra bit of AD damage that does come out as well, as I believe it's an 80-20 split when it comes to Corki's autos. Don't quite remember what it was changed to. It used to be a little bit of a different number.
Can look that up for you. I'm a bit of a color caster, content creator coach, but
is it 80-20 or is it 70-30? I think it might be 80-20.
I'm gonna figure that out for you in just a second.
All right. Thanks for that.
Yeah. Just give me a little bit here.
This is the important stuff that people wanted to know. It is 80-20. Nailed it. As Griffin now just going to clear out all vision here on the top side of the jungle. Pings out from Griffin onto Lehens, just showing the location of their former teammate, making sure that they keep tabs on him. Got to make sure he's okay. His piercing arrow is not going to find the mark, and there is a pillar down to stop Tarzan from getting that flanking position. They are going to guard, make sure that Iroh isn't going to take too much damage from any stray paddle stars or anything like that, as UCal pushes this wave out on the top side. Viper steals away another red buff. Just going to refresh the one that he already had. And it should mean that this Baron spawning in 8 seconds time will just go over to Griffin very, very comfortably. Do you have confirmation for me there, mate?
Oh, yeah, it's 80-20.
All right, good. There we go. Nailed it. Got there. Almost flame horizoning the clock is Viper right now. 381 CS at 31 minutes. As Lava, he's going to get showstoppered, goes back to his portal jump there, but he's just going to go back to the death chamber first, as Cuvée gets a decent Nara into the wall, flashes away to get himself to safety as the Brambles come in on the disengage. The Griffin do manage to get their one pick off, and Lava's dead for another 40 seconds. This should mean that Griffin can easily go over and collect this Baron. Yeah. It's dotting I's and crossing T's right now for Griffin. They are so far ahead.
It's just, this game is not close whatsoever. So, Griffin, now with a almost 10,000 gold lead, 2 Mountain Dragons. The only hope in this game right now would be somehow if they could hang on for a minute and steal away the Mountain Soul. And even then, I don't even know if that would be able to help them win at this point, given the gold deficit and what that means, as well as even just the XP advantage on some of the champions as it does stand. Take a look at this one more time as, okay, well, Zoe probably not very happy about that. These camera angles always do make me actually a little bit queasy.
Oh, it makes me happy. I actually really like it. Yeah. Big fan.
Okay.
Like it adds a bit of drama. I also thought that Tarzan's flash to the location of the portal jumps first cast was really, really cool. With the face breaker at the ready, made sure that he started off that fight with very minimal ways for Lava to escape. And players that can read Zoe like that really do impress me, because it shows that you don't necessarily have... It's not about mastery of your champion, it's about mastery of your opponent's champion, which is really, really cool.
Yeah. And that is... Well, I mean, at this point, the Zoe is waiting on Void Staff, so she'll finally be able to get some penetration for herself. And that's another Mountain Dragon going the way of Varus. I mean, Corki and Varus are even turning into tanks at this point.
Yeah, triple Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, 18% amplification to them. Magic resistance present on Varus as well. That's really hurting Trundle, who's primarily a tank, so his Cinder Hulk, his Subjugate, that's being invalidated as well at this point. And Viper just deals way too much damage.
And he has a lot of safety. As you saw, the Devour was in there, Brambles come through, Iroh just tanking everything out. Lava is going to get healed back up, so thankfully he's going to survive the onslaught, but Viper now gets to work on this turret. He'll be able to take this one down. The middle inhibitor, it just respawned instantly, demolished again. As if you were the maintenance guy, you'd be pretty frustrated. As now Cube off to the side, Killer comes down to try and control the team fight, but I don't think Hammerlife can do it. Cube, he doesn't look like much of a tank right now, as there's the showstopper into the backline. Lots of damage, the face breaker to tie it all up, and Tarzan gets a well-deserved kill. Na went down at some point there as well, as Lehens once again going to bite the dust. No, he survives. His former teammates are going to give him a little bit of reprieve, as Griffin do take game number 1.
Griffin take game 1 in a pretty convincing fashion. Once the mid game came online, that's where their team composition would start waking up. And they gave away the 3rd dragon of the game, decided that they would fight for the 4th Drake. And they decimated that team fight. They got themselves the Mountain Dragon, and they never let Hanwha Life back into the game. I'm trying to think of who to give the Pog to, and I'm not totally sure, actually.
I'm giving it to Viper. I'm going to give it to Viper for his one chain of corruption that now has never been, isn't real. You know, the one that got the Na immediately out of the teleport that didn't happen the second time around. So I'm giving Viper it for that. So it shouldn't be in the highlights because it doesn't exist. However, he still did it.
I would like if the highlights actually showed the 2 alternate universes.
Yeah. And it's like one of them is like polarized form as well, so all the colors are switched.
Yes.
Oh, that'd be the best. I'd be a big fan.
That would be really, really good. And we'll see who does end up winning the POG. If I run down the list, I can't give it to Tarzan because he made actually quite a few blunders at certain points on like a mechanic level, and then he didn't really have to do a whole lot on the set because the early and mid game was so slow and stable, right?
Yeah.
The Vladimir up in top lane, again, didn't really do anything. Almost got solo killed twice as well by Cube. And so then
they got 1v2 killed.
They also gave away a kill 1v2. Corki didn't really do anything. He just sort of farmed out his lane, ended up actually blowing his summoners and losing lane control early on, so have to deduct points from him. And then it comes down to Viper or Tom Kench, and let's be honest, Tom's probably never getting an MVP.
Yeah, Timothy Kenshin's, unfortunately, you just can't get it. It's a classes system, and Timothy is just a little bit too low in the pecking order. He lost his knighthood, and yeah, it's been unfortunate for him. Slumming it at the moment as far as pick potential is concerned. So yeah, I think Viper also played very, very well. He farmed extraordinarily well. He did a heck of a lot of damage and was able to basically play with reckless abandon, knowing that the Tahm Kench was there, but did not often need the Devourer in order to help him out. It was just Viper being way too strong and ahead of the clock with his itemization. As we have a look at QV's outplay, I think if we're in this alternate universe where Humble Life were able to actually win a team fight at that Dragon Pit, then this could have meant that QV would pick up player of the game. Alas, not to be the case.
Yeah. Well, it did not end up happening this time around. As we take a look at this Abyssal Voyage by Tahm. Nice attempt by the Maokai to outplay this, but Vista way too far down inside of the lane. Tarzan coming over the wall and getting quite a bit of value. Getting yet another kill, and it really helped getting Viper ahead. So let's take that pesky little Gnar.
Yeah.
Didn't even get hit by the Chains of Corruption. So this could have gone a lot worse for Hanwha Life in the original playthrough, where Varus just lands the Chains of Corruption, and this team fight would look a lot different and even more chaotic.
I mean, the outcome probably would be the same, though.
Yes.
It was still Griffin, you know, getting into the backline, utilizing positional advantage, and really understanding when their champions come online, because from this point on, you'll see highlights that are basically just Harlem Globetrotters, Griffin just styling on Hanwha, because Hanwha had lost steam in their composition.
Yeah, that's what ended up happening. And you know me, Atlas, I'm always a pretty big fan of when early game team compositions get purified. Not
Yeah,
that
you
Hanwha's-
cleanse the sinners, man. I know.
Yeah,
I know that.
Cleanse them up. Cleanse them up. Had many talks about draft in the last, like, 20 hours or something.
I haven't actually watched your TSM video yet, but it's a longie. It's a
really
bit of a
long.
time investment, and you know, sometimes it can be hard to find that kind of time in the day.
No, Hanwha Life's team composition, it's not even that it's sinful. It's just that it doesn't actually scale as good as Griffin's. That's the difference. This is a perfectly good scaling team composition against a more aggressive comp that it just sort of
against a comp that
stabilizes.
doesn't have Corky Vladimir, right?
Right,
They're like
They just
some
got
of the
outscaled.
most scaling champions in the game. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And you can see Viper did a hell of a lot of damage on his Varus as well. So we're talking about Corky Vladimir. They basically didn't play for the first half of the game. And in that meantime, it was all about Viper keeping control of his lane throughout the entirety and being a stable force to make sure that Griffin couldn't fall too far behind. So I like the decisions made by Griffin here in game number 1. A bit unfortunate as far as the pause is concerned, but when we get back, we're going to get into game number 2, and hopefully we'll be pauseless.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 머리매너 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘게 누나 막아 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 새끼 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰 노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 하다 현타 도동동작 TFT 갤럭시 도동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 패치 우주 도동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 도동 동작.
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by LS here as Hanwha Life fall to the hands of Griffin, our team that have locked down last place in the LCK. They aren't going anywhere, but they will be able to go out with a bang if they take down Hanwha Life in game number 2 as well. There was an unfortunate pause, but thankfully things occurred in the same way that they were looking like they were going in before the pause happened.
Yeah, and I mean, so Hanwha Life, that's obviously a really unfortunate situation to get into, and the way that it came out of it actually benefited them, but did not seem to matter at the end of the day, as Viper will pick up the player of the game vote, 600 points, 6-0 and 4 on the Varus.
And close to 40% of his team's damage as well. The guy did a hell of a lot of work.
Yeah. As it says, Trundle has reconnected in the middle of the team.
Don't worry, he disconnected again after that because most of Hanwha Life didn't look very connected during the end of this game.
That was really sad. Watching the Varus just auto and shoot down the Gnar. That there was something really, really depressing about that.
Yeah. It's not supposed to happen, actually.
Yeah, this is pretty much it.
Zizlahens being spared as a former teammate of Griffin. 9 out of 9 of the votes go over to Viper. Not a very difficult decision this time around. What they didn't put in those stats that we looked at were his CS numbers. He was farming like you would not believe. An agriculturalist in harvest season. Absolutely.
Well, at this point, we're going into the second game here. Griffin probably feeling very comfortable coming off of that win. And we have a substitution. It's going to be Untara out and Sword coming in the top lane. And you know what this means?
I'd say bringing out the big guns, but it's a Sword. So it doesn't really make sense, does it? But what does it mean, LS? What does it mean?
Well, it means R1 Ornn.
It does.
Have truer words ever been spoken, honestly?
Nope. Yep, you've made a truer out of everyone, I think, with that particular statement.
I do think so myself, thank you. Not trying to toot my own horn, but...
No. That's all right. You have well and truly said a very simple statement to make about a Griffin team composition that does involve Sword playing the game. But we'll see whether this is going to be a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, Untara did give away that 1v2 kill. It was, of course, Tarzan falling down, but, you know, takes 2 to tango up towards that top side of the map. So we'll see whether Sword has a better time up against Cuvée. 2 players with, in my mind, similar playstyles, but I feel like Cuvée has had a few more of those pop-off moments this season than Sword's had. And Sword still has that weird feeling of disconnect with the rest of his team in some of those moments. So we'll see whether he is able to get himself a little bit more coordinated with this team, which they're going to need going into the promo tournament.
Well, we'll see what they can do here in game number 2, because I'd like to see something more unorthodox. I would really like for the climax of this series to be something fun in the LCK.
Yeah, me too.
Take it away. Back over to you.
All right, well, here we are into the draft. Hammerlife now on our blue side, Griffin on the red. And Hamwa probably recognizing a change of name towards the top side and maybe recognizing that, yeah, there we go.
Well, all right, so in game number 3...
the jig is up, ladies and gentlemen.
Game 3.
Oh,
Griffin
God.
might want to make another sub out for Hoya.
It's been a while since you've been able to ban a player, but Hammerlife, they figured out how to do it. No, that's not true. They need to ban Jace as well, and then they've banned the player. As Sword did actually have a decent game on Jace last time we saw him. I don't know whether they won, but Griffin hasn't been doing a lot of winning. It is Gragas. It's going to be banned away here last for Hammerlife, as there has been no AD carries apart from the Varus taken off the board, so Kalista, Senna, and the Aphelios are still available.
Well, Yuumi will be banned away last by Griffin.
And the Taric is still up. Aphelios will be traded for Kalista Taric, you have to assume. Don't know whether that's necessarily worth it for Hammerlife, but we'll see what they have in mind as far as countering out this lane. It might be the Morgana pickup or something like that to go alongside Vista. Vista, one of our better Aphelioses. Here in the LCK, certainly did have some early games on the champion that were very good. But there's that Kalista like we were talking about, and of course Taric is going to come down as well. Certainly feeling the need to lock in that Taric as a priority pick these days, because it's not just a Kalista exclusive champion. You could certainly run it with the Aphelios just fine.
Yeah, that's absolutely something that I think will start happening more and more, especially maybe as we come back into summer, because interestingly enough, Taric isn't on the chopping block, it doesn't seem like. As 10-8 came out, Taric didn't get hit. No indirect nerfs seemingly on the horizon, which means that he could still very well be in the meta. And as Griffin open, with the Kalista Taric R1, R2, Hammerlife are picking champions that sort of run into them.
Yeah,
there's
the Akali is very strange.
The Akali coming out so early is also bizarre, because neither Lava nor Cuvée screams Akali to me.
No.
That's the wrong ninja. I think they were looking for Shen, maybe?
Yeah, that's a Lehens champion.
A little bit more the
speed. If they
speed.
picked up Lehens, it would 100% be, it picked up Shen, it would 100% be Lehens. As the Trundle's going to be banned away, I actually found it very curious that Hummerlife didn't lock in Trundle Braum. That would have made way more sense. But not going to happen. And Griffin are, of course, going to ban that one away. Tarzan also curiously prioritizing the Jarvan over the Trundle. And now we'll see exactly where Hummerlife are going to go with their bans. I am assuming that Griffin are going to lock away Jace as their next pickup. But the Galio has already been banned, trying to deny that Jarvan Galio Cataclysmic Entrance synergy. Is Griffin thinking about which next jungler Haru is going to be playing? And Sejuani off the board.
Sejuani, yep, does get banned away. You know what makes me sad is that we're not seeing champions like Graves, who's actually really good into Jarvan. We're not seeing him. We have seen Graves actually twice now into Trundle here in the LCK, but I feel like Graves should actually be a lot higher priority than he is in his current state, especially if you have AP mid, AP top, which a lot of drafts do end up having going on. And some of the recent weeks, as Rumble is going to be locked in for Griffin, and that's going to be a flex mid and top champion, although UCal does have an affinity for it.
Sword as well. I mean, it is one of the champions that he has played so far in the LCK. Success or no. Is now Hummerlife thinking about what they want to answer with. Haru considering this Sylas could, of course, be mid lane, as looks like that is going to be the case, as we're flexing the Sylas around. We'll see where these champions are going to be going, as Sylas and Akali very flexible with their positioning on the map. But our bot side will be the Aphelios Braum, and we will have Rek'Sai in the jungle. As, I don't know, I think that Sword could pick up Jace here if he would like to. But it looks like it is going to be Rumble towards the top side of the map, as UCal once again brings out his Zoe that he did find success on in the last match that they played.
So he's picking the Zoe here as a means to take it mid lane, because that's one of Sylas's rougher matchups. But the problem is that the Akali is also flexible into mid. So no matter what, we're going to have AP top, AP mid. And remember, I said Graves for Hummerlife would have actually been a really good spot. If you could just imagine Rek'Sai being Graves here, his range, his smoke screen, how it interacts with the Griffin team composition, probably be a lot better than Rek'Sai would be, because Rek'Sai doesn't want to run into Rumble, Taric, Kalista, Zoe, Jarvan. Even though Rek'Sai beats Jarvan in a vacuum, he does not have a fun time going into any of the other 4 champions. He'll get Zoe bubbled, Taric ultimate's a problem, Kalista's going to kite him for days, defensive Rumble ultimate's really problematic, but Graves can bypass that with his range, with smokescreen, with R. So this is one of those examples of the LCK gets very stale in their draft. They instantly default to another physical damage champion, but champions like Kindred and like Graves just completely absent in their mind. And so Hummerlife here with a very brawlery team composition, I feel like it has a lot of strength inside of it, even early on with that Rek'Sai, but some of the gank setups are going to be really hard. And in the later stages, they can't really itemize all that well, even though there's essentially 4 magic damage champions on the side of Griffin.
And having a look at the moment through what Haru has been playing, there isn't any Graves in his match history, so it might just be the fact that he's not very confident on the pick at this particular moment in time. Of course, a lot of these players do have multiple accounts that they like to hide their champion picks on, but it looks like Haru has not been delving into the realm of Graves very recently. Of course, Haru famous for playing things like Rengar back in the day, so the Graves playstyle certainly feels like something that he would feel pretty comfortable in. But not going to be happening this time around. The Rek'Sai coming forward. And his last Rek'Sai game, he went 10-2-8. So, you know, not bad.
Not bad at all. So we'll see what he can end up doing here in this game. As we take a look at the runes, Rek'Sai, even with the celerity, is... This is one of those things where I really do wonder if they go in and do the math and then also assess the situations where the rune is active. Because obviously the celerity, the way that it ends up working out is bonus movement speed is increased, right? And then I believe it gives you a flat 1%. I believe that's the way it works. So obviously the only synergy there is going to be with Nimbus Cloak, because no one else on his team grants him MS.
True. However, you are going to be able to build up a fair bit of it. It doesn't have water walking or anything like that, so it's not like it's going to be benefiting the Rek'Sai in the river or any craziness such as that. But I don't know. We'll see what Haru's going to build. Might be, you know, Swifty boots for ultimate celerity value. Potentially. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
So Nimbus Cloak will eventually build up to giving you like 20-25% bonus movement speed in the mid game, right? So that's going to give you 100, right? So that'll give you 100 extra MS, but celerity only increases that by 7%. So am I missing something here in that it gives you 7 MS?
Not sure.
1/4 of a tier 1 boot, like, is that necessary? Do you know what I mean, Alice? I don't know.
Yeah.
We're seeing it a lot more.
I mean,
and
movement speed is a very, very valuable stat, right? Being able to stick to a target, all that sort of stuff, landing auto attacks, things like that. Like, it is valuable, and it is something that's really hard to sort of quantify.
yeah.
However, I don't know whether the celerity value is quite enough to really get it to that point. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and that's just on the active. And the reason that I bring this up is because in our last episode of Pog State, right, we talked about how when one player starts doing something, everyone just follows along regardless of doing any research onto it. And
Yeah, it's not like figuring out and coming
Yes.
up with like your own idea. It's
Or just
more
using
like
math.
pack mentality. Yeah.
So this is a region, and not that it's always correct, but Liandry's is almost never built here compared to NALCS and LEC. It's just not an item that gets picked up that much outside of the traditional Liandry's users. You won't see Silas's building it, you won't see Akali's build it here by any means. So the celerity craze strikes me as really peculiar, especially because Rek'Sai doesn't actually use MS that much after she's unburrowed, which that's when you would be getting the Nimbus Cloak active, because you would burrow in and then come out and you're already auto-attacking and you're on top of the opponent. Well,
Yeah.
conversation for another time.
It is. And maybe a question for one of our Korean players, if we do get an opportunity to ask one. There is a ward here in this brush, but Tarzan's going to take this one away. And does get the flash out of Haru as well, because he'd tunneled in and didn't really want to be there in the end. And you can see Tarzan actually just controlling this jungle very, very well. I think we might have the king instead of George in this particular game thus far. So far, this Rek'Sai pick has gone a little wanting. As you can see, we've got Griffin basically pushing in everywhere. Even Sword keeping up very well with Cuvée despite missing that cannon creep. You can see Cuvée gets a decent trade there, but nothing to worry about too much for Sword on the top side. As Irov and Viper will be taking down this Rip Scuttler, and that is only going to propel Griffin further ahead, because Haru's not going to be able to head down there and pick that one up for himself. And the continued clear of the jungle is going to happen for Tarzan, unless he wants to take a detour to fight Cuvée here towards the top side. And Cuvée is actually going to start this fight off. Perfect timing in for Tarzan, as Cuvée may need to flash. Sword relatively low, but there's absolutely no mana on Cuvée, and he is just dead. Not even going to elect to flash this one. Thought that he would die anyway, and I think that's pretty good thinking there from the top laner of Harmful Life, but unfortunately, still going to be going down.
Yeah, this is going to be something here, as Harmful Life now, they are going to be behind on the top side of the map. The Rumble going to get to reset for free. Sword picks up the Sork Pen boots. Viper casts an emote. Lahen's talking smack, and then Irov crying.
Aww.
As,
You don't do that, Lahens.
Yeah. That's,
He's even going to hit him with a door. Don't want that.
yeah, that's
you don't give
definitely
him the
cringe.
door. As we'll check out this gank once again. It's just really good timing from Tarzan, but unfortunate timing from Cuvée.
The thing is when Sword moves down like that, the jig's up. It really is. Rumble would never do that in a million years without the jungler being in close proximity. The minion wave is too big. He's never going to take a trade against you, because you have to view it through Rumble's lenses, right? Silas has a really giant minion wave. Even though Silas has no mana, Rumble's not interested in a fight there, because Silas will just run backwards, and then Rumble's wasting a lot of time. So when Sword clicks down the way that he did, Cuvée should have been able to think, okay, well, jungler must be in close proximity here and maybe actually get away. But he took the extended trade, and Tarzan was there realizing, waves coming into my top laner, this is a good time to gank, and in doing so, punishes Cuvée.
Yeah. Hate to see it. But still, Griffin off to a great start in this game thus far. 500 gold is going to be their lead, so nothing to worry about too much for Harmor Life, who do pick up that Drake, as you can see. That was to do with our lane priority being in bottom side and mid lane, and Griffin not really being interested in trying to defend that, apart from Tarzan being in the area. And so wasn't able to be soloed or anything like that by Haru, but they're still able to lock that one down. Next one is going to be an Infernal Drake, as Ocean or Mountain Soul going to be our Drakes in finality here for today. And Griffin looking to try and get this 2-0 to finish off their LCK season. As, what was that? That wasn't a steal. I don't know. Haru did manage to pick that one up, right?
Yeah.
Quite see where the gold went.
So, I was lost sight as well. I was looking at the minimap. Generally, that's what I do. Do you know that? Do you know that I cast from the minimap?
I know. Papa used to do that too.
Really?
I talk about something, he's like, what's that?
I don't know if I'm one of the only... Well, no, I'll talk about it in a bit.
The equalizer comes down. Lava is in his shroud. And looking to try and escape here. Tarzan going down very, very low. There's the ulti, but it's not going to be enough. And Sword in here just burning things down. And we'll be able to wander on out, has that caster minion, try and keep him alive, as Griffin off to a brilliant start so far.
Yeah, Griffin is in a really commanding position here in this game yet again. And, you know, Sword's eating good tonight. That's what I gotta tell you. That Rumble cooked them up with the Jarvan in between those two turrets. And Griffin, they're just coasting in this game. And we mentioned that the Akali and the Sylas, they really come online in the mid stages of the game. The problem is now they're stifled. And in addition to that, Griffin is accelerated. So it actually, it doubles the distance between the gap of both of these two parties. It's going to be near impossible, in my opinion, for Hanwha Life to ever bring this game back to salvageable, because their lanes are now always on the back foot, and things are always going to be so hard. Given that they're down in base XP, they're going to be down in levels. It just changes everything.
Yeah, so we're going to check out Yuka's perspective here for this one. He's able to take down a turret plate after hitting that bubble earlier on, but most of the action was happening with Tarzan and Sword.
His mouse is very clean. Very, very clean.
He's a very proficient mechanical player.
Yes.
Absolutely.
It's always a pleasure. He used to stream on Twitch. I'm not sure if he still does. His mouse is very, very clean for a pro gamer. Plays very, very fast with it, but very precise and accurate. It's always nice to see the pro views. Wish we could see more, but unfortunately you need SK Telecom 5G in order to have pro view in the LCK.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I do want to answer some questions about playoffs, guys. There's been a few of these that have been floating around. Of course, a lot of T1 fans want to know why is it that T1, whilst sitting with even game score with Gen G and most likely DRX after their next series, why they are not in first place. And I can understand that. What does come into account, as we're going to check out this particular battle here towards the bottom side. Vista not going to take too much damage there, as Fate's Call was employed, but not really utilized to its full effect. So I will go back to my point. Game score is important. So the amount of 2-0s that you win, and the amount of 1-2s that you manage to lose by, things like that, in the couple of losses that these teams do have, it is important as far as getting you up the standings, because if that plus game score number is above the other and you are tied in match score, you will be ahead. And Gen G have confirmed first place because of their extended gold game score. I actually recently saw a Reddit post asking whether there'll be a tiebreaker, and there will not be a tiebreaker because T1 have not won the amount of games that Gen G has. And therefore, that tiebreaker has been secured for Gen G.
All right.
Just in case anyone was confused.
Yeah. Maybe you should tweet that, Alice. Maybe that would, you know, in between the break, could do that.
All right. I can put some time into a tweety tweet about that one.
Not a big deal. Don't rush yourself. You know, take your time.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, well, ward placed onto the golems, and Frontal Dragon going to be coming up in 15 seconds. And the way that all these lanes are going right now, Akali going to be very far away still from getting her Hextech Gunblade. Sylas is going for the Proto Belt, so that's going to actually further increase his fall off in the later stages. So we're not going to... What?
Nothing. I just actually hiccuped.
Oh, I thought you laughed.
No.
Like, yeah, he's gonna fall off so hard. Like,
I didn't manage to pause it. Mute myself
someone's
in
gonna
time.
trip him on the
I just
escalator.
had a bit of a hiccup moment. Yeah, these things happen. I'm a big fan of How to Train Your Dragon, so when I get the hiccups, I smile.
all right.
Well, this is another dragon. We'll see who's going to be taming this one, as Griffin are going to throw a pierce at it, but Viper's not actually interested in taking it down. He just wants to annoy it just a little bit. Not very nice, to be perfectly honest, but that's fine.
And
I'm alive clearing out vision, though.
Yeah, so I think what is going to happen here in this game is that the dragon should go the way of Griffin. Hanwha Life are grouped around it right now, but they're in a much worse position for this dragon fight. Aphelios is obviously quite good. Lava is over here as well. But the overall team fight should just go the way of Griffin.
That's if Griffin actually want to fight for it,
And
right?
look at Sword. This rotation, really good.
He's heading back top. Never you mind. But
take back
Lava is
everything.
chunked, and so Griffin should have control of this area. Looks like they are still going to head down to this Drake, at least clearing out the vision that is available.
Now, I want to take a brief moment here to highlight that if they rotated down to that dragon and took the team fight, I think the Morello purchase would have been nice. Okay, because there would have been no better combat stats to probably get for that gold value and the passive versus the Akali, the Aphelios, and the Sylas in that team fight alone. So it would help them get the Infernal Dragon and probably end up winning the fight. But if he's not going to rotate, the completion right now is a bit too early. Even though I think that he will end up getting it later on. Doesn't matter, Griffin's going to get the Infernal Dragon anyway. And not the end of the world.
And we're also going to have Cuvee going for a bit of a reset here. Throws down his own equalizer that he hijacked from Sword and clears out that mini wave. So a couple of plates going to go over there as Lava is in trouble and Yukal has just killed him. So sorry,
Doesn't matter.
it's a very cool looking skin.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
I like how
Do you
Akali's...
get a free death without actually, suffering from too much loss?
Oh,
if you
yeah,
have a prestige edition skin, I think that's how it works, right?
Yeah, I mean, we take a look at how this all happens here, and you see the Akali, she gets hit by the bubble, and right at the very end, she gets clapped. and you
렉사이
can-
탑에 전령 깔려갈 수도
Alright.
있겠다.
Well, we'll
좀
listen in.
침착해도 돼 지금. 렉사이 전령 이번에 풀 것 같은데. 우리 안 급해. 쌀 로궁이라
아카이
위쪽
노텔이
교전하자.
상태 안 좋아.
우리 이거까지 먹. 이거 먹을게 나는. 나 몰락 뜨고. 나이스. 나이스야. 뭔데? 뭔데
이거
이거?
미드
So what are
미드
you
타워
doing?
조금씩
Or like,
깨만.
what is this?
우리 미드.
Like, so, I mean, Yukal even a bit surprised. This happened yesterday with Summit, right? Where I believe Summit was... now my memory is blanking, but I believe that when the 1v1 happened, Summit was saying something.
That was
similar.
against Nogari, wasn't it?
Yeah, against Nuggery.
In the Lucian versus Jace situation, where it was Lucian down 0-2 against a 1-0-1 Jace, and he solo killed him. Yeah, that happened. And then I think there was one of those games where Nogari went on to win Player of the Game, and so in the interview was like, well, I got hard carried by my team. I didn't play very well. And in that particular moment, he certainly didn't. Outside of that, he was absolutely fine. Just the Nogari that we know and love, absolutely. And we'll be seeing him in the wildcard match coming up on Saturday. That is going to be yourself and Brendan Valdez. Good old LS bringing us KT versus Damwon.
I'm in for the ride now.
Oh yeah.
I will be here for every game for the future from here on out. So that is a thing. It's gonna be every
Apart
other
from
day.
the first promotion tournament match,
Yes.
which is going to be Valdez and I.
Yes.
And
The
we're bringing back
Valdanalist.
the double play-by-play Valdanalist Bronze 5 in for that one. Very excited, as we'll be able to check out what our new challenger teams are going to be able to offer potentially to the LCK, as this Griffin squad feel like they are powering up towards the end of the season. To be honest, they looked a little bit hopeless towards the end of round 1 and beginning of round 2, but now they have been putting some wins under their belt, and it's not entirely hopeless. Still, definitely not the season that Griffin wanted to have, as they were regular season kings. It only took the end of the regular season for Griffin to really lose too many pivotal games, and often they were pretty crushing defeats at the hands of T1 generally, or KT, if you remember back to 2018 summer final. That was a 5-game slugfest, absolutely fantastic to watch. But since then, it has been all about T1, or SKT at the time, just slaughtering, to be honest. They've been very good at finals, and we'll see whether they're going to continue to do that, whether they come from 3rd place or from 2nd place. And DRX will be able to tell us exactly where T1 are going to be landing after the APK series that is going to be coming up next. As we might have a telecom war for our 2nd round, which is going to be really exciting.
And I think the thing about this for the telecom war is that KT has had such a Cinderella story here in the LCK, where they've been really ramping up and showing a lot of power in recent weeks, and that's what's going to make this actually really exciting, because it's the biggest turnaround that I think we've seen a team have in the LCK in the last 2 years, in terms of going from literal bottom standing. And KT was bottom standing last year as well, to now being potentially top 3 even, maybe, depending on what day it is. Maybe in the LCK.
I mean, based on what week it is, I think they've looked like the better team pretty consistently. I believe they fell in their most recent match to Gen G, unfortunately for them. As I will just double check that to make sure I have that one correct. Because, yeah, Gen G were able to take down KT 2-1. But after that first game, it really did feel like they were the better team, as Lava's going to flash, but Yukao's going to kill him anyway. This mid lane is well and truly over. We haven't seen a lane get hard stomped like this for a really long time. I mean, Yukao's basically just playing solo queue right now, and really having a good time up against this Akali, as another bubble's going to land. No damage going to come in there, as Lehens is going to be absolutely fine.
And well, Mountain Dragon is live on the map, so it should be Griffin picking this one up. It's going to be really rough. Okay, well, even through that Braum Shield, Lehens taking enormous amounts of damage. Now, Griffin, they're going to get this Mountain Drake for free. Let's just pay attention.
This might die. Okay, Ignite goes down, Exhaust down as well. How many Summoner spells can you cast on this Aphelios? There's no more ticks of that Ignite. Calculated down to, what was that, like 15 health?
Yeah, that was a really close call. That was a extremely close call there for Vista on the Aphelios. As did Rek'Sai just dance in front of minions and let them die?
He just sort of sat there and watched as that minion was definitely going to die to the turret, and there was no way that the Rek'Sai was going to be able to get 2 auto attacks in time, I don't think. As Haru is going to be able to take down his red buff, and thankfully that one isn't going to be taken by the turret, as Bubble lands here once again.
Yep.
And Yukao just pretty good at killing Lava this game.
Yeah. Doing a lot here on this Zoe. Viper dancing around as Kalista up here in the top lane. And
yeah, see how Viper's going to go throughout the rest of this game. Again, he's ahead of the clock at 20 minutes in. His CSD numbers certainly fantastic, as we're ticking towards a 5,000 gold lead for Griffin. This is feeling like it's not close whatsoever, and I don't know whether this has to do with potentially some tilt coming in for Hanwha Life after that pause, after the little mess up, as we've got a teleport coming through, and Hanwha are going to try and find something here as Viper not going to utilize the flash just yet, and it's a little bit too late to do so after he did his sword. He's teleported in, but not going to be able to find anything, as the rest of his team a little bit late on the rotation. So Hanwha get themselves a free pick, but what can they actually do with it is the question, and the answer is nothing, because there's 3.5 minutes on the next Drake, and the Baron is not going to be taken at 20 minutes in.
And you see in this game here that Griffin, they're still in a commanding lead. Hanwha Life is trying to resort to smoke and mirrors now to come back in this game. That's really going to be the only outlet, because they're essentially playing 4 versus 5. So really deep teleport ward, and Viper should have gone south. I believe he could have maybe met with Jarvan and Zoe. Perhaps that would have been a little bit more reliable, because he had minions to buffer, so it's not like the turret shots would have ended up hitting him. But
and he
did back up, natural instinct.
Well.
Yeah. Ended up dying, but it's still a 4,500 gold lead for them. And like I was saying, it's essentially a 4 versus 5, because what the heck is Rek'Sai doing in this game? She's never going to be able to engage. Even when she does, she's running into targets that are going to be pretty durable and tanky, or she can't stay on top of because she has no damage whatsoever. So another thing that I wanted to point out is that because of the Sylas and the Akali being present inside of this game, Rek'Sai building the Kindle Gem and going into the Black Cleaver strikes me as a bit peculiar. Now, Sylas and Akali, they do auto-attack a lot, so it's not like they're not utilizing physical damage. Akali does also have the Hextech Gunblade there, but would Lethality Rek'Sai just being more supportive with Umbral Glaive clearing out vision, going for Lethality so that Rek'Sai herself can deal more damage as the initial burst, would that end up being more useful? That ends up being a question. Griffin, they're just sitting so pretty right now inside of this game.
I think one thing in favor of the Black Cleaver is the fact that Aphelios is going to be 100% of Harmer Life's late game win condition. I don't think that with Cuvée and Lava being put behind by this much early on in the game, I don't think they're going to be able to contribute. And like you were saying, they are going to decay as this game goes on. I think Aphelios being that late game carry is going to be very important as Sword. Scrap Shield going to eat up all of that hijacked Equalizer. And just some turrets, some tunnels being eaten by Tarzan as he gets himself out.
Well, just going to have some ping pong going on here inside the lanes. He has 1 minute until the Mountain Dragon will end up coming up.
It's going to be Mountain Soul for Griffin, as the only Drake that Harmer have been able to take is that Forgotten Cloud Soul that Griffin are probably pretty happy isn't on them, because that's eating up a dragon slot that could have been a worthwhile dragon. As that bubble was Bit Troll from Yukal, who's having a fantastic game so far, doing 5 times the amount of damage as the Akali on the opposite side of the Rift. He's over 60 CS in the lead, and just having a brilliant game. Sword's going to make his way up here. He has the Equalizer available, has 24 seconds until this Mountain Drake and Griffin are looking a little bit feisty to make sure that they can win a team fight at the right time. And Yukal is well and truly at the power level where if he lands one of these bubbles, it really can guarantee that ulti is okay. Cuvée does have the Cosmic Radiance that he stole out of the way, but he's not going to be able to utilize it there as he goes golden. But there's the Cosmic Radiance, the real one on the side of Griffin as Tarzan inside the Cataclysm. But he's not too worried. This game is over, ladies and gentlemen. Lava's going to dash his way out. And Griffin say, well, we could go for a Mountain Drake, but instead we're just going to take a Baron.
Yeah, so it actually looks like this creates the opportunity for Akali to do something, but now that she's going to be spotted, the enemy knows that she's not going to try to go for some sort of like a solo dragon or anything like that. So Griffin, they're going to turn their attention now towards the Baron. This is game over here, Atlas, as the scoreline 1-9. It's going to be 2 Mountain Drakes and an Infernal on the side of Griffin, with also a much better team composition. So the Akali and the Sylas, they were set really far behind in the early stages of the game, never got to come online in this Hail Mary team fight. They do a Braum ultimate onto the... they're using the Taric ultimate, they get no value out of it, and then Taric says, let me show you how it's really done, as he casts it himself. And just look at all the time that Tarzan buys on the left-hand side, because Aphelios is the only source of damage on the Hanwha Life team composition. They have no answer for Kalista. No one can stay on top of her. And look at even some of the magic resistance on the side of Griffin. It is invalidating the Sylas and the Akali. And Sylas is a champion. Doesn't tend to build a lot of penetration. He tends to build more utility AP items, so they're not packing the biggest of punches. And here in the LCK, we like to go Luden Proto Belt. Leandri's not even going to be there for the Madness passive, amplifying his damage and whatnot, instead of these super extended trades. The game's just gone at this point. Griffin, light years ahead. About maybe 200.
Yeah. And he's building towards Zhonya's next item, so focusing, like you were saying, on that utility, survivability, but not really very much damage. So that decaying Sylas situation is exactly what we're faced with. There is one burning face. Of course, Rumbles here in the LCK still love to build the Leandris, and Sword is going to do exactly that. He did sin with his Forbidden Book, but that's totally fine. Now has himself the Leandris and the Void Staff, so a lot of damage potential, and when it comes to penetration, he has got the ultimate setup for that one. Griffin now just going to be able to take down the inhibitor turret in the mid lane. It looks like Harmer Life just going to let it happen. And I'm not entirely sure whether they have any choice, as Haru's going to burrow away from that bubble and this inhibitor is going to die. Griffin now moving towards the bottom side that Sword had prepared earlier. It's got a couple of siege minions here. And so Griffin, if they can get in here, should be able to get some work done as Yukao comes down, doesn't find the paddle star, but lands the bubble. As now Cuvee gonna get blocked off. Equalizer comes down, and there's the Cosmic Radiance. Lava trying to get out of there, did have the Shroud down. But Griffin, there is an Equalizer they have to deal with, but it's not really doing any damage at all. And they will take down this inhibitor as well on the bottom side of the map. Really just seems like there is zero answer from Hanwha.
Well, that is going to be 2 inhibitors going down, 3.5 minutes until the mountain. So if Griffin wanted to be really captain careful, they could wait. They could just wait, pick up, stopwatch on Rumble, start moving towards Anya's Hourglass, get a stopwatch even on the Zoe, play as defensive as humanly possible. They would just probably ride out the game. As Kali Star is looking like she's going to end up getting a Maul of Malmortius. And there's not really too much for anyone on the side of Hanwha Life to do. If you are a Hanwha Life fan and you're trying to put on rose-tinted glasses on top of rose-tinted glasses, take them off.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know what is going to be the follow-up here. Like, how do you win as Hanwha from this point? It's like, oh, maybe we can hope for a disconnect on the other side. But I don't know whether that is going to be something that you can really put your cards in, because it's likely that gets solved with a chrono break anyway. But yeah, I mean, outplays do happen, but it's just not likely to happen this game, as Yukao portaling over a wall, takes a turret shot, doesn't care. And we are 2.5 minutes away from a Mountain Drake, but I have a feeling we are less than that amount of time away from the end of the game, so it is fairly irrelevant. This inner turret is going to fall. We are going to tick over that 10,000 gold mark point, and it's 28 minutes into the game. The acceleration here for Griffin is just obscene. And even a redemption to come down. Lava trying to dance around in his shroud, but now it's going to be on cooldown. Lehens is just dead. Didn't really have much that he could actually hope to achieve there, as now Yukao dashing forward, doesn't land the bubble under Vista, but he has to go back to the fountain. There are 3 members that can even try to affect this situation, and I don't even think that it's going to be possible, as there are super minions moving towards these Nexus turrets. The first one is going to go down. The last ditch fight is going to come in, but look at the damage potential. It's just insane, as Tarzan gonna flash out of his own his own Cataclysm, as Lava is trying to do anything to save this game. He goes golden, yeah, and the emote spam is real, as it's going to be Viper that takes him down. I've already given my POG vote over to Yukao. I did that at about 15 minutes into the game. He played phenomenally. He made sure that Hanwha had absolutely no access from the mid lane to do anything, and Griffin on great footing moving towards the promotion tournament.
Yeah, Griffin are looking really strong in this series, and the thing is about both the teams that are going into the promotion tournament, unlike Jin Air last year, who I did say that I thought that they were favored going into the promotion tournament, as weird as that was. Yeah. I really do feel like Griffin and Sandbox, Summit I just think is going to have his way against whoever he ends up going up against in the promotion. And I think Griffin is stable enough with all of their players that they won't falter as well. So even I have high hopes for Sandbox and Griffin to remain steadfast and manage to be here in LCK Summer.
Well, it's actually really interesting, because 2 of the top laners that could potentially be there at the moment, the top of the challenger scene is Breon Blade and Cerebral Gaming. Yeah. Cerebral have Tal on the top side of the map, of course, the OG Trundle God himself, formerly a T1 top laner. Back in the day. And on the other side, on Breon Blade, it's Wiser, who's like, he's been sort of this player that everyone's spoken about for a really long time, and certainly does have some skills. So top side is actually going to be really, really fun in that promotion tournament, because you've got Griffin that don't really care about top side of the map. Of course, this game, Sword had a decent performance, but they have mostly role players. But it is about Summit against the rest of the competition. And Wiser versus Summit actually sounds like a really fun matchup. As well as Tal as well, trying to get back into the LCK alongside Kakao and Sangyun and Nova. Like, this is a lot of players that feel like they should be in the LCK now, trying to fight back in, but we'll just see whether they can actually do that, or whether they're even going to be able to qualify, because of course, just beneath them is going to be Team Dynamics, as you have to make a POG vote. He's going to give it to Yukao. You're going to give it to UCal, right?
Completely blanked on that. My apologies. G-Sun Atlas was just sending me to Nirvana with his language. He's linguist supreme, actually.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I had to do. You know, sometimes you got to sell a promo tournament. Not a lot of people think it's the most exciting thing, but I think this year it's fun. Not only is it the last one that we have in the LCK, but it's also going to be very important for a lot of these teams. As there was a few particular rune choices that were pretty important for that particular moment also.
Yeah. I'm going to actually look into Celerity between the break. Might see a tweet about it. I think I got a new thing to mauled over.
You've picked another one?
Different, you know, new month.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just contrarian, you know. Like,
yeah.
Oh, no. All right, well, in the highlights here, UCal having a phenomenal performance on the Zoe. Unfortunate death for Viper up here as well. This was the team fight that really sealed the fate in. Valiant effort by Hanwha Life, but it just didn't, they were way too far behind at this point. The Viper said, I rove, I choose you. Lehens sheds a tear as he would end up falling down 0-2. This is honestly, it's one of the biggest anime betrayals.
It is. But this is what happens when you leave the crew. You know, sometimes the crew is gonna fight back after that, and that's exactly what happened to Lehens. That being said, Lehens doesn't have to fight in the promotion tournament. Hanwha Life are going to sign out for now. It's going to be a while before we see them back for summer. Still have to get through playoffs, get through the promotion tournament here for Sandbox and Griffin, and Hanwha are going to have a bit of a time to wait, as they're going to be alongside APK and Afrika, who also both get some time out as well.
미드 쪽으로.
Mid, go through mid.
내 공이랑 러플공 값.
그냥 상대가 들어올 때까지 기다려.
칼리공 뺐었다 얘네.
그냥 타워 치면서 타워.
그냥 칼리공 뺐어. 럼블공. 천천히.
Rumble ult, go slow.
야 죽여.
Die.
Wow.
원숭이. 아 1대스 했다. 좋아요.
Lots of emotes being spammed
이겼는데
here.
기쁘지 않지 왜? 아 되게.
시간 좀 가자.
Nice. And that is going to be a lot of Zoe damage, as UCal is going to definitely pick up player of the game. And we'll be able to check in with Griffin after this one as well. Viper and UCal will be able to get our expectations going for this promotion tournament, as their last words were "Let's go relegation." I don't know whether that is exactly what you want to be saying, but maybe it's a translation issue and doesn't quite tell the full story of what they're talking about. But this is certainly going to help them as far as their confidence is concerned moving into that tournament. As right now, I'm actually just checking in with Challenger's career. Their last day is actually happening right now, as Breon Blade are taking on Cerebral Gaming. This is teams 1 and 2 in the league, a battle for first place. Actually a pretty hype matchup, as we do have Cerebral Gaming up 1-0 over Breon Blade and are currently 6-1 in kill score, 3,000 gold in the lead at 12 minutes in. So it's looking like a pretty comfy 2-0, to be perfectly honest. And some of the compositions are really cool. We've got Camille top, we've got Gragas support. Really cool things going on. So if you guys want to check out in the break, we are going to have 30 minutes before our next match, which is going to be APK versus DRX. Certainly a more important match when it comes to actual outcomes. But in that meantime, you can certainly go and check out Cerebral Gaming versus Breon Blade and see how that series is going to go, as UCal picks up a very comfortable player of the game.
Yeah, UCal does manage to pick up the Pog here, as he had a really nice performance here today on the Zoe. 600 points for him. He matches Viper, and 49.2%. Could have been 50, honestly, if he just worked a little bit harder, Atlas.
Yeah, it depends. You know, sometimes they're not playing for how impressed LS is going to be. I was personally impressed with the fact that Lava, before dying right there, was able to pick up all of the minions. That is really important, as this time not so impressed. See, that's 4 that just go begging.
That was all just solo. These were a lot of just solo isolated kills that probably
felt
don't
like solo queue, right?
Yeah, it really. This game felt very solo QS. This was an extremely solo QS game. The random team fight in mid lane, K ramming it up,
and double 9 out of 9s. Very obvious players of the game this time around. As Viper and Yukal are going to have that conversation with Sunke and Cloud Templar and Kunkui alongside him. As we'll hear from them very, very soon. In fact, right now. So let's pass it over to Jisung for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Season with the Interview Translation, and let's hear from Viper and Yukal from Griffin. So, you guys took down Hana Life Esports, a team that defeated LCK first, second, and third team. How do you feel, guys?
그래도
Well,
승리해서 굉장히 기쁘고요.
happy that we won, especially that we took down Hana Life Esports. And Yukal?
네, 저희 원래는 하나생명을 승강전에 같이 끌고 가고
we wanted to drag Hana Life Esports with us together down to the relegations, but this was the last match before the promotion tournament, so I'm happy that we pulled off a very good performance. Yeah, you guys actually were confirmed to the relegation, so how was preparation go? What was the mindset that you guys having for this game? I mean, what happened is what happened, so we want to do our best. So we just all 5 players were preparing really hard and show good results, and I'm happy that we were able to really pull it off. And what about you, Yukal?
어차피 뭐 승강전 가게 된 거고.
Yeah, what happened is what happened. So we were heading to the relegation, so I just want to come back stronger to the relegations tournament, so I'm happy that we actually made it. Yukal, your voice is quite deep today.
몇번 안 해봐서 그런 것 같아요.
I mean, it has been a while since I had this interview. So I have a question for you, Viper. So in a recent match, Lihan said, like, farewell, Viper. All by yourself, I'll be watching from home. Is that true? Is that true that Lihan's messaged you like that? What's your reply?
같이 가고 싶었는데
I wanted to go down together, but he just like ditched me, so sad. I mean, you guys are really close friends, right? And so, I want to ask you about the IG emote spam. What was the behind story about that?
저는 18년도에 IG를
I was spamming the 2018 IG, but the rest of the Griffin players were actually having the 2019 IG. So we wanted to get more motivation by having the emotes of the team that took us down last year or the 2 years before. We thought you guys were saying this was so easy, so you guys put the IG spam. I guess it was more like a meaningful and motivation emote. And indeed, you guys looked really serious all throughout the game today. Listening to the mic check. So how do you rate your Zoe performance today? Well, thinking of all the Zoe performance so far, I want to give 9 out of 10. Viper, what's your thought on his Zoe? I mean, I agree with him. And Viper, we want to ask you about your Varus. You are the real Viper, doing so much damage. 5-3 record. So your Viper, your Varus is on 100% pick and ban rate in the current patch.
되게 좋은 챔피언인 것
I
같습니다.
think Varus is really good champion right now.
활용할 수 있고.
This champion fits in any kind of situation. It's easy and it's strong. Then how do you rate your own performance on that champion?
10점 만점에 저도 9점 주겠습니다.
9 out of 10.
유칼 선수 리액션이 너무 인위적인데요.
Yukal, what was the reaction about?
인정해줄만 한 것 같네요.
Well, I mean, I admit it. Definitely today's performance deserves 9 out of 10.
이제 승강전을 사실 이제 피할 수 없습니다.
So you guys are heading down to the promotion tournament. So what is the mindset going to that tournament?
뭐 어차피 가게 된 거.
I mean, we had to get down there, so we'll prepare as if we are preparing for the finals.
네, 승강전 이제 승리도 물론이고 저희
Well, I
부족한
mean,
경기력 많이
we definitely need to get a win, and also we will do our best to show improved performance in that tournament. But I mean, a lot of fans are actually thinking that Griffin is going back to the old form. And a lot of fans are really amazed by the performance you guys pulled off today. So any last message you would like to say to your fans? Finishing the final match of the regular split.
아무래도 팀의 이제 중심이다 보니까.
Well, Viper is the oldest member of his team, so I wanted to start off.
어찌저찌해서 이게 승강전 가게 됐는데
Well, somehow we ended up going down to the relegation, so we want to win, we want to survive, and we want to come back stronger in the next split. We want to work on all the weakness of our team and come back as a solid team. Thank you for all the support. Today was not an easy day and a hard match for Griffin, but still you guys managed to pull off a really good performance. So this will be the end of the interview with Viper Yukal from Griffin, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-Sun, for your interview translation. As per usual, great to hear from Viper and Yukal on the eve of their promotion debut. Once again, of course, they did play one promotion tournament, but that was when they made it into the LCK, and now they're back there again after a couple of years with some pretty dominant performances. So a little bit sad to see how the Mighty have fallen, but still is going to be a place where Griffin aren't too unfamiliar with, and we'll see whether they can get back out again. As we're going to move into a pretty exciting match for our last one of the regular season, as DRX are now going to be taking on APK, but having a look, this is how things stand at the end. 6-12 for Hanwha Life. As they finish off the season, APK will retain that 6th place. As if APK win, they will be able to go up to 6th and be those gatekeepers that Hanwha Life had been for so many years. But it's ultimately not going to mean anything for them. They're just playing spoiler to save all of you T1 fans that want T1 to get that 2nd place here in the LCK.
Yep.
I personally think that if T1 are in 3rd, as a T1 fan, you should be excited because you get one extra match with T1 in it.
There you go. That's the silver lining.
Yeah,
that is exactly. I mean, and also my post-draft prediction score, it gets hit even harder because I got to go through another T1 series. They absolutely cripple me in that. Okay, so match 90 coming up next. DRX versus APK. Game 1 is super important. APK wins. Nothing else matters.
Yeah, exactly.
But DRX
Actually,
wins.
Any victory for APK, and it's all over for DRX. Their chances at 2nd place are just not going to be there. So, ladies and gentlemen, after the short break, we will come back to see whether DRX can lock down 2nd place. We'll see you in about 30.
Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I hope you had a fun 30-minute break there between our last series and this one. And now, our final match of the regular season, match 90 between DRX and APK. And this is one that a lot more people are going to be interested in because this decides second place between DragonX and T1. DRX, I recently tweeted about this because of your request, LS, that the standings be explained because some people didn't quite figure it out. I did make sure that it got out there. And if DRX win 2-0, then they do pull ahead of T1 as far as game score. If it's just a 2-1, then DRX will be plus 16 alongside T1. But head-to-head dictates that T1 do get ahead because T1 has a 2-0 record over both Genji and DragonX. So we'll just have to see how this is going to all unfold because DragonX probably wanting to avoid as many games as possible. I think T1 are probably pretty happy with third place because they're pretty good at running gauntlets. And I feel like DragonX are a team that are able to certainly not necessarily find victories when sometimes they should be assured. And that may be the factor here for today against APK.
Yeah, and so we'll see what does end up happening in this match. If APK wins, they can get 6th. If APK retains its LCK spot, which is really good. And they have a successful ending of the split against DRX. That's the big question. Best ADC in the East, aka Mileage God Hybrid versus Damage Dealing Alpaca in West Deft. Who will be the main character today? Player of the game, number 1, 1,200 points, BDD versus number 2, Chovy. Chovy comes with a solo pog tonight. Chovy wins the player of the split. I tweeted out actually before this series asking for forgiveness.
Oh,
and I mean, G-Sun, it's a double Chovy vote tonight. That's
oh yeah,
and even if
didn't you put
APK
your
wins,
vote in? I already put my vote in. Now we don't need to worry about it because we know where it's going. You know.
Well, perfect. Even if APK does manage to win the games here, I am going to refuse to not vote for Chovy and see if something can be arranged there. But obviously he would not win. Hopefully though, he has a good performance and it doesn't look like we are shilling him into the top of the leaderboards.
I have a feeling we're going to be looking absolutely fine as we have the two teams with the highest team DPM. Close to 2,000 for both of them, first and second place here, and we're hoping for some bloody games. This is certainly two that could provide us with some excitement. Last time around, I believe this was a 2-0 for DragonX. But this was a very different look for APK in the first round. It really has just been the second round where Hybrid's become more comfortable and certainly has been able to pop off there on the bottom side of the map. So we'll see how him and Secret are going to be able to do up against Carrier and Deft, because I actually feel like it's a matchup between Hybrid and Carrier more than it is between Hybrid and Deft. I mean, an Alpaca and a Prius, look, I think we know how that one's going to turn out. However, Carrier has been an absolute beast, and I think he's been really dictating how the lane has flowed with a Deft that hasn't really been up to his former form this time around. We'll hope that he's going to power up moving into the playoffs, and LCK regional playoffs are certainly a time where Deft has had some of his best performances. And I think looking back to 2018 on KT, he certainly carried the bottom lane that time around. And I think he will be a very good voice here for Dragon X moving into the playoffs as far as veterancy is concerned. But if you want just raw talent, Carrier is certainly there. However, Deft still does have some pretty good stats. First and second are both of these players as far as damage per gold. But our damage percent is absolutely in Hybrid's favor. This guy is just a beast. Also his DPM highest stat. We were talking about this yesterday, actually, where we did have a key player matchup of 80 carries, and there were a lot of seconds. And it was Hybrid that had first place in a lot of those.
Yeah. We'll have to see what Hybrid can do here today as...
There is a really cool stat, though, here. If you can see the second last and third last stats, the CSD at 15 and the damage dealt at 15 for both of these players is really telling about when they win games. Deft wins early, Hybrid, he hard carries late.
Yeah. He comes online in the later stages and really he turns on the heat in the later stages of the game. Deft, when he struggles early, it's not that he can't recover, it's that usually those are the games that actually go bad for DRX. So we'll have to pay attention to the bot lane. And also Chovy in mid. This is one of the biggest discrepancies that we have in the LCK.
100%.
In the mid lane, so we'll see how cover...
If you thought UCal versus Lava looked one-sided, this should theoretically be on a different level. Unless Cover does have one of his pop-off performances, and he has been able to sort of defy our expectations in the past, but he's also been able to go 0-4. And we're just yet to see which side of Cover we're going to get here, as our first couple of bans, Alawi and Trundle there on DRX's side, and the Varus and Set coming in here from APK.
Well, let's see if either LeBlanc or Zoe or Aurelia end up getting banned away, because Cover, not sure how confident he'll be to pick those champions. And also Chovy, one of the best Zoes in the LCK, if not the best, outright on the champion. Very good against both of Cover's two trick champions.
Yeah. And DRX, the Aphelios has slipped through, only Varus, Kalista, and Senna being banned away, but the Ornn has been left up, and Ixu snaps it away immediately. Q DRX with a very standard support choice and potentially a jungler or just the Aatrox. We'll see where they're going to go here if the draft has been leaked to us already. Have you looked at the script? Where are DRX going?
Well, DRX I don't know what it's called. What is it? What's the person that steers the ship called?
Captain.
No, but the wheel. What is that called? Isn't there a special name for that?
Oh, yeah, there is a special name for it, and I don't remember.
All right.
So
well, the collective probably knows. I mean, they've already answered it before I even finished the question.
Yeah,
the
that's
helmsman,
true.
Apparently.
Helmsman.
That is.
What a fantastic word.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Collective. They came in with that one instantly. We didn't even have to wait a minute. Just fantastic. As APK going to lock away the Yuumi and instantly ban Nautilus. They are hammering towards the bottom side of the map.
Yep.
And Yuumi, what she does is builds up your 80 carry. And that is certainly something that Hybrid is going to be able to make use of.
And DRX, they lock in the Akali. And I would think that that's more for Chovy. And with him just blinding the Akali here. Now, there's a chance that it's for Doron up on the top side.
Yeah, I actually feel like it's
against
top side.
Ixu.
Yeah.
That could
or
be
it is
a
at
thing.
least an Ornn matchup type thing.
Yeah, that absolutely is something that could be happening here as DRX ban away MF, maybe Ezreal here as well as the next ban. APK with the Volibear to follow up the Nautilus ban.
Yep, protecting their Yuumi as much as possible. Ezreal ban, like you were talking about, we're pairing things. Oh my god, that's a Twitch. This is so sick. APK coming out with the big guns, or at least, you know, it's not exactly the largest gun, but he is the coolest rat in the lineup of League of Legends champions, and the only one, and this is the first pick in all of spring.
This is so fun to see. And right now, T1 fans, they're seething right now. Like, no.
They're
Joe
champing at the bit. They're ready for APK.
Arnold right now. He's asking what happened.
Do you know what's happening? Like, APK is going to get like a T1 sponsorship. it's going to happen. They're going to get a grant so that they can afford their spot in the franchised LCK for 2021.
Well,
that's how it's worked out. As Kerry has locked in the Alistair, and that's the Aatrox like we were assuming. But that does mean that you're exactly right, unless Chovy is once again going to be playing the mid lane Aatrox like he did in their last game, and he played extraordinarily well.
That is a possibility. Now the Aatrox into the Ornn. It is Doran versus Ixu. And Ornn, Ixu should be fine up there in the top lane. There was a lot of different stances on this matchup that have been talked about in recent times. And it looks like we might have a, I don't know the name for this. Okay, never mind. It is going to be the LeBlanc locked in last. And
you
so
were talking about Juggerrat. We call that the Splinter card.
Yeah, Splinter?
Yeah.
Is that what you call it? Okay.
Yeah, because he's the master rat from Ninja Turtles.
That makes sense. I really like that name. So we almost had Splinter coming out here for APK, as you have just informed me is its name. And I'm really excited. I've talked about Twitch a lot, along with Kog'Maw.
Yeah, you have. And Hybrid's now played both of them. He's played both of them.
And
what a god.
The Juggernaut, they ended up losing, but I think going back and watching that game is really important because they were climbing out of a pit in that game and almost managed to bring it back. Now DRX here, it looks like it's gonna be Chovy in the mid lane on the Aatrox with Doran piloting the Akali. So that's a very interesting pivot. I would imagine that you would actually want Chovy on the Akali rather than the Aatrox, but we'll see how he can do here.
Chovy is probably one of the best Aatrox that we have in the league, though. His Aatrox has been one of the most clean and played out of the mid lane majoritively.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that maybe the only Aatrox that would be better at piloting the champion in particular would be Summit.
Yeah, true.
And
I think as far as our mid laners, it's Chovy followed closely by Yukal historically, especially in 2018. But these two were definitely our mid lane Aatrox players. Summit certainly has come into his own as far as top lane is concerned. But when it comes to the mid lane champions, it is certainly Chovy that's able to bust out the Aatrox the best in the league. But how does it fare into the LeBlanc matchup? That could be a little bit of a worry.
So, Chovy, I mean, he's taking the barrier as well on this matchup. And so we'll see what Cover can manage to do. Cover, again, he mostly only plays like two champions. It's primarily the LeBlanc and the Aurelia. And so that's why a little surprising that we didn't just see Zoe early on, given that she's good against both of them. And one of the things that the collective has pointed out is that this is Tom and Jerry bot lane.
Oh my god, it is. Oh, that is so good.
They're trying to play cat and mouse.
It is certainly a game of cat and mouse, but they're hanging out together, just watching out for the cows, I guess. And then Deft being confused that he's the one with the nickname of an animal, and he's the only person not playing an animal. And is now going to get exhausted, has to blow the heal, hasn't flashed just yet, and isn't going to, as Hybrid hasn't managed to take... Yeah, so not going to be able to get that kill onto Deft bottom side, but he's going to have to go back, and now they're going to miss out on a little bit of vision.
That was a very long time ago. Twitch fell to Kog'Maw.
In 2016. Is that right?
2018.
Or is that 2018? 2018, never
2018.
mind. Sorry, the date convention is a little bit confusing for my Australian brain.
Yeah, Tom and Jerry really just starting this match off right. This actually looks really scary because when Twitch is invisible, no one can see Yuumi. They are trolling right now. I love it.
Oh, brilliant.
But this is really... Expect to maybe see this come to solo queue now, because you can run around with Yuumi and be invisible.
And this is Deft's 400th game in the LCK. So congratulations to Deft. Has already blown his heel. So he's participating, as they're not going to miss out on any of these minions as Deft makes his way in. Prowling Projectile being frustrating. As I will see whether Carrier is going to once again be able to carry a lane. This more difficult, of course, because the Alistar not going to provide very much early pressure. Neither is the Aphelios, to be honest. So you could imagine that if Twitch is going to have a decent time, it's going to be in a lane like this. But Deft's ability to carry late on a champion like Aphelios is certainly very high. So let's just see how this one goes. Twitch certainly a big hyper carry, but it's going to be the mid game where things could potentially fall down.
And the other thing about this in this lane is that Twitch is really backed up very well by the Jarvan and the Ornn, and all the champions on DRX have to come into him. And if Twitch is dogging them down, it's basically a run for the hills moment. Now, I really like APK's draft. I think DRX is still gonna win. That was my post-draft prediction, just because there's so much volatility in this draft.
Whoa. That's a flash. Permafrost does come in here as Hybrid. There's their headbutt into the wall for the mini stun, and first blood goes to Deft. DRX have identified exactly where APK is strong, and already they've taken Hybrid down.
Yep. They managed to get a kill onto the Twitch, who returns and gets boots tier 1. And you can see the Yuumi maybe wanting to hang out with Little Miss Piggy.
So making up for the lack of animals elsewhere on the map. Thankfully, we do have Bristle there.
It's a zoo in here.
It really is.
Yeah.
Or a farm. These are more like domestic animals. You know, you got pigs and cows over this side, more like a farmyard, and then you've got, you know, your pets on the side of APK.
Exotic animals.
Yeah.
Kind of. I mean, you also have isn't Ornn a ram or a goat?
No, he has a goat. Ornn himself is a Forge Master. But he has a goat, so the goat will be there. Have we named the goat yet? I don't think we have.
Do you want to? I think that we need to.
I think if anyone's going to, it's got to be you. You are the Ornn aficionado.
I do. Oh, we have named. You mean the Ornn Ultimate?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Of course we named that one. I thought you meant he had another goat.
No, he's got one goat. What's his name?
Well.
Have you not named him?
I forgot. It's fine.
Well, there's the knock-up as Chovy might be going down here in cover. He's going to pick up first blood, but don't worry, guys. Still player of the game material.
And Chovy does end up dying actually really early on. His lane state was in a bad spot, which is really uncharacteristic. And we see the itemization that he's getting.
이거 뭐 근거리 칠 때 먹고 볼게.
Oh,
근거리 칠 때 휘플할게.
Here is the trade.
얘 클린 점다.
Gonna cleanse.
Yeah,
타워 맞는
under the headbutt for a
끝,
very
끝,
long
끝.
time, as you can see.
They time summoners. And just take a look at this. Chovy's lane state is really bad. Right here. There should be no world where he's ever in a position to die like this. He is playing left pocket, but just didn't respect the approach by the Jarvan and the LeBlanc. And no matter how you look at it, 20 seconds prior to that clip playing, or him dying, he's already made mistakes inside of the lane.
Yeah. Well, there's a Hex Flash from Carrier. Looking for Hybrid. The ambush did get a fair bit of damage there on Deft. But look, you were talking about the lane state of mid lane. Bottom lane looking very good here for DRX. Making sure that Hybrid can't approach this minion wave. Deft freezing relatively well. Unable to grab a few of those minions as Chovy once again getting abused by cover. Talking about the fact that he did have a couple of champions that he was proficient on. This is one of them in the LeBlanc.
And so far in this game, though, APK, they are doing pretty well. And I want to talk more about the Twitch because we never get to see this champion. And I've been one of the main advocates throughout the last couple of years that him and Kog'Maw are really, really, really undervalued as champions in the game. And it feels like a lot of people have forgotten the ways to gracefully just go even in lane or slightly lose in exchange for the monstrous wake-up that these champions have especially when you construct team compositions that are built around them. And that's exactly what is happening here. Because DRX's team composition, don't get me wrong, it's pretty bad.
Well, Doran's going to get knocked up, but thankfully does have a Shroud. Nixu's not going to be able to find any kills or anything like that. Bella's breath comes down. Doran's going to avoid it. And Flawless is going to lock down the Infernal Drake. Mountain coming up next, so it's going to be a Cloud Soul once again as we move into this series.
Well, DRX now, Doran has the lane state in a pretty good position. Ixu does not have teleport. If he dies right here without using Ignite,
Shuriken backflip is going to land, and the second charge of the ultimate will be able to lock down that kill. Very, very easy for DRX as they move to 2-1 as far as that kill score, but still this mid lane is a problem for DRX as Cover's having a great time on the LeBlanc. Decent knock up there, but the trade back is good. Cover tanking up the turret for a little bit too long as Flawless is going to make his way in. Worldender does come down and Flawless trying to get out of there. But Hybrid is in position. Chovy flashed aggressively but finds the kill as Flawless now having it turned. Hybrid looks for the Contaminate, picks it up, and they will lock down that kill. Pioshik a little bit late in the rotation. But it's still a 1-for-1, so fantastic work by Chovy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a rotation coming out by APK. It still is a gold benefit for APK, but Chovy also with a super defensive build here. This is Death's Dance. First item on the Aatrox, and interestingly enough, I don't mind it all that much, just because of the new resistances that you end up getting is really good for him here against the LeBlanc. It doesn't stifle his build in the mid game. As take a look at the replay here, Doran does take a turret shot, not the end of the world. And we take a look at the Aatrox Qs. So Flawless comes in here, and it looks like they're actually trying to bait Chovy. He Qs away, Worldender was already cast, one knock up, two, and then he guessed the wrong LeBlanc. So could have ended up killing that a little bit sooner. The exhaust came out, and when you also look at it from that angle, a Summoner Spell win for DRX. They're going to be the ones picking up the Rift Herald now, so they have the Herald that they can use to try to convert into turret plates. And APK, they're not in a bad position. They have an Infernal Dragon. They're only down 900 gold, and DRX is a purely sinful team composition as Pioshik won that.
Yeah, just going to take Agatha and then move on out with the Arctic Assault. No harm, no foul. Doran now knows that he has to be a little bit careful here towards the top side and is going to be able to do so. You saw Pioshik actually waiting here in the brush. But it should mean that Ixu's able to take down some of these plates. Flawless alongside. And at least two of them will be going down here on the bottom side. Venom cast down for Hybrid just to try and clear out this minion wave. As you can see, DRX making their way back in. Turret plate gold coming down once again. Good knock-up, but only lands onto Pioshik as now Doran, the first charge of the ultimate. There's the Shroud as well. There's the 5-point strike, and Doran locks down the kill onto Flawless and outplays APK.
And Doran just really executing well there mechanically as Chovy now waiting in the fog of war. Clips cover as we got a trade down here.
Yeah, big flash comes in there as Death tries to get out of the way. Doesn't land the Q, but the Moonfall also going to go wide. Hybrid trying to kite to get this one out of the way as Carrier is looking for him. Secret Prowling Projectile comes in. Hybrid will be falling. A little bit of a whoopsie there, but DRX still able to outplay on the bottom side. A really good exhaust to make sure that the spray and pray did not work out for Hybrid.
Yeah, and so Deft right now having a bit of a mechanical blunder down in bot lane, but take a look at the CS, and this is a lane kingdom as the Prince and his cat are going to come in here, joined by the cow and the boar.
Yep, and the last chapter does come in. No ultimate available there for Carrier as he just used it, but gets himself the trample. And looks like Flawless should be able to grab this kill onto Carrier. Pioshik looking to try and answer this one back. Flawless getting a bunch of health there as Secret will have yet another Zoomies. And Flawless should be all right. There we go. Zoomies comes out. Flawless back up to 250. And Hybrid back into the lane.
So at the end of this, it ends up actually being a 2-for-1, and Hybrid comes back into the lane with now the minions. So not going to be feeling bad. Chovy almost recovered in the CS department here in mid lane. LeBlanc autos him, takes off the bone plating. Has the barrier on that day. Aatrox. Pioshik was here for this, as unfortunately the Sejuani ultimate not quite in time. Cover here as well. And I want to point out how all of this is happening beneath the turret. So even though APK isn't taking any turret shots, likewise, the members on DRX aren't taking all of that minion aggro because there was a horde of spellcaster minions that definitely would have reciprocated insane amounts. As Chovy with the World Ender.
Hybrid, yeah, they are going to pick up the kill on the LeBlanc, and Hybrid just has to get out of here. Knock-up comes down, though. Fantastic ult from Koshik, and a double kill for Chovy. There it is, our player of the game.
The player of the game, right? He finally did. He gave us the window of opportunity.
And Ixu picking up a solo kill onto Doran, the only other guy that had potential to take the player of the game away from Chovy. Just brilliant stuff there from Doran.
Honestly, yeah, turn the page, turn the page.
But that was definitely good work from Ixu. He does blow his flash in order to get that kill, but still able to get some work done. We do have an equalized dragon, and as I was talking about, of course, the Cloud Drake is going to come in as our soul. So not going to change the rift too much. A little bit of speedy ground there, as Secret's going to be able to move faster over to Flawless, and Hybrid back down here towards the bottom side. But it's interesting. I mean, there's a 40 CS difference between Deft and Hybrid right now.
Yes.
But I mean, he's still Twitch, and he can still warp games if there's any moment that APK are able to get an advantage, and Twitch is able to get some solo farmers. This is just the wrong time for Cover to go aggressive.
Yep. And I really wish that we had a pro view here of this, because Chovy's mouse would be interesting to watch here because of the LeBlanc clones, as well as being in between the minions and clicking back and forth. The way that he did, everything does matter in terms of the spacing there on the Aatrox, especially when you're going up against like the LeBlanc clones. Kyojik doing a phenomenal job as well, landing the ultimate, helping get the kill onto Hybrid. And
that was just over-aggression.
Yeah, just a little bit over-aggression.
Yeah, okay. You don't really like to see it. However, Doran playing with at least some gusto from the top side of the map. Certainly can hand it to him here as Hybrid looking to try and take down these minions, but not playing with the aggressive ambushes like he was in the earlier stages. Cover going to break those chains, so Chovy with pretty decent lead right now as Cover not able to actually distort in time. Still is able to take the Darkened Blade there. As Carrier off to the side, still feeling very happy to go in against Hybrid and Secret, even more so now that they do have that advantage very close to the Infinity Edge for Deft. And he also has the Ninja Tabi built up as well, so extra defensive statistics up against Hybrid.
Dirt fights have all dissipated at this point. When you look at the CS scores across the lanes, Ixu in a really comfortable spot against the Akali.
Yeah.
The LeBlanc lost her advantage that she had over the Aatrox here in the mid lane, and the Twitch is managing to stay about at that 40 CS deficit. And a lot of this is the byproduct of that initial opening. And so he's still going to be able to come online later. DRX did get themselves a Mountain Dragon. However, they rolled arguably the worst kind of Drake that they could go for, although there is value to the Cloud Soul movement speed here against this APK team comp, trying to get onto and stick to the Twitch.
Yeah. Not to mention, a lot of their ultimates, they do want to be pretty spammy with them, as there's the ult going down from Kyojik. Flawless going to be in a little bit of trouble, but the Lost Chapter comes in. Sorry, the last chapter, the final chapter, one of the chapters. And Chovy's going to dash his way out. Still looking for Flawless here. He does get onto the Cloud Soul ground. He's going to be able to get out as Chovy's going to steal away his puppies.
What, do you think that maybe if Yuumi just got the Lost Chapter, she'd actually leave Summoner's Rift? Do you think that would, you know?
There should be like a custom voice line for Yuumi. It's like, I've been looking for this, you know?
Ooh, that, imagine if there is and you just don't know and I don't know.
Ooh, that's true. I haven't actually played much Yuumi, I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah.
And also, it would be in Korean, so I wouldn't notice.
That is true.
As, yeah, Cover taking a bit of damage here, and Chovy turning it around once again. Oh my god, the full combo, and Flawless not able to get the knock-up. Chovy gets himself out of the Cataclysm, and is going to put Cover back to base.
Well, at this point, this is a bit of a bloody game. We have 12 kills here in 16 minutes, and things are really shaping up for a more action-packed mid-game transition. APK, they're only down 4K. This is the craziest thing, right? So we say that as if it's almost not even a bad thing, because you look at the items, you look at the map state, and you ask yourself, how does DRX actually siege the mid-tier 2s? What do they do that's really meaningful in order to make this gold advantage become greater? Because if APK can just lock a 4K gold deficit or only let it go up to about 4,500 or something, they're actually sitting pretty. The ornament items will come in, and the scaling on Ornn and Twitch will just come online at some point. So it's ridiculous to sometimes see these team compositions, and it's like, wow, so many things went really good for DRX. So many things went right. They got turret plates, they got gold advantages, they have a dragon, but yet the map state looks eerily like they're on a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, and the time bomb looks like a rat. This Hybrid once again coming on over. Chovy pops the World Ender. Last chapter does come down. It's Flawless coming on in there. As you can see, brilliant three-man pulverize down from Keria, and Hybrid's in the back line. Doran says, nope, he's in the death chamber. There's Ixu now trying to kite 4 members. He's not going to be able to as Chovy grabs that kill comfortably and is now hunting after Flawless. He flags and drags to get himself out, but he will lose his blue buff. And this, LS, is how you're able to siege the tier 2 turrets. You kill everyone. As Keria is continuing to do so. Shuriken backflip's going to land there by Doran. Gets on top of the LeBlanc as well. And Shelly might just go the distance here as she's going to get another charge on this inhibitor turret.
Now, there's the people that will unironically say this is a caster curse. But, Atlas, I hope that you can bear with me here. Why did APK need to contest the second Cloud Soul for Cloud Dragon of DRX at this point in the game? I'm pretty sure no one can give me a reason. So right here,
I can't.
APK, why are they here? Why are they looking for this team fight? It is a Cloud Dragon. They have jungle camps up. They're still scaling. Let the Ornn get to the future items. And Keria going in on the Alistar, finding such a good engagement. Doran slicing everyone up, eviscerating them in the team fight as well. Chovy picking up a kill onto Ixu, and the question still remains, why the hell were you there?
Well, it looked like they were going for an ambush play. It was APK actually using their aggression to try and take down DRX, but maybe they just didn't have information as to where everyone was, because DRX were all grouped as 4. Double teleports came in from Ixu and Doran. It was a clean 5v5. But Keria exists, guys, and that 3-man pulverize into a perfect ultimate set up there by Keria out of Pyoshik. And then Doran with the follow-up, able to land everything on the Hybrid and execute him with the perfect execution. It was just too easy for DRX, but honestly, it's to do with this cow on your screen right here in his pajamas.
Yeah, I mean, the Alistar is just having a lot of value, and we've seen even T1 Effort pick up the Alistar to some success as well in recent times. And the question is he going to start coming back? Are people finally bored of Nautilus and Braum and Tom to where they're starting to deviate? I mean, we have been starting to deviate away from them in some of the more recent weeks.
Yeah.
And
I'm really happy to see Alistar back, especially for playoffs time, because he is so good at those pivotal, like, turning point plays. As Keria going for it once again, trying to get in range of this pulverize. Gonna land himself the stun onto Flawless. Doran just gets rid of the Twitch, and this is looking like a mouse in an experiment, guys. It's not the one that we want, you know, training the Ninja Turtles. Splinter certainly not here this time around. It's more of a Ratatouille as this inhibitor might be taken down, or DRX may not want their lane frozen. Looks like they're feeling like the game is in a state they're far enough ahead that they can use this to try and lock down an early Baron.
Yeah.
Ooh, no, they're going to move away. Okay. Trying to guarantee that they still get money on this map.
Well, they are at a 7,500 gold lead right here as we are looking at the player of the game currently as he's killing minions. And he's going to get the turret. Atlas, I'm sensing a lack of faith in your response right there. I
tell you what, Keria's played real good this game, dude. It's hard. It's going to be hard.
Check your PayPal.
All right. I'll check it just before the Pog vote comes in, as Keria is looking for it. Chovy's on top, and it's actually Keria that locks down that kill. Ixu throws back the ram, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Chovy's exhausted, but he's not tired enough here. Just drags his way out as Hybrid, having to deal with this Aatrox. He gets exhausted once again, and Hybrid's going to lock down the kill onto the cow. Now it's going to be all about DRX trying to escape. Good knock up there from Chovy. Gets the second, as well as the Death's Dance is doing work. Once again bounces out. He lasted for so damn long, and as he you can see on this map, you've got Doran on the bottom side pushing into an inhibitor turret after this one is taken down. He is going to make sure that he gets rid of this turret, despite the backdoor bonus coming in. And Deft is just clearing out the jungle. So that was definitely a warped fight based on lack of people on DRX's side, but still a win for APK.
Yeah, and APK, they managed to get a couple of kills, a little bit of XP from that under their belt as well. However, let's take a look at the replay here. So Keria moving in, butts the cat right back onto the rat. And inside of this replay, knocked up onto the J4, and that, I mean, it's like watching a rogue in WoW. It's just not something that get that off my screen.
It's like classic WoW as well, you know, just completely imbalanced.
And, okay, so a huge wombo combo, killing cover, but then a really nice follow-up by Ixu. Hybrid comes in, cleanses the exhaust with the holy water from the Yumis, Athene's Unholy Grail. I'm not really sure how that works. That's unholy. But Chovy trying his best to live here. Flawless. Looked like he was panicked. Like, oh no, he can't live. He flashes over the wall to ensure that they could follow on with the kill there. And Chovy with a very tanky build here, by the way, against all the magic damage. And I like that he has some armor, but this isn't the Black Cleaver Aatrox. This isn't Trinity Force on Aatrox either. It's just sort of like tank utility Aatrox, which I'm
okay with it. For the moment, we don't have any Morellonomicons in yet. The Molten Edge is done. Hybrid's only item is, in fact, that Molten Edge, as now he's trying desperately to build towards some attack speed. Now looking for a back timer here are APK. Wanting to reset before they fight for any sort of Baron that might be on the cards here for DRX. They are so far ahead, and it's largely in this bottom side, as Hybrid has certainly been put in a hole. Runan's Hurricane done here for Deft. He also has the Luxury Executioner's Calling that he picked up as his first item, just to negate the Yumi's Zoomies. And Kyoshik going to get DRX to Soul Point. Of course, it's Cloud Soul, so APK being given a bit of freedom. Because if you give away that one, it's not as game-ending as something like an Ocean Soul or an Infernal Soul. It's still not great to give that one away, especially against a team that can utilize Cloud Soul better than some others.
Yes. And I really like the fact that Hybrid is going for the crit Twitch, so he'll get the Molten Edge earlier than, you know, maybe just a Twitch that would go Blade of the Ruin King plus Runon's Hurricane or something. DRX.
Yeah, Chovy with the World Ender, flawless. Puts him in the Cataclysm, but who's trapped in where with who? His cover is going to chain up Chovy for the moment, but no vision available for APK in that brush. As Ixu now going to be the next target. Deft should be able to lock him down, as now Doran dives into the backline. Perfect execution, gets the 5-point strike onto 3 members. Goes gold in there as Keria saves him with that flash pulverize, and Doran over to the side just gets hand-delivered a J4 kill, and there's the ace.
And that's going to be it for the end of this game number 1. DRX, they need one more win now to bring them to the 2nd seed in the playoffs. So APK is going to be do or die in next game. If APK does win the 3rd game, doesn't really mean anything. And maybe then we can get a send-off if it does go that way. But DRX now, they're going to move to the red side. They're going to have counter picks available. And KT rolls to
Chovy. Oh, that is fantastic. Of course, if you remember back, guys, 2018, Chovy was actually, I believe he was even playing the Aatrox in Game 5 against KT. So that's actually just awesome. I love seeing that. And now he's actually able to win on the Aatrox here in this deciding match for 2nd place. Oh, man. That's really fun. I think it was Chovy anyway. I'm hoping so. It would make more sense if it was Deft, because he's the only former KT player on this team. But that's absolutely fine. Just a little bit of BM towards the end there. Really good to see it. As, yeah, DRX, very clean win against APK here. Is, oh man, do I have to get...
Atlas.
Yeah, man.
Check your PayPal.
Thanks for the cash, mate. I'm still giving my vote to Keria.
Alice! Alice, no!
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I can't shill this one. I can't do it. I can't risk the integrity of the LCK Pog vote. I can't do it.
Get me, Brendan.
I've just lost my spot on the final, by the way, guys. It is confirmed. Spring final going to be Brendan Valdez.
Oh, no.
I have ruined everything.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You don't know what you've just done?
Yeah.
No,
I'm just taking your money. That's what I've done and failed to give you the service.
She sent 1 mid and 1 sub vote. Oh my god. This is
It would have been hilarious if G-Sun, who sends it through the POG votes, had have just instead said 2 mid sent. That would have been perfect. That actually would have been worth it. That would have been worth it.
Well,
oh, man. Ixu got a solo kill here on Doran, though. That lost Doran the POG vote. As look, I think that Chovy might still get it, but I think that Carrier did deserve a vote because this play won them the game. It was so sick.
Look at the, look at the infernal chains. It's on the Ixu. I can't even chill it, really, in this team fight. Like,
yeah.
I'm trying my best.
And then, like, once
look at
again,
him moving through the blue side jungle.
Oh, man. That was all set up by Carrier again. This, Carrier even got the kill. Although, I mean, he just hex flashed. He didn't really do anything. This was a little bit more about Chovy, who got double exhausted in this particular fight that DRX ended up losing.
So, all right, so jokes aside, I think Carrier would be my second candidate. I think Chovy played really good individually, especially recovering from the early deficit. He turned a lot of stuff around in mid-game and drew a lot of
he also fell down very early, if you remember.
He fell down really
still
early
turned it.
and then brought it all the way back. Carrier also did get ahead and then make some blunders as well himself. He did have insane headbutt pulverizes, though, in this game. So it's definitely between them. I can't imagine anyone else on DRX getting it this game. I think after that, it would be Pyoshik, then Doran, and then Def would probably be the order if I had to predict.
Yep. No, I'd agree.
As that's a lot of damage on Doran up there. Obviously, it is Akali versus Ornn.
And
for
also
a tank
was able
Aatrox,
to just smack him the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, he actually did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And Deft not having the best of games mechanically, but he did execute a lane kingdom along with Carrier down there in the bot lane.
Yeah, and he last hit the minions exactly as he needed to. The Aphelios was definitely more of their late game insurance policy, and the game was all about their solo lanes, and they absolutely crushed it so far this game. So congratulations to DRX on their game 1 win, but they're going to have to keep up this mode of play as we move into game number 2 because they need a 2-0 if they want that second place. So guys, we are going to be going to a short break. When we get back, we'll see if DRX can do it.
얘들아 승용보 올려라 마지막으로 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여긴 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 자 이제 누나 망가 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 푸동동작 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰롯동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작 하다 현타 푸동동작 에너지 전설 등장 머신 팬츠 우주 토동 등장 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 토동 등장
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by LS, but maybe I'll be kicked off the broadcast in a moment's time because I voted for Keria when I was supposed to vote for Chovy.
I have never been so tense on a broadcast before as I am right now, Atlas, because we got some pretty ambiguous messages between the games. I have no idea what's about to happen, but I do hope Valdez is on standby.
Yeah,
both
well,
for your sake and mine.
We'll have to find out who's going to pick up the POG vote. It is coming through very soon. And guys, I want to apologize in advance. I will bench myself if I was the problem, okay? As it is Keria. That being said, I still think he absolutely deserves player of the game. I'm sorry.
I just want to see the spread. It was the stand fight.
It was 100% this fight. It's won in the game.
Keria capitalizing on the opportunity. Kyria gets the MVP vote. Def turns to Chovy and says that's for last year.
He's like, thank you, my support. And you know, Carey has said in multiple interviews that he's doing this for Deft. So, look, sometimes it all just makes sense.
Oh, no. All right, show me the spread. All right, now Chovy can still tie BDD.
Yeah, he can.
That's still not so. We got one more time to make this right, Alice.
All right. You might need to increase the payload next time around. So I'll check my PayPal. But Carey up to 900 points. Might be able to even things out with aiming. In theory, currently level with Noggery, as he's got 6 out of 9. So, therefore, I was not the swing vote, and I get to stay. He would have got 9 votes anyway, and Chovy only got 2. Jonas Strong and LS for Chovy.
That's my guy.
Yeah. I want to check Jonas Strong's damn PayPal, man.
I have a direct feed to the observer room.
Yeah. Whereas obviously I'm on the payroll of the Korean broadcast. Kangui Cloud Templar and Sunke. They made sure that they sent me a message and they say, if you listen to that LS guy, then we will not be your friend anymore. And we won't invite you out to the Huishiks anymore. And look, there's no way I'm sitting out because those Huishiks are really fun. But still, congratulations to Carey. I think it was an absolutely phenomenal performance. And the fact that he made it to 900 points, I think the last time we saw a support up that high as far as MVP rankings was Tucson. A few years ago now, in 2017, I believe. It was a while back. But Tucson certainly had a standout season. And I think it was 900 points that he finished on.
Yeah. I mean, it has been a very, supports, it's so hard for them to have standout performances. So Carey is doing such a fantastic job here in Spring 2020 as well. Really getting so many points under his belt. And historically, it was like Lehens was one of the carry supports, even this season. That Lehens has had some really, really nice performances. And so now all that we have in store here is, can Carey get to 1,000 points here at the potentially the very last game of Spring 2020, as these votes don't carry into playoffs, right? It ends here?
Yeah, no. This is the final for the regular season MVP votes.
All right.
And so it all comes down to this. We may have once again that tie for first place. This time between Chovy and BDD. Certainly will be exciting. As APK versus DRX game number 2. APK now on our blue side and DRX with counterpick for either Chovy or Doran. As DRX, in fact, are going to ban away the LeBlanc. Chovy giving respect over to Cover and his ability to play that champion.
Yeah. And let's see what DRX are going to elect to do with the counterpick. Or, I mean, DRX might also just ban the LeBlanc and the Aurelia and then say, okay, what else do you have? That is a real possibility, I think, that could end up unfolding.
Yep, second ban. Let's see what it is going to be here. I'd expect something like the Callista to come down, as Trundle is what's going to bite the dust here, as DRX don't seem to be too worried about banning 80 carries against APK. Wanting to focus elsewhere on the map. The Varus, of course, going. Certainly one of the more comfortable ones for Deft. And the flex ban of the center. Carey, one of our only support centers that likes to actually play it himself rather than giving it over to his AD carry, as Deft has played marksman beside her on DRX, but not going to this game as it is banned away. I think the Callista could be a decent ban here for DRX anyway, regardless, but it is going to be the Olaf as Flawless. Might actually prioritize Jarvan right out of the gate, based on the fact that his champion pool has been attacked.
Yeah, I think that is a real possibility that could end up happening here. So we'll see what they lock in as B1. Well, it's going to be the Aphelios, and this could mean that DRX just insta-lock the Callista.
Likely, as Callista Turret can come in straight away if DRX would like to. It is certainly the most cookie-cutter answer to what APK have put down so far. It's still going to take some time to make up their minds here. Also for Pyosik, like, he can take away the Jarvan from Flawless here as well, if he wants to make sure that Flawless is as uncomfortable as possible. But it is going to be Sejuani priority here for Pyosik, definitely. And he had a pretty decent game last time around.
Well,
and now, what is he going to pick for elsewhere on the map? As they may just lock Taric. I think Taric would make some sense here rather than picking the Kalista. It's not likely that Ixu is going to play it, but they are still going to lock that one away. An APK with the next couple of picks. Should be Jarvan and something.
Well, let's take a look at what is going to end up happening here. And I think that they pick the Sejuani because they anticipate Jarvan to come, or maybe they just want to have the edge up in that matchup in the event that APK does end up picking it. Thresh is being covered right now as a blind support, so they're going to take that away from DRX, but obviously Taric still on the table. Very common pairing with the Kalista, and now APK, they will lock in the Jarvan, and this actually gives DRX a slight edge in terms of the jungle matchup, but there's a lot more going on inside of the draft. DRX now gonna have the option to respond. Okay,
Ooh,
actually,
Elise.
no, it's gonna be the Elise. So, support pool is still really wide open. We could just see a flex mid-top champion locked in here on R3. And then
they could also just lock in the Alistar. Because, I mean, it's still a decent matchup. As Carry is still going for playmaking, he wants those 1,000 points. As Blitzcrank's being hovered and is locked in. Kalista Blitzcrank on the bot side of the map.
Yep, Kalista Blitz locked in here for DRX
Blitzster.
in game number 2, so a lot of playmaking. Now, how are they going to back this up with their mid and top lane champions? Because one of them is going to have to come in blind. Now, utilizing flex champions would be really nice. And there's the Aurelia ban, so the Aurelia and the LeBlanc now.
Covers champion pool.
Covers champ pool is looking pretty grim right now, Alice.
Yeah, has been banned away so far, of course. 4-2 now on the LeBlanc. Not exactly with the greatest win rate on the Aurelia, but has some of his best games on it, and is, of course, a solo queue menace on this Aurelia, is cover. And now what is their follow-up ban going to be? They could also attack the mid lane, but they're going to get a bit of a flex ban here between Doran and Chovy, with that Akali being taken away. And DRX could just ban the Ornn here as well, which would take away from APK's ability to play late game, despite Flawless being on the Elise. We do need some physical damage, though, as the Kassadin going to be banned here. And that might be alluding to a potential Azir pick or Zoe pick, or whichever one doesn't get banned. Azir is certainly standing out, though, because does synergize very well with the Sejuani. Often see them being picked in tandem.
Well,
I think it should be the Azir here, right?
Yeah, I would imagine that Azir could be coming in for DRX. As taking a look at Cover's champion pool, what else he's played, and there is the Zoe, there's the Echo as well, but Echo obviously already has been banned away, so if the Azir does get locked in, they have to know that they're going to go up against the Echo, most likely. So I wouldn't be surprised if APK just do respond here with Echo and then Ornn, but that is an enormous amount of magic damage on the side of APK that really incentivizes MR stacking out of DRX.
Do you know what it means?
What?
It means it's going to be Echo Aatrox.
Okay.
That's what it feels like to me. Otherwise, DRX are going to pick the Aatrox away in this last pick. As I will see what Secret wants to do. Of course, Ixu can pick his Alawi this time, and that would provide ample physical damage. Could be a decent position for it as well, because you can try and bait Carrier into hooking in an Alawi, who then just ults and kills everyone. As it's going to be Pantheon, actually, that comes down for Ixu, most likely. Certainly fares well in the laning phase.
And Pantheon is going to be interesting in top lane. Let's see what DRX has in store for it. As, okay, it's actually going to just be Aatrox being taken up to the top side. This is obviously going to be a limited amount of physical damage champions that would exist that are going to be going up against that and finding success. So Doran going to go to the tried, true, and tested Aatrox. I feel like if this was inverted, Ixu would have slammed Alawi. That just would have been one of the things that could have happened, but...
Didn't want to blind pick the Alawi, I guess, and allow Doran to play something that would have been able to punish it. Yeah, exactly right. And Doran is happy to pick stuff like that up towards the top side. Even Quinn could certainly destroy the Alawi and really ruin her day. So I don't mind it. Is going to take the Pantheon there towards the top side. And will allow for a fair bit of teamfight power around the mid game, where the Elise is going to be shining, as well as Echo being able to dart in and out of these fights. It's just whether or not Hybrid can get himself to a decent position up against Def's Callista and Carrier's Blitzcrank. Because this bottom lane, if you thought they smashed lane in game 1, this is going to be even worse. Although I guess Twitch has an awful early game, Aphelios not great either. And Secret's going to have to really do a lot to try and bolster Hybrid and get him to a good mid-game position.
Well, this is a much more sinful team composition coming out of APK. So I think DRX are probably going to be sitting much more comfortable this time around than in the previous game where they were staring down a clock. So I feel like DRX, not only do they have the draft win in this game, the longer that the game does end up going, they have so much playmaking potential. Itemization is going to be really strong for them in the later stages as well.
I like the question mark Blitzcrank.
Yeah,
it's like, why did we pick Blitzcrank?
Why did he get the pog?
Yeah, Tarek was available. Like, why? Oh wait, yeah. Why did you give the pog to my support who picks Blitzcrank? Oh, fantastic. Well, as we've got Hail of Blades Azir this time around as our cover, going to be throwing out his T1 flare. Like it. But Chovy's just dabbing. He's happy to dab there in the mid lane. He's got to turn into a bird. Come on, Chovy. There he is. Perfect. He knows how to BM.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening in this mid lane. It's going to be Hail of Blades on the Azir. This, you know what this reminds me of right now? That reminds me of the Azir emote that used to exist. I think it was in Season 6 or Season 7. There's like a royal-looking, prestigious bird emote. The collective will know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, I think I know the one.
But yeah, that's one. I think that's one of the best in the game. As speaking of one of the best in the game, Prestige Edition Aatrox up here.
Oh, straight up.
Yeah.
Just incredible. As Ixu is just going to wander over to Doran's side of the map and going to land one of his Qs and just frustrate Doran here a little bit. And he finds the Darkened Blade. See whether he manages to get any of the pressure points. Doesn't really find it, but Ixu's going to lose that trade.
Oh, but it's a massive win.
Oh, yeah. All the experience going to Ixu and not to Doran.
Yeah, Doran just not walking forward to get the XP. That's 3 minions that Ixu has now over Doran. That is so big because of the way that Pantheon conducts himself in the lane. You can actually see Ixu waiting for the minion to die while he was taking the trade and ends up landing the jump. So don't get me wrong, APK's early game is really scary. They can get advantages in a lot of these lanes, but it has to be meaningful enough in order to translate into something worthwhile as we go into the mid game. One of the things that could really stifle APK is if they do something like roll Ocean, then roll Mountain Dragon, and then roll Cloud Dragon. That would give DRX a lot of relief that they're not being threatened all that much, although there is an Echo, and that's one of the exciting champions when it comes to Cloud Soul.
That's true. Able to boost around after going back to that chrono break. Sejuani not going to head towards the top side. As you see, Ixu has denied 2 entire waves from Doran, as the next one probably will crash into the turret and might give Doran some respite. But so far, this top lane Pantheon pick has been crushing the DRX top lane.
And, well, we'll have to see how else everything is going to go here, as Bit of a rough time. Now, there is a massive minion wave underneath the turret, so let's see what the CS score actually is at the very end of it. Doran 7-1 on Aatrox. Pioshek 3-0 on the Sejuani, as Chovy is going to be able to input the slide on the Azir.
Yep, he'll be absolutely fine. As DRX are down 300 gold, that's in the top lane, guys. As Ixu has managed to get that cheetah recall, goes back and collects himself a long sword, and we'll get back into this lane. You can see Doran on 13 CS, but the minion wave is still sitting there underneath his turret. And we'll see whether he can claw his way back in here, because so far the Pantheon is crushing the Aatrox.
And everything else pretty stationary, though. The Elise is being forced into a farm war against the Sejuani. Never a good look, especially because MR will start coming in later on down the line by DRX. There's even incentive to get Merc Treads, given that there's the Thresh, the Elise, the Echo, and even the Pantheon W.
Yep.
So it's not necessary that you just get Ninja Tabi, as Flawless now coming up here, looking to maybe create a dive. Does Doran handshake it?
Well, it looks like he wanted to get that cannon minion real badly. Zixer's going to get knocked up. All right, so Pioshek should be able to figure this one out, but Flawless just going to get in position, not going to land the cocoon. And if I was Flawless, probably would have lied in wait for a little bit longer there. Zixer's just going to walk past this turret and around in circles. Still not looking like APK really understand what they want to do. Flawless smites away the big Krug, so an advantage so far for APK. As Hook's going to land on a hybrid. He's going to have to flash immediately, gets exhausted. Onslaught is going to go down with the last amount of bullets there in his Infernum. As Doran gets himself the Infernal Chains, and Ixu going to find that trade not working out quite as well as he wanted it to.
And you can see DRX is being sort of bullied and pushed around
That was
in the early
Severin, by the way,
stages
not
of
Infernum.
this
Dang it.
game, and Doran has to be really careful. Pioshek continuing to hover. He might just actually outright come in here. Now, the scary thing is I can't see mid lane, so I don't know if cover is going to be free soon, but he should want to make his way up to top lane right now.
Cocoon goes down as up into the sky as Doran looks for it, doesn't land. The Q has to flash to get out of the way of that level 6. And the flash also going to come through from Pioshek, as well as the minions do the rest of the work. And it's a double kill for APK top lane.
And so they get 2 kills onto... Well, they get 2 kills in top lane. One on Pantheon, one on the Elise. Pantheon doesn't actually get the assist on one of them, which is a bit peculiar. And now, with a massive advantage brewing up in top, Keria, wow, okay, flashes away, thought the hook was going to end up hitting him. That would have been a death sentence for sure.
Yeah.
And Deft is finding himself in a bit of a rough spot. So, once again, this is one of those DRX games where Chovy is going to have to put on a bit of a performance to keep the minute in this game. So, the Grand Skyfall ends up coming in, and Doran, he flashes out of the way of the, I don't even know what you would want to call it, the Sidebird from Pantheon's spectacle performance on the ult. And
the hook landing here, that's what caused Deft to have to use both his cleanse and his flash, as he went down extraordinarily low. So that was what we missed on the bottom side to make sure that APK did have the summon a spell advantage. And we said that Secret's going to have to work this lane very, very well in order to put APK in the lead. And so far, he has certainly done that. Very, very nicely done.
And the other thing here is Pioshek, I mean, he's continuing to just sort of farm up. Azir is the only stable piece right now in this game. They're going to convert this Pantheon pressure into movement in the red side jungle of DRX. They're going to try to steal away the red buff of Pioshek. And we take a look at the total gold. Chovy is ahead by about 100 in mid lane, so not really even a sizable advantage.
No, hasn't been able to get anything.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well...
Yeah, we're going for it once again as Doran throws down the World Ender. We don't find the cocoon, but I don't know whether it's going to really matter here, as Doran is at least now out of the woods. But Ixu, can he actually trade this one back? Tower not going to be able to get that work done, and goodbye Deft, as APK going to pick up that kill bottom side as well. This is going to hell in a handbag, and DRX are looking at the end of their possible second place, as APK lead 4-0.
Yeah, APK really winning super hard in this game. 3,000 gold score here at 8.5 minutes is ridiculous. So you look at also how it's occurring. Deft and Keria are just getting lane kingdom down in bottom. Pyoshik getting sort of dragged around inside of the jungle onto Sejuani, and Chovy just sort of playing ping pong in mid lane with cover. He does have a CS advantage, but a lot of this is stemming from the early level 1 trade up in top lane. Ixu maintaining total control on the Pantheon versus the Aatrox, and then Flawless comes up here, helps get another kill. Pantheon in pretty good ability.
이건?
Said now?
안 될 것 같아. 일단 다르게 하나 볼게. 너 여기까지 여기까지.
Okay, we can.
내가 천천히 잡아줄게.
Go slow. Okay.
Oh, that was sick.
빼.
Back to back.
나이스! 나이스! 땄어. 이거 우리
That was
Definitely
really well
looks
played by Secret.
very uncharacteristic by Def though.
Yeah.
Getting hit by all of these this time around, as really nice setup right there by Hybrid on the Aphelios. And nothing really happening here. So a lot of ping pong happening in mid. Doran trying to crash this wave, but fails to actually do so with the third Q. Next minion wave is actually about to arrive, and if it...
He just
So
kills the minion.
The Elise, the spider, you can see her, she's moving up top lane. So if Ixu, that minion wave, it was in pretty close proximity, if he just held it there. Alright. Doran would have been a 2-level advantage, and just get me out, take it away.
Well, Doran up here now waiting for this minion wave that is being pretty effectively ping-ponged back towards the Aatrox. You can see Flawless lying in wait once again. The camp is well and truly on. We have our tent out as our control ward goes into this brush. Flawless puts down a second as Pyoshik is in position. Chovy now in trouble as cover going aggressive. Does have the chrono break if anything does go wrong. As we're looking for another dive. Ixu moving past the turret, flashes to get out of the way of the ultimate. Another cocoon is going to go wide. But this time, Doran does have backup of his Sejuani, so he will survive.
This is the thing, where viewers will watch this and be like, oh, well, Ixu wants to push and crash and then dive with the Elise. No, you can achieve the same damn thing by freezing. Because Aatrox has to walk up to the wave, and if he doesn't, you maintain an indefinite lock on the wave that after every 2.5 waves, you get a kill. But it's not just a kill, it's the XP. And it doesn't require anything. There's no real coordination. There's no magic trick here. Because the Elise, we saw her. She was moving up from the fountain to the top side. There's no reason to crash and dive other than to be greedy for plays. But doesn't account for the Sejuani. And it requires opponents to make mistakes. So right now, the gold lead for APK, it's stuck right now at 3K. Obviously, they are going to be able to get more turret plates down here. They're going to get the first tower of the game, so probably going to extend now to about 4,000. They still haven't gotten a dragon, though, and that's kind of good news if you are a DRX fan, because it means that kind of ways away until a real mid-transition where DRX is forced to fight them. APK, they're still in a massive lead, though, with total control over this game.
Yeah, 100%. But if there is good news for you, specifically, as the Chovy shill. Because right now, DRX's hopes and dreams rest on the back of this bird's shoulders. If Chovy has some pop-off teamfights in this mid-game, then there is a chance that DRX can actually find something, and he has had a laning phase that will allow him to at least be strong as this game continues on. So he's not part of the problem. He might just be part of the solution, but it is still going to be a massive uphill battle for anyone here on DRX's side to try and get back into this game. You can see Doran going for the classic Black Cleaver build, but he's not really too close to it, as 0-2-0 on the Aatrox ain't the scoreline you're looking for, and he's not Noggery. The 0-2 power spike doesn't exist for everyone. As Hybrids now switch towards this top side, and Secret in position as well, as Deft and Keria moving around. We'll see whether they meet Doran up here to try and get some sort of damage onto Secret and Hybrid. There's the flash play that comes out, though, as Doran's going to flash the box. Keria looking for the hook, but doesn't find it onto Secret. Was expecting a bit of a juke there out of the gentleman of the bottom side, but it doesn't happen. So Def now just puts his flash on cooldown, and he's susceptible to an APK that's already ahead. Oh, Emperor's Divide's fantastic there in the mid lane as we see another bit of an engage here top side. I believe another hook going wide, but important that Chovy wasn't shut down in that instance.
Do you know what I just thought of, Alice?
What did you think of?
You know the LoL cinematics, which are fantastic, by the way.
Yeah.
I would love to see a cinematic like what we just saw, Pantheon trying to jump onto Azir, and then like Sand Soldiers, right? I think that would be insane in the cinematic.
It would
like
be
being
pretty cool.
conjured from the earth, you know what I mean? That would be really sick.
Yeah.
My mind is going places I don't even know. At this point.
It's straying from this video game, which is certainly turning into a bit of a crush by APK, and does mean that DRX will be able to play, will have to play far further.
Yeah, and look at the turret
playoffs.
place. APK, they had 1120, and DRX somehow had Origin.
Yeah, it's not very much. Smaller number. And APK continuing to try and get even further in this game as they're looking to break down this top outer turret also. They have a lot of controlled vision around this top side as well as Hybrid with the perfect turret killing weapons if it is unattended. And now Def just desperate to try and grab this minion wave as of course APK are just going to shove it directly into this turret.
Yep.
And Hybrid's going to take this lantern to get back towards Shirley, which Flawless has indeed started up.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point in the game as well, Mountain Dragon, it's 2 minutes away. APK are about 4,500 gold ahead. They're going to get the Scuttlecraft. They're going to pick up the Rift Herald as well. And that Rift Herald, the second one, is very important in trying to penetrate the mid-tier 1 turret of the Azir, because it's completely healthy. Now, this is one of the things that Echo does, because you'll notice that Echo's turret is also very healthy. He neutralizes a lot of champion picks and then outscales them. That's what the champion is really good at. It's a type of invert to like a Karma carry, where she neutralizes and then she carries by enabling her teammates. Echo QQs the wave over and over and over, and there's not really much that you can do to move him. So unless you're pulling the wave and freezing, which maybe Chovy felt like he couldn't do because bot and top were hemorrhaging, in the early stages, I don't know what the observers are trying to
They're trying to show that Chovy is the one that needs to win this game. That's what they're attempting to do. As Shirley not going to come down just yet. As you can see, Flawless still hanging on to that one. He's got his Runic Echoes as well as some Sorcerer's Shoes. But on the other side, Pyosik has been quietly farming things up as well, as she does eventually come down here in the mid lane. And will first deal with this minion wave, then get that charge onto this outer turret. As Pyosik going to come in, and they should be able to move Shirley away from here and deny this turret falling down for now. Definitely important for DRX.
And at this point, 5,000 gold lead for APK. And that is a really scary number as you look at the items across the board. Now, this might be the closest DRX ever come.
Well, it's going to be the first kill for DRX going over to Secret, and it looks like APK aren't actually going to go for any extra fight. Hybrid losing a lot of his peel, and Flawless unable to offer anything. He's just going to go for his Raptor camp, as DRX should be able to get towards this Mountain Drake in 10 seconds time. Cover towards the top side, and DRX can afford to send someone back and try and defend this, especially with teleports available from both the Aatrox and the Azir.
Yeah, and so this is going to be really interesting to end up seeing here, as Azir in mid lane is going to be, I mean, he's going to be really hard to move. You can already see he's going to have the Nasher soon. He's eventually going to move into probably Banshee's third item. They pick up a Mountain Dragon. Now, it's not super big, but for Azir at this point in the game, I believe it's almost 3 MR.
Well, immediately, Cover is going to go back to his ultimate, but Chovy was lying in wait. Emperor's Divide sends him back, and DRX are not done yet. They pull this gold lead back under 5,000. APK should be able to answer as there's the Grand Skyfall. Deft having to flash to get out of the way of it. This Ixu still hunting for more, but Pyosik sets himself up as a wall between himself and Deft. And Ixu's still going aggressive. Flash immediately out there from Ixu. Make sure he doesn't get stuck underneath that turret, but still, it's pretty decent as a teleport is going to come towards this mid lane at Minion. He got real hooked there by a secret as Chovy. I believe he will have a Sun Turret, but that is a lot of damage and does have to flash to get out of the way. Hybrid needs to be respected. Gravitum, Infernum right now as well. Lots of CC, lots of AoE. Sun Turret is going to be taken.
Yeah, and they're going to end up picking up the gold for that Sun Turret for free, so a little bit more. And 5,000 gold exactly is the locked value right now. Now, this is the part of the game where I always advocate for freezing, for both of these teams even. But I don't think that we're probably going to end up seeing it. Replay comes out here. Hook lands on Secret. They end up getting a kill onto him. A lot of gold ends up being spread. Most of it went on, the kill was picked up by Pioshik. Take another look at what was happening here as Carryout lands the hook and then the Shurima Shuffle coming out to help bring cover to the Death Realm.
And there's something that I've just read that I think may have happened in this game. I think
Kalista in Azir.
Yeah, she oath swarmed with Azir instead of the Blitzcrank.
Maybe that's actually intentional. To throw the Azir in and then Shurima Shuffle, and then he can reposition.
It would be pretty cool.
That would be a very interesting approach to this game for DRX. That is like if Ash actually threw a legendary Pokemon out.
Yeah, that's true, but he never would. He doesn't really like to collect extra Pokemon.
Yeah, no, I believe he's starting to now. He's in the new gen or the new series. He's actually catching worthwhile Pokemon.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's
I think he has a Dragonite and a Gengar.
Oh, that's cool.
In his party.
Definitely good ones. But I remember when he like released his Charizard, even his Butterfree. I was so frustrated when he released his Butterfree.
I read some. Oh, we might have a.
Oh, he's going to miss. Yeah, early Stone Plate there from Secret as Chovy gonna have to use his ult there as Death throws Chovy back as Ixu's gonna get taken down. Does have the E active, but isn't able to utilize it there as Carrier going to fall down. The hook lands onto Chovy. And it is a 1-for-1 thus far. Definitely good news for DRX, though, as Doran trying to be on this front line. Chrono Break used defensively once again. Hybrid still very healthy, though. And the chance here for APK to get themselves a bit of a return. But no, DRX are just going to stand true. Look to clear out the mid lane of its minions. 1-for-1, the trade in the end. 1-for-1
is going to benefit DRX, though, because the longer that this game keeps going on, the better that their champions continue to get. As APK might be thinking about some sort of a cheese here, not knowing about that ward.
Wallace, he does get into the Baron pit as the Conquering Sands a little bit late there to make sure that the Baron gets angry, but Flawless was out of the pit, eats some honey fruit, might even eat himself a Rift Scuttler here as well, does so. And he's going to go back home as we have a look at the Oath Sworn onto the Azir just to confirm. As it was indeed Chovy picking that one up, and it looks like it was intentional.
Yeah, I believe if it wasn't intentional, I think you have 4 minutes to undo it in the game. You can purchase another binding and use it.
Yeah.
I might be wrong there. As yeah, like you were saying, he picks up Chovy, repositions him. And interestingly enough, my stream just died. But the thing I was gonna say was that makes it so much harder to kill Azir. Because it's basically like Azir is going to have not only his own abilities to reposition and the flash, he's going to have a get out of jail free. So how do you bring down this Azir in the game when Kalista can always just teleport him to whatever position he wants?
Oh, another hook going to land it onto Secret. Ulti comes through from Koshik as well. Secret might just be taken down. But no, not going to land the hook though, so not going to get any sort of return fire as there's the Grand Skyfall. Immediately everyone just dances onto Deft, who can't get himself out of the way. And now APK thinking that maybe this is time to get some more controlled vision around this Baron area. And even Hybrid landing a lot of excess damage as APK position around the Baron.
Well, they're looking like they might want to indeed start this up. Infernal Drake is live, so we'll see what ends up happening here. Pioshik doesn't have Smite available. Oh, man.
Yeah, Parallel Convergence is going to stun up Doran, and he's not going to be able to get anything done. Emperor's Divide lands onto a few, but the bird also going to bite the dust. And now the Purple Worm is going to be the target in APK. There is no contest here from DRX. Even a back coming through from Koshik, who's not going to go for any sort of attempted steal.
Yeah. And this is looking like it's probably...
The T1 fans on APK side, that's so good. Because, of course, this is so that T1 do lock down second place. If APK win this, they are definitely playing for T1. As Cover finds himself in amongst 3 people. Already with the ultimate on cooldown, but he's still trying to dash out of this one. Phase dive, pretty good ability. As Chovy gets himself the chilling smite. Carrier doesn't find the hook. As cue the Yakety Sax, guys. Parallel convergence gets himself the slow. As Doran's here, and I think Cover should eventually fall down. Dep will find him, and that is going to be the Rend to secure the kill. So APK now with Infernal Drake on their mind, but without a mid laner.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting decision by Cover. So this is an Infernal that will go the way of DRX, so we'll have to see what APK manages to do here. Cover doesn't have teleport available. The gold lead continues to widen, but that Infernal Dragon is a very nice pickup, and it also buys them a lot of time. So they're going to lose 2 inhibitors here. They're going to lose more turrets as well. And
will DRX be able to turtle is going to be the question here, as no inhibitors have actually gone down.
Yeah, they didn't actually elect to take an inhibitor. It would have committed them to the base, and DRX would have been able to collapse. So without Cover being able to come in via the teleport, they opt out of it. So I'm looking at the levels across the board. Carrier down 1, Def down 1 as well. And then you have, I believe, a 1-level deficit in top lane. As it all started right here. Secret, with the bone plating, also able to get off the stone plate. And no one able to follow over the wall is why this all transpires. Def doesn't have flash available. Grand Skyfall came in. It just didn't have the damage.
얘네 정확히 몰라? 아직 올라왔어.
얘들아,
들어와. 아직한테 탈진 막았어. 아직 높아. 아직 높아. 나이스.
바로 먹으면 T1 띄우는 거 어때? 오케이. 아니 T1 못 띄운다 우리 그 설정 안 해놔서.
근데 T는 조심하긴 해야 돼.
Saying use the T1 emote when you get Baron? Is that what they were saying? I'm waiting.
I think that's what we heard.
Yeah.
Take the Baron and do the T1 emote. That's what they were saying, which is precisely what they did. As we've got another siege coming through here, as Baron is still there for 35 seconds for APK so far. Close to a 2,000 gold Baron power play. The base yet to be broken necessarily, because inhibitors are still alive. And DRX, they do have 5 members here towards the bottom side to try and defend.
Well, now at this stage of the game, we'll see, okay.
We'll get rid of a siege minion, as Carrier not going to get hooked. That would have spelled the death of him, as Hybrid would have been able to follow up with a lot of damage. A lot of chakrams stacked up here as well for the Aphelios, who has Calibrum also available. See whether DRX can hold on. Baron has now dissipated.
They should be able to wave clear now at this point. And in terms of levels, again, they're not doing that bad. They're pretty much...
That's the flash out of Hybrid as well. That is actually a big deal.
Very big for the next team fight. They have 2.5 minutes on the Infernal, and then also 2.5 on the Baron. So some interesting stuff could definitely end up happening there. As Aatrox, he does almost have the Death Stance. And if we take a look at where this 9,000 gold lead is really coming from, mid, there's pretty much nothing there. It's mostly in AD carry, jungle, and top. And when you look at Elise, there's a bit of damage on her, but her effectiveness versus the other champions on DRX is going to slowly trickle down off. I tried to say down and off at the same time. That was a little weird. Take it away. Take it away.
All right. Hex Drinker has been completed by Deft, and that is only going to help assure your point is true. Because, of course, that is going to nullify a lot of what Flawless is going to be able to get done with his double pen build. He now has a stopwatch. We'll see whether it is going to be Zhonya's to come in next so that he can at least get a couple of round of spells in there. As it was a very similar situation to the Gruul situation from Mean Girls. Were you a Mean Girls fan back in the day?
I was
like
not.
That movie?
I was... No.
I thought it was all right. You know, as far as those sort of coming-of-age stories are concerned, bit of a classic. As DRX clearing out minions here in the mid lane, and the slower this game goes, the happier they are. As we'll see whether it is going to be just Hybrid being able to carry this one through for APK. He does have a stopwatch of his own, and it also is now starting to build towards some of that lifesteal that will be very valuable as this game continues. Secret taking a bit of damage there from Chovy, and all eyes are going to be on him. He now has his Oblivion Orb. And this is it. If he can get the work done, it's certainly going to be a big deal. Double play comes down there. There's the Fate's Call. Deft pulls Chovy out of the mix, but Chovy unable to get back in, and is going to be pushed back. There's the Emperor's Divide. Chovy alive for so long, but the Chrono Break is going to get out the Echo, and a double kill already for Aphelios. Make that a triple, as now Flawless looking to lock down Deft. He is dancing around this fight, but he lands the Cocoon. A Quadra for Hybrid. Doran, is he going to give over the pentakill? The T1 emotes are still coming through, as Doran should be able to deny this pentakill for now.
Yep.
As Cover dashing in over on top of him. And this Prestige Aatrox is going to be relegated to the fountain. APK might just end the game right here, unless Doran can make a last stand. It's the pentakill, the extended one for Hybrid, as they send DRX to third place.
And that's going to be it for Spring 2020, at least in the initial standings. So DRX now will be third place as the third place seed, as T1 move on to second. And a lot of T1 fans are probably very happy about how all of this transpired here. And
that was an amazing game out of
wow.
APK.
Yeah, that was, I don't even know. That was very surprising. That game blew open. It was 3,500, right? At 8 minutes. That's an unholy advantage.
And also
they ended up
just
getting.
absolutely denying Doran the ability to play League of Legends for the first 3 waves.
Yeah, that's another really good point. And when you look at it, I mean, a lot of it came from that level 1 trade up in top lane. Aatrox got zoned off the first 3 minions, and then that lets Pantheon hit level 2 so much faster, whilst also having a really good lane state. So all of that sort of spirals together. That's definitely not a normal occurrence. The fact that Aatrox doesn't go to lane for the first 3 minions, how many games does that happen in? If you play this 100 times, that's very unnatural. And it played a really key part into the early openings, affecting the Sejuani and the Aatrox, and letting the Pantheon and Elise create so much pressure. Chovy never had the option to play his lane in a way that would be favorable for gank setup or anything. He played wave clear over and over, had a 15-20 CS lead, and then the bot lane, uncharacteristically for DRX, got completely smashed on their own accord. Secret with some really good hooks, and then obviously Hybrid following up as well. And DRX, they fought a bit haphazardly at some points inside the game. And when I was watching this, and I know you and I both together, as soon as the game ended, we voted for Chovy for MVP.
No,
but you know, like,
and he will get it here. I mean, look at this, just amazing play. I don't think you need to be the winner. You just need to get the votes, right? And we voted for Chovy, so it's fine. Nah, just kidding. It's absolutely Secret. Secret is so good this game. And as an older gentleman player as well, he's been around the traps for a really, really long time. He was the original Kongdu Monster Secret that it seemed only Papa Smithy knew. But his secret was that he was actually an undercover T1 player, because they have now denied DRX second place, and T1 will be finishing this season in second due to the fact that they have head-to-head over DRX. So even if DRX win this next game, it does not matter.
Yeah, that is exactly what has happened. And what might that mean for this next game? Because it could be that we just get a for fun game. Now, probably not going to be the case, but a man can dream. Okay.
And if anyone is going to have a for fun game, it's going to be DRX, in my opinion.
Yes.
I just feel like they are one of these for fun teams that would certainly like to have a bit of a style match, as Deft does end up picking up this kill onto cover, but look at all of the damage that the Moonlight Vigil lands. Thankfully, Fate's Call was there, but even Ixu playing this game very, very well. You see Flash diving on top of Chovy. He knew exactly who the exact target was that they needed to take out of the fight. And then it was the pentakill.
Yeah, everything just sort of lined up for them. And they took over the game. They never really let it slip away, except for some moments where it looked like DRX were maybe going to be able to stabilize, but then DRX just going a little bit too forward, too aggressive.
지금 쪽 봐보자. 에코도 탈 준비해 보고.
한 볼게.
아들 봤어 아들
칼리공 빠스. 앞에 봐. 아주 높아.
피 없어. 나이스. 다 잡을 때가
펜타스던가
Triple
kill.
He's asking for
얘들아,
kill.
칼리
They're mostly just calling out summoners and names.
칼리 쪽 보면 칼리. 게임 끝내. 게임 끝내. 아니야. 게임 끝내야 돼.
아트 높아.
We gotta end the game.
야, 미니언 좀 지켜야 돼. 뒤에 오는 거.
아트 높아.
They were screaming for
앞에가
Penta.
클리어 못하게만 하면 돼.
Ultimate.
오케이. 에코 몸에 봐. 에코 몸하면서 게임 끝내야 돼.
아트만 막아주면
We
돼.
gotta
아트만
end the game. We
막아주면
gotta
돼.
end the game.
아트.
끝내자. 얘들아, 끝내야 돼. 타워 잘 쳐봐. 이게 우리 팀이지. 하고 싶은 거 다 해.
이게 우리야
이거지.
팀원이 좋아 화이팅! 좋아. 가자.
I love this team. They said at the end, this is our team, this is us. As APK, I mean, they're not really fighting for anything. They were fighting for T1's position in second place and also just pride, and you can see it means so much to them, even just to win a game against DRX right here. Because they might go on to lose the next one, but honestly, their job here is done. That was an absolutely amazing game. Everyone playing really, really well on the side of APK. And I think they've made even more fans of this squad yet again.
Yeah, I think that more and more people are sort of coming around to liking APK, as well as just some of the champions that they end up picking because of Ixu up in top lane. We voted for Double Secret Player of the Game, and this
100%.
does bring it to game number 3. And I really just hope that we have a fun game out of this. I can't say it enough.
Yep, I want to let the Alawi through, let everything out, and we'll see what happens here after about a 5-minute break. Stay tuned, guys.
반갑습니다.
잠시만요. 치즈버거 세트 하나 주세요.
잠깐 손 씻고 드셔야죠. 감염병 예방의 시작은 손 씻기입니다. 올바른 손 씻기를 통해 감염병을 절반으로 줄일 수 있습니다. 이제 올바른 손 씻기 6단계로 스스로의 건강을 지키세요. 감염병 예방은 내 손으로. 올바른 손 씻기. 질병관리본부.
얘들아 승용보 올려라. 먹여봐요. 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타. 여긴 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키다. 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아. 21세기 네 전략 이제 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들. 자 이제 누나 막간 따마 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 새끼. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 라이어가 멋이 도동동작. 에이 TFT 모바일 푸동동작. 에이 온유월 서리 가득 찰롯동작 또로로로 갤럭시 푸동동작. 하다 현타 푸동동작. TFT 갤럭시 푸동동작. 유체 뉴 시너지 전설등장 멋이 팬츠 우주 푸동동작. 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 푸동동작.
힘을 겨루는 게 전부일 수도 있습니다. 적이 바뀌어도 계획은 언제나 똑같은 거죠. 무기를 휘두르며 전장에 나서고 절대로 항복하지 않습니다. 중요한 건 오직 승리뿐이니까요. 하지만 그게 전부일까요? 자, 다시 시작해보죠. 새로운 적을 상대하기 위해서는 스스로 적응해야 합니다. 발상의 전환으로 새로운 접근법을 찾아 모든 경우의 수에 대응하는 겁니다. 거의 모든 경우에 한해서 말이죠. 적에게도 계획은 있기 마련입니다. 위대한 계획이죠. 여기 승리와 패배 그 경계에서 새로운 도전이 펼쳐집니다. 내 무기가 아닌 나의 선택이 스스로를 전설로 만들 것입니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I am Atlas, joined by LS, and congratulations to T1 as they clinch second place with their head-to-head victory over DRX, considering the fact that they weren't able to get 2 points from today's match. APK coming back in game number 2 with a vengeance. Pentakill for Hybrid at the end there, but it was all about Secret in the laning phase. In these skirmishes, his flash flays, the way that he outplayed this DRX team was just beautiful to watch. And it feels like the day of the supports, and we'll see who's going to be number 1 as we get to game number 3.
Yep, we'll have to see who does get the player of the game, and also how APK managed to ride off this game number 2 win as we head into game 3 as well. As again, for fans that are maybe just joining us, no longer do the standings matter. T1 has safely secured the second place in LCK, as that was honestly it was really neck and neck that it came down to this series, and APK were able to do that for T1. So that will mean that DRX will await the winner of Saturday, right? So it'll be Damwon versus KT, and then the winner of those two will go on to meet Dragon Eggs. Following that up with the winner of that series meeting T1, and then Gen G in the finals.
And it might mean that if KT's Cinderella story is going to continue, they might meet T1 in the semi-final for a telecom war for all the marbles.
You know, I can't even...
How the heck did Hybrid get it? He was carried by Secret this whole time.
You know
and he
what?
did manage to get 3 pentas this split. But still,
first,
I don't know, man.
So this was Secret setting it up and basically doing everything here. Now Hybrid, yeah, he lands the snare onto Deft, but
Secret's flat hook won them this.
Yeah, that
what?
Was yeah. Keep showing me the thresh
Se-
highlights.
Yep. Yeah. Keep showing us them thresh highlights, man.
Hold on, I keep showing the thresh highlights.
There we go. No, that was all hybrid though. He got exhausted and walked around the backline before getting a pentakill. Oh man.
You know
okay,
what?
well, I mean, sometimes you got to give it to the guy that does the damage. You know, as our Secret, he didn't even die in this fight.
Well, I mean, he did end up getting a penta. I will, you know, we can definitely give that.
I don't know, man. I don't know how the heck Hybrid deserved that pentakill after they showed us the highlight reel of Secret. All right, well, Hybrid is going to even things out with Carrier here, make it up to 900 points. I believe also in 4th place is Noggery, as Chovy still has one last chance to get
Hybrid
to 1200.
Also set a record now in League of Legends. First player ever to get 3 pentas in a split.
Wow. That's really impressive.
Yeah, that is really big. In his debut split in LCK on APK.
That's nuts. Well, he might be able to get a 4th. Who knows? Why stop there?
Well,
as 4 out of 9 of the votes went to Hybrid. All of the observers deciding that Hybrid deserved it. As there are a couple of top lane votes here on the Korean cast. I think Ixu did play very, very well, and therefore does deserve at least a couple of votes. But we tried our very best to give it to Secret, but only one of the Korean casters was alongside us. And therefore, the extra swing vote goes over to the observers there with their 4 Hybrid votes. I don't know, man.
Someone better check the water. That's all, that's all I gotta say there. I don't know. The Korean casters seem to be having a blast with it as well.
I also love that the observers made a Secret highlight reel and also voted for Hybrid.
Yes.
Like, they did both of those things.
That was really good.
Well, I don't know. Secret was absolutely robbed there, but that's absolutely fine. We found out what the Kongdu secret was, and he was always lying in wait as a T1 player. That was his secret. Undercover. Forever. And has now given them that 2nd place.
Well, what this does have in store for us, though, is one more game to bring balance to the Force, Atlas. So
that's true. That is true.
Get your Pog vote ready for the mid lane this game, as we're going to jump into game number 3.
And who's going to have the high ground? Ooh. Who is going to underestimate someone else's power? And who is going to be Anakin in this particular series? That's what we're yet to find out, as I think that I can sense Chovy putting on his Jedi garb, getting out his blue lightsaber, and warning APK that he does have, in fact, the high ground.
But you want the low ground in League of Legends.
But you want the high ground in that particular scene.
Do you think Chovy's
Otherwise,
a
you lose
Sith or
your
a
legs.
Jedi?
Oh, he's an Aatrox player. That feels pretty Sithy to me.
But he's also a Zir.
Ooh, that's true. And he's an Emperor.
He's a Grey Jedi, actually. He's a...
It's a bit of the Clone Wars type situation. We're going to have a slight delay, guys, getting back into the game. Didn't quite catch what it was for, but hopefully we can confirm that for you.
Ixu is currently using the lavatory.
Once again, Ixu's small bladder. This is the second time that it has come back to bite us.
Yep. So one of the things that I actually got cut off talking about last game was the new season of Pokemon.
That's true, yeah.
Ash apparently has a Gengar and a Dragonite, and if you don't want spoilers, you can mute really quick. But we're going to be restarting here in just a second. But apparently,
we can get through the
a lot
bands.
of
Keep talking about Pokemon.
A lot of people on some of the Pokemon subreddits and stuff that I've read, they speculate that it might be Ash's final season, and that he might be gunning for Ho-Oh. So that's exciting, because that will mean he'll probably need legendary Pokemon or something if he's going for a Ho-Oh capture.
That's true, and remember, Ho-Oh was in episode 1.
Episode 1, that's his whole
Pokemon.
journey.
Yeah, that is. Coming full circle. That would be the anime ending. So you certainly couldn't blame them for that one. As once again, DRX on the blue side will be banning away the Alawi. I like that. I really hope... do you know what the best part is? Ho-Oh is also a pretty terrible legendary, all things considered. So it really suits Ash to a T. You know, if he's going to catch a legendary, of course it's going to be Ho-Oh. God's sake.
Listen, Ash needs
so
to
bad.
ask Mewtwo for the favor. He needs to just go and locate Mewtwo.
Yeah, please.
Put in a
Mewtwo is
request.
good. Especially when you talk about the first 2 gens. Oh my god. Some of the new legendaries are just so busted.
Yes.
But yeah, out of the first 2 gens, Mewtwo was definitely king, so I'd be completely okay with that. As okay, DRX banning away the Callista second. The Senna gonna hit the bench here on the side of APK, as the Trundle is going to continue his 100% ban rate in this series. First pick probably still going to be the Aphelios, if APK doesn't ban it here, and it is going to be banned away. So now, DRX, what do you do? What is that first pick option? As Varus is the one that skips out on the bans, and Deft is going to get his hands on one of his favorite champions here.
Well, that is going to be a champion that Deft is going to be extremely comfortable on. It has multiple modes, can go into the lethality Varus as well as the on-hit attack speed Varus. Is yet another option. APK responding in kind with the Misfortune as well as the Jarvan. Maybe they R3 the Rumble for that sort of a combo, but then again, covers champions are, I mean, they are open. And you know, the funny thing is, when the Aurelia and the LeBlanc were banned away last game, we mentioned that he's only played Zoe and Echo. So we had a pretty good idea of what's coming. And it must be nice to exist in a meta where you can have a champion shot glass, apparently, of champion pool depth and still exist. It's a really weird thing to wrap my head around, as Chobi's had enough.
He has. This is the Pog game. As he's thinking about picking away the LeBlanc. Ooh, okay, never mind. It is just the Jace, likely a blind pick top laner, but another champion that Chovy has had extreme pop-offs on. If we remember, he had like a 50 CS lead just organically without actually just shutting out his opponent in the mid lane at like 15 minutes. Like, he does ridiculous things on the mid lane. Jace, it might just be a pickup for himself here, as cover is going to lock away the LeBlanc. No surprises whatsoever. 4-2 is his win rate so far, and this is a champion that does have a pretty high win rate here in the LCK of 60%. As APK, now what is their first ban going to be? Probably looking towards the mid lane potentially to protect cover and his LeBlanc pick.
Yep. So we'll have to see what that ends up meaning for APK. As again, DRX, I mean, that Jace can easily just go top. Chovy is one of the mid Jace players in Korea. He plays it, or used to play it on stream actually a lot.
Yeah.
Last year. And there is still Kosadin, who is looking really good right now in this game. Jarvan not able to contain him. It's an answer to the LeBlanc as well. Physical damage on the top side, physical damage in bottom with the Varus. And now Ornn gets banned away. And the Ornn ban away makes me think that it could be Jace top. As Ornn, historically one of the champions that used to exist to beat Jace. You know what would be so surprising is a Yorick ban by DRX as well.
I mean, Ixu is the type of guy that would play Yorick.
Oh, yeah.
100%. If there's anyone you pick as a Mr. Mori player, it would certainly be Ixu. As Braum taken away as well. I think that Secret might just go towards yet another Thresh pick. I think it was feeling himself in game number 1, and I wouldn't mind it here, as Varus is pretty stationary, and you do want to be able to reposition your Misfortune at will, and you would be able to with the Lantern. 5 seconds to go now as DRX thinking about what their next ban is going to be. And Malphite.
All right, well, DRX has been watching Bwipo.
And maybe having a look at Ixu's solo queue as well.
Yep. As Malphite is banned away. And you know what? I like it so much. I think Malphite is really, really underappreciated in the current meta. And it's because he's bland. He's kind of boring. You have to have fun knowing that your opponents aren't having fun. And that's my favorite kind of fun. So
absolutely perfect.
DRX now with the himself. Counter pick in the mid lane and a mage support coming in to answer the Nautilus. So Keria gonna be down here on this Morgana. And I'm really interested to see what this Varus is actually going to be here, because with Jace, with Morgana, I think he has options to go Comet. And APK, this is a bit of a weird... Ooh, Scion.
Okay. Well,
So
now
Scion...
we can have the Sylas train, which is definitely fun. And Doran might be just playing this Sylas top lane, remember. We don't necessarily know where the Jace and where the Sylas are going to be going. As APK finish their switch-ups, we know exactly where their champions are. The DRX still able to throw a curveball. Chovy might actually like the LeBlanc matchup, though. We know a lot of Sylases do like to be able to pick up the Mimic Distortion. So we'll see who is going where. As 21 seconds ticks down, and it is going to be Doran's Jace on the top side of the map into the Scion, and Chovy will be playing the Sylas here in mid.
Well, this is a interesting team composition by both of the parties. I'm not so sure why Chovy handshook the Sylas into the LeBlanc, but we'll have to see how he manages to perform on it. APK, they have a really well-rounded team composition. Scion coming in to try to answer the Jace. So that does say that DRX was right on their money with banning away the Ornn and the Malphite, thinking that that would be what Ixu would want to do against it, seemingly not wanting to get into a knife fight, maybe against the Jace. But Pioche gonna be on the Sejuani yet again. I want to see what the Varus rune page is going to actually be.
Oh, that's a good point. We might have a bit of a poke style of composition to come out here from DRX, with Jace and Varus being able to build up that lethality. An option here, because of course their damage dealers on the side of APK are going to be pretty flimsy in the mid game especially. So let's see whether DRX are going to be able to finish off this series with a victory. This game doesn't necessarily mean too much, but momentum moving into playoffs and into next season, I guess, for APK is going to be important. We'll see whether DRX are going to be able to pull themselves together. Of course, the most important thing about this series is the POG vote. Chovy needs to get it to tie things up with BDD. Otherwise, I guess it's just going to be known that BDD is the best mid laner of the LCK, you know? That's what we're going to have to come to accept.
Alice, you don't get a vote. I'm gonna rip your profile picture. I'm gonna make a new account, invite it to the Discord. Yeah,
and it's gonna be Atlas spelt with an A. Oh my god, I can see it now. It's like, well, Reddit thinks your name's spelled that way, Max, so obviously everyone else is gonna know.
Exactly.
Oh,
that's all right.
man.
This rune choice here, Doran does have Gathering Storm and Absolute Focus, so no Sin gonna be present here. Second Wind with Spellbook on the Scion. Don't think that this will be full AD Scion. I do think this will be tank.
Oh yeah, this is Ixu. Absolutely is going to be playing a little bit more of that tanky variety. Is deft with his very green skin choice on the Varus.
Yeah, and
it is going to be lethality. Okay, cool.
Why all of the players seem to have an affinity for these green chromas. And I don't know if it has to do with brushes, because I know personally, you know Green Shamrock Malphite?
Yeah.
Whenever I would play Malphite in the jungle, I always choose Green Shamrock to try to take advantage of other people that have lost sight.
Because you're walking out of a brush and you're just green.
Or people don't notice.
I like to think of that Varus skin as the Astalos skin, one of my favorite monsters from Monster Hunter. He's not in Monster Hunter World, he was in Generations Ultimate. And I think his name was Astalos. Something like that. Anyway, he was pretty cool. Looked real green. As Doran winning out on a trade here early. It's how it's going to be. But if Doran is going to go down the route of building all that lethality, Ixu is going to be a very happy man.
Well, APK here is on the right-hand side with Flawless. He's going to end up clearing his blue. And you can see that Deft and Carry are actually very slow to push in this wave. This means that Jarvan can actually path down towards bottom. You can see Pioshek is clearing through his red-hand side jungle right now. And as it does currently stand, the fourth wave is coming in. Now, will Deft and Kyria try to reliably poke the Nautilus and the MF underneath the turret? You can see Hybrid and Secret, there's really not too much that you can do. Black Shield plus the binding on Morgana, and Nautilus is sort of invalidated at this point in the game.
Well, so is Chovy. Now sitting underneath his turret, has one more charge left of his Corrupting Potion as cover right next to the turret here. And Flawless going to wrap right around the dash out, and like ships in the night, they are just going to pass one another. As Chovy does miss out on a lot of these minions underneath the turret. However, still only down by 4. So not the end of the world, and we're still able to pick up the majority of the experience. So a little bit sheepishly, Flawless is going to leave this area. As Doran, with a bit of an old school Jace skin there.
Yeah.
Was the release Mecha Jace. I like it. As another binding going to land bottom lane, and Secret just soaking a lot of damage here up against the Morgana. Certainly a fantastic pick into this Nautilus. As Chovy was thinking about channeling it back as cover. We'll see whether he takes the bait. As Pioshek, does he cancel? The answer is no. And Chovy just going to get chained. Walks out of that one. That's just to deny the back. He probably didn't want to there either, as cover does have this lane in a really good state right now.
Well, cover, I mean, both of them have teleport, so Chovy, he's trying to sustain up. He does have a Biscuit in his pocket. He has a lot of potential to actually just keep this lane alive, because cover running out of fuel in terms of mana, and that's a giant minion wave. So as long as Pioshek comes into mid lane, protects Chovy, everything should be a-okay. Not going to manage to, get the stun onto Flawless. And down in bot lane, Deft and Keria, they are back to lane kingdoming their opponents. And Deft, he has teleport in this lane. Hybrid has cleanse. And that's going to mean that Deft's going to be able to reset here. And
Ixu gets himself the Soul Furnace back again, but Doran just dives on top of him. Flash going to be used there. And that's just a summon spell given away by Ixu, who does have teleport and also does have the Unsealed Spellbook. So I guess using that summon spell not going to be as much of a big deal, but still a big problem here for APK, as Doran is having his way with this lane. Still building lethality, however. As good Black Shield from Carrier gets him out of the way of Secret, and Flawless not going to be able to find any ganks. Deft is completely out of mana, though. Does have one charge left on his Corrupting Potion. But otherwise, not going to be able to find too much, and we'll see whether he's just going to teleport back to this lane after recovering that mana. Kingslayer to trade there, as Chovy hadn't teleported back to this lane to abduct his way out. And a weird name for a dash, right? Abduct.
Yeah,
quite strange.
That is really strange. Yeah, I'm not really so sure about that. By the way, you know what I thought of? Silas's whole lore, it kind of is like Sirius Black from Harry Potter, isn't it?
It does feel a little bit that way.
I just thought about that. Yeah. Not really quite sure why I thought about that when you said abduct, but you know, things happen.
Yeah, I don't know whether was Sirius abducted. I don't know. And are Harry Potter spoilers something that we should be going into here?
Come on, the book is like 20 years old.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. However, people might still get upset. Do you remember when Harry Potter was first coming out? Like, if you spoiled Harry Potter, you were going to hell instantly.
Remember sitting in like my first grade classroom, and the teacher would read it.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Oh my! And this one girl.
Yeah.
She would spoil it.
She read the book already? Oh my god. Pioshek looking for Ixu. The ultimate was blocked. The permafrost was there, and First Blood goes to Pioshek very easily. Ignite not going to be working out here, as Doran is going to kill himself a zombie. Not going to get any gold for it, but he's going to continue pushing. No teleport for Ixu. And this is going to be bad news bears top side of the map.
Well, this is Doran finding himself now with a bit of an advantage. However, it is Scion. And he has a Bramble Vest. Has the Doran Shield with the Ruby Crystal. And Doran will get one of the turret plates. So, does pick that up for himself. Not a super big gold advantage here, though, at 7.5 minutes. Certainly not as big as APK had in the last game. As Deft and Kyria, they're not actually accruing the kind of CS advantage I would have expected, given that Deft had the teleport available, although I guess I can't see the lane state. Perhaps that's a freeze in front of their turret. Okay, it is. Never mind. So this is actually much different than I was just thinking. As Hybrid, okay, yeah, I guess it's pretty cool to lose 40% of your life to a Varus Q.
Yeah, the serrated dirt already being built up. And also, Hybrid not exactly getting the optimal back timing as well. Would have much preferred a BF sword there in order to fight back, but Caulfield's Warhammer going to have to be purchased instead, as Chovy's going to break those chains. And he's holding on in this lane, as when we've been looking at it, it's looked like Cover has had absolute control as Hybrid instant cleanse. But yeah, it's a big oof.
Oh, Carrier looking for blood.
Yeah, finding. Oh my god, if it had any extra range, that was a dead misfortune.
And that was a really close call. You can see Flawless is here, though.
Yeah, exactly right. Carrier does have level 6 available. Soul Shackles are going to lock down Secret. No knock up there onto Carrier as the Make It Rain comes in. Hybrid cannot move further forward because Deft probably will just kill them. Good flash, but Flawless is also going to flash after him. They grab that kill as Depth Charge comes down. Cataclysm, Deft is going to flash out of it as Pyoshik is in. Hybrid locks down that kill, but he ain't going anywhere, and DRX will win out on this trade.
And Pyoshik does manage to pick up the kill onto the MF. No assist for Deft, but that doesn't matter. That's a massive Sejuani in this game now. So much XP going over to Pyoshik as well as Deft in that turnaround. It was a 2-on-3 XP share. Super big. Pyoshik level 7 now. 4 kills inside of him on this Sedge. All just donated over. So obviously the jig is up. Hybrid cancels his recall, tries to strut back into this. Carrier not flashing too early, knowing that Flawless can just follow up with Cataclysm. And credit to Flawless as well for holding the Cataclysm as long as he did. Doesn't use it until they turn back around, and you know what, we got action.
Yeah, speaking of the turnaround, Pyoshik, oh, he flashes and survives! Oh my god, Flawless is going to fall to Deft's piercing arrow, and they're unable to get anything off the back end. I'm tilted on behalf of APK right now.
Yeah. Well, this
T1's sister team, of course, APK.
Yep, that's see, nice save. You know, T1 has a trainee team, or they might have several. I'm not sure.
They definitely have quite a few trainees.
Yeah, they have a lot of trainees.
Well, APK has quite a lot of problems underneath their turret on the bottom side of the map, as I believe they just come back from a back timing as well. And all of a sudden, back in exactly the same position as they've been in for the majority of this game, as underneath their turret is not going to be safe. Control ward vision here for DRX, as Flawless going to move in here. He does have a control ward of his own, and Pyoshik is in position. Deft has died at this position many, many times. As Carrier, he finds the Soul Shackles instantly. And Pyoshik lying in wait. Secret looking for the re-engage. They did know that Pyoshik was here, but they're just going to walk right into him as Flawless has to try and get out. The puddle not going to be enough there, as DRX not going to overstep their bounds, but still, that will take some more turret plates and continue putting on pressure, as Ixu was forced back once again as well. He's down about 20 CS, as there are a couple of turret plates being taken top lane, a couple being taken on the bottom lane. A Dragon and DRX are slaughtering APK once again.
Yeah, we take a look at the replays. The binding lands onto Flawless, and you can see Hybrid was actually a little bit indecisive. Had he been there a little bit earlier, he would have woven in an extra auto on his R, and most certainly Pyoshik would have gone down. Unfortunately, the arrow ends up coming in, brings down, or ends up getting the kill for Deft, and then right here, Pyoshik, he waits, and APK knows that Pyoshik's there, so I don't know what the hook forward is, but
yeah,
Deft
the re-engage
doesn't
was
angle
weird.
the arrow as best as he could, ends up meaning that Jarvan does escape. But as we come back into live, it is almost a 4,000 gold lead in favor of DRX here. The Varus, absolutely massive. The Sejuani, super big as well. Mountain Dragon was picked up by DRX during all of this. Infernal's coming up next. Ocean would be basically the nuts in this game for DRX if they could end up getting it.
Yep. Oh my god, I thought that took it. It didn't. Yeah, Flawless locked that one down, but damn, it was close. It actually really looked like Doran had taken that one there, as Ixu's going to have his back stopped. Deft is going to take down this turret on the next minion wave because there is no one else in the area. And Doran might be able to stop this one as well as they dive on in. Pyosik going to help kill this Scion, as Keria is even going to be in position. The zombie Scion going to come up, and that might actually be able to get a kill onto Doran. Does flash to stop that one from happening, but Keria is in trouble. Def takes down the bottom lane outer turret, and that shock blast was very close to murdering Flawless as Pyosik jumps on over, but Secret does have a dredge line to get himself out.
And the whole thing about this is Varus in bot lane, he's just going completely untouched. He's getting a lot of free farm, so much gold and XP just going into him as APK, they're losing out on the opposite side of the map. And interestingly enough, cover is getting Chovied right now as, hold on, not over yet up here.
The bottom lane's just going to die as Secret's going to at least go golden for a second. But the gold that he used to keep himself in stasis there was actually just money to be given over to Dragon X. As now Chovi's trying to win back this trade as cover was beating him earlier in this game. But now Chovi's actually found his way in. And of course, if the rest of the map is going horribly badly for you, then it's going to be more of a struggle as Flawless doesn't find the flag and drag. And Chovi's going to try and win out on this trade as well. The Abscond not going to get the stun there onto Flawless, and Conqueror has been procced for both of these players. Teleport comes on in as Cover's going to get on top of him. Doesn't land the chains though as Chovy, he's ran out of mana, but has another Kingslayer. And Flawless down to 100. Pyosik will find cover here, and Doran's going to jump over the top. The Permafrost will lock down the LeBlanc as Doran eventually gets that auto attack. This was all masterfully played by player of the game, Chovy. Secret. Okay, does find Pyosik there as Doran just dives in, takes down Flawless as it looks like DRX are just having a good amount of fun at this point in the game. Yeah, exactly right. Secret dredge lines in. No idea why he elected to do that, but he wants to continue fighting in this game. A bullet time pretty good there as Keria looking to try and kill Hybrid. He will be able to do that as now Ixu chasing after Pyosik. Chains of Corruption comes in as Def says, kids, it's time to start winning the game. Stop being silly, as he is going to get to work on this turret.
Well, Deft turns his attention now back to mid. This game is over, Atlas. This is almost a 10,000 gold lead at 15 minutes. As the mid-tier 1 turret about to fall, kill score 14-4. And DRX really clapped back here in this game number 2, but it was a little too late. As APK, I mean, they could walk up and flash the T1 emotes again to really give DRX a little bit of nightmare fuel. As let's take a look at what ends up happening here. So Chovy, player of the game here, with the extended trade, misses the initial heal onto Flawless, baits the teleport out, clicks left and north above, dodging the ethereal chains, knowing that the mana amount that he had was exactly what he needed. Knew that Pyosik would get there at the exact time that he did, and that Doran would then end up laying waste to LeBlanc right to the right of the middle river brush. And he calculated all of this in front of that mid-tier 1 turret.
Yeah, this was actually Chovy playing Doran's champion for him at this, pretty much at this point of time.
He took over the mouse for Pyosik while he was trying to kill the MF, let go of the mouse for Doran as he died, so that's not me.
Yeah.
Bullet time came out, and I mean, this was a solo QPS stuff at this point.
As we've got another fight, because of course that's the type of game that we are in, as Pyosik is an immovable object. Chovy trying to get into this backline will land the abscond onto Hybrid, and now looking for even more. The flash out from Secret, that's just how much damage Def does right now, as that was a great alliteration as well, if I do say so myself, as Keria is going to go golden, keeps himself alive. Flawless taken down by Doran as Secret almost taken out by one ability from Def. Shock Blast not going to hit the mark there as the Dark Binding lands onto Ixu. Piercing Arrow flies a little bit wide, but it looks like they should still be able to take down this inner turret, as Dark Binding also going to land. Oh, Doran bites off maybe a little bit more than he can chew there, as Ixu's going to pick up the kill alongside Secret.
Well, Atlas, I thought the LCS was on Saturday.
No, this is the LPL, dude. 100% the LPL.
Oh man, I don't even know what's going on anymore. There's just non-stop fighting at this point. No one cares what's going on.
Well, I'm just trying to work out how Chovy gets player of the game. That's what I've been considering this entire situation. As this was how it started. Cover Yeah.
You know that the reason that this all happened is because they were looking at Silas in the bot lane, and thus their camera was a little bit distorted, and it was because Chovy drew so much pressure. And then right here, Jarvan, looking at bot lane, ends up panicking with DR as the screen was on the Silas, as Chovy told Doran exactly what buttons to press to bring down the kill right there. Now, he stopped talking here, and that's why Doran died, so.
Yeah, he was controlling carrier at that point. He landed that Dark Binding, as you saw. As, okay, Ixu not going to be able to back just yet, but Carry is going to miss basically everything. That's a targeted ability, though, or a proximity ability, I guess. But Ixu is going to be able to create enough space, is still going to have to use the flash. As we go back to the mid lane, Hybrid just trying to get to some relevance, but he is so far behind. Duskblade almost completed by Deft for his third item, and Hybrid still doesn't have components of his second at this stage of the game.
No.
He's down 70 CS.
And we can see APK. I really wish that there was something that I could say that would allow them to come back, but outside of DRX, clumping up inside of the Baron pit, trying to sneak a Baron, getting 5-man bullet time into a Baron capture, and then having APK have all minions ready to raise tier 1 turrets, I don't know how they come back.
There's a slight team fight happening here as Piercing Arrow almost just murders Flawless from half health. Hybrid has been taken down. Deft flashes after him with the Piercing Arrow. Is going to be able to lock up the AD carry. 12,000 gold is the lead here for DRX at 19.5 minutes into the game. To say this is over is one of the bigger understatements, as Cover is going to take another Piercing Arrow here as well. Deft just having a really great time. Hasn't been touched for quite a while, actually. On this, Varus is now Pyoshik. He's just going to take himself a little crab. And DRX are just going to continue pushing out the mid lane and keeping up the pressure where they can. Chovy lying in wait, just trying to find that player of the game outplay. And there's a teleport in very deep here by Cover. And Ixu's going to come down as well as Deft. In trouble. Not going to get hit by the chains, but I have a feeling he's still going to die. Almost kills Cover on the back of it, but isn't going to be able to.
All right.
As now Chovy.
Here comes Bruce
now
Wayne.
It's your time. Exactly right.
There he is.
As all right. Flawless Cataclysm now available for Chovy. Finds himself some chains there as the Abscond is going to come in. He protobelts backwards. Cataclysm lands onto Secret. That first kill going to be taken as the double comes in from the Jace. Doran over to the side is trying to steal Chovy's thunder as he doesn't have very much health.
Yeah.
And now
the
LeBlanc also going to fall. Is it going to be a pentakill here for the Jace? Doran is very, very low. And he is looking for it. He wants it, as it is going to be Ixu falling down, but Carrier steals away the kill. He can't get player of the game anymore because that is not a play you want to make. Deft teleports in underneath the turret, and the zombie Scion cannot do anything about it. That's the ace. And Dragon X, they could take the Baron if they want. They could win the game if they want, but they're just going to do what they feel like.
Yeah, they're going to go over, and it looks like they are posturing for the Baron, but the Jace is up. Or not the Jace, the Jarvan is available, and I really hope that we get another look at that replay so that I can really try to enlighten you on what was really happening in that
I'm looking forward to it.
Atlas, as this is going to be the Baron getting taken. There's no way.
Flawless is in the pit, but not able to lock down the Baron. Chovy is the one that kills him in the end. A player of the game performance, if ever I've seen one, as Cover's going to get stunned up. Chovy grabs another kill. That was all him for this particular play. Is now Hybrid trying to get away from the raid boss that is Chovy. Gets through the base gate. Am I doing my job? Is this what I'm supposed to do?
Yes, make the observers believe.
Okay, good.
Maybe get a live translation feed going for you as well. Maybe some glasses that obstruct their vision. Don't
all right, so take us through exactly what Chovy did in this fight.
Chovy basically managed to miss out on an assist on the Jarvan. He erected a wall so that Doran felt more at home. He then turned the attention to killing the minions. Look at him actually in the back line, taking down the cannon and the minions in order to line the pockets.
But it also brought the minion wave in here so that Carrier could miss that Q.
Yes, and then pay attention to the teleport that Chovy comes in with, and look at who he kills in this team fight. The zombie Scion.
The
hero if
threat.
I've ever seen one.
Amazing.
So if you're wondering what happened to Rick Grimes. Right.
Okay, that's a very dead LeBlanc, as now DRX are just piling in around APK. Carrier with the Soul Shackle should be able to lock everyone up. Bullet time, pretty good, but Hybrid does have to stop it because of Piercing Arrow. I mean, the best CC is death, and this particular Piercing Arrow is going to stun for a very, very long time. In fact, 35 seconds at this point in the game, as Ixu going to go down as well. Deft just trying to get some autos there onto the zombie Scion. As, yeah, Ixu, he's trying to channel his back, but the best back at this stage is going to be just death. As 30 seconds on most people. Oh no, Flawless, he's pretty underleveled at this stage, so 5 seconds until he's going to be available. But he might just be watching as his Nexus falls down.
Well, I do, wow, what a knockup by Chovy.
This is 33-6, by the way. At 23.5 minutes, 33! It's a 20,000 gold lead.
Is this the largest gold lead that we've ever seen in LCK?
Certainly at this time of the game, 100%. Gold lead, oh my god. Hybrid, I think, was there a moment ago. Chovy, player of the game, will find the back line. Flawless gets himself out. It's a double kill for Deft. It looks like Chovy has taken control of his 80 carries computer this particular point in time, as Ixu is on the fountain. And DRX, the classic BM play, as they are now standing
here.
Yeah.
All right, well.
Cover's going to go down very low, dives in, and he's able to take down Carrier. As, okay, Deft is going to also fall, as they might need to get to work on the Nexus here. And of course, Chovy is going to be the one that takes that one down. Also kills Cover there, as now he's looking to kite this one through. Goes Golden, will reset that attack timer and takes down the Nexus. And it was touch and go. If he hadn't have done that, maybe it would have been the ace back. And APK won the game. Absolutely not, guys. I'm being sarcastic. DRX slaughtering them as they get into game number 3. They are in 3rd place now, so APK did their job for T1. But DRX still proving that they are a tough team to go up against if they are having their day.
And, you know, I'm really, like, so blown away.
Are you seriously still going to vote for Chovy?
There's no way you and I can swing the votes, and I think it's so funny. So, you know what? Let the Korean desk make fun of us. It's totally fine.
Aww.
They need to get in on the memes. That's what they're missing.
I feel like if it's not, like, if I'm not going to meme it, it's probably Doran? Or Pyoshik?
No, Pyoshik. Well,
yeah, probably Pyoshik.
Pyoshik fell on top of a lot of kills, but then he never really let any opportunities get away from him.
Yeah. He snowballed very, very well. I think one of us has to, I think you do have to still.
I'll take the meme
Stick to your guns.
Yeah.
Stick to your guns with your meme vote. And Chovy did kill the Nexus. And so what is the most important structure to take down? Nexus. How many Nexus kills did the rest of DRX get? 0. How many did Chovy get? He got 1.
And
that makes him the best.
I don't mind actually. Well, I don't know, because there's no way that Chovy will get the player of the game, I assume, no matter what. So the other standings don't affect anything, right? There's no like runner-up MVP vote, I don't believe.
I think it's between Doran and Pyoshik this game.
Yes.
And I honestly don't mind who gets it. I think the DRX just played much better that time around, and it's good to see that they were able to right the ship after what could have been a really tilty loss, to be honest. In game number 2. It could have really fallen apart there, but instead of going against each other, they rallied and they took down APK. And this is some of the feedback that we've had for DRX, is it looks like they get really down on themselves and then fail to perform to the level that we know that they're capable of. Because these players are all just super good. Mechanically, and, you know, in a macro sense, they are smart players as well, a lot of them, especially, you know, the veterans like Deft, like Chovy. So, good to see them playing at the form that we know they're capable of, as this is the player of the game play from Chovy here, setting everything up for DRX.
Well, it does seem like no matter what, this game didn't have any bearing on the results and in terms of the standings, but APK, they really fell behind early on, and there was no bringing it back. I mean, this team fight was all solo queue at this
100%.
point. Everything was just, they wanted to smack each other with their abilities, and there really wasn't much to it. I mean, Atlas, it was a 20,000 gold lead at 23 minutes. We've never seen anything like that, I don't believe, in the LCK.
With so many kills as well. It was just insane.
The biggest gold lead I believe that I saw before this one was actually done by Dragon X. I could be wrong here, so maybe someone from stats could figure it out, but I think it was Dragon X versus Afrika, and that was the Anivia game. I think that was a 15,000 deficit at 20
Might
minutes.
have been. And I think there might be someone who does some stats that's looking on as well. This is looking like a Doran highlight reel, by the way. This stage of the game, we're going to see in this particular team fight, it's the double kill turned into a triple with that incredible shot blast behind the wall after Carrier did manage to land a pretty nice dark binding. But Pioshik as well, making sure that the back line is completely safe. Gets underneath the turret with his stone plate. That binding is the one I was talking about as the shot blast comes in for the triple. As Doran did have one hell of a game.
Yeah, I
After
think
turning around what was an awful Aatrox game in game 2.
Yeah.
And this guy is a guy that's known to tilt.
And honestly, I think that all of the DRX members really did a pretty good job at contributing to this win, minus the Silas.
That's because he was too busy controlling everybody else's champion, dude.
Notice I didn't say Jovi.
yeah.
He was busy controlling all the other PCs.
Yeah. This is actually Warcraft 3. It's an RTS that we're playing right now. It's Chovy controlling 5 characters. And that's why he deserves player of the game.
맞잖아.
너 오늘 나랑 듀오.
미안.
Today you duo with me.
어디가?
야 싸워.
Yeah, tower. Versus fight? Maybe it's tower.
아, 나 한 번 더 달리고 싶은데.
아 가자. 타워 봐.
So let's go.
이거 어떡할래?
사이온인데? 가자.
아 기다려봐. 나 붙여. 나
르블랑 잡자. 르블랑 잡자. 르블랑
오케이,
미니언
오케이,
맞고 있잖아.
Let's get
미니언 맞고
LeBlanc,
있잖아.
let's get
간다. 3, 2, 1. 교이르.
3, 2, 1.
타워 그냥
야 끝내.
End.
죽는다. 타워
야.
그냥. 넥서스 26명
눈물겨운
남은 거.
승리.
롯데는. 야, 넥서스 20년 남는다. 아, 끝냈어, 임마.
It's already over.
Oh. You can see not super excited.
It's going to be 26
DRX.
HP. Apparently that's what G-Sun said that they said. I did not.
Ah.
And
After
obviously
the auto
referring
attack,
to-
maybe?
yeah.
That was what they were thinking? Interesting.
Oh no, the reference
no,
to the Dom one.
it's going to be 26 HP like Dom. Oh man, I can't believe we didn't realize that. That's actually brilliant. Imagine if they lost. Oh man, that would be a tilter. That would last over until the playoffs as well. That being said, that particular game didn't mean so much. APK did their job. You can see 2-1 victory for DRX. They will now lock down 3rd place, and they will face either Damwon Gaming or KT.
The post-game breakdown, I mean, you look at Silas's damage, and you're
It's
starting
more than
to,
LeBlanc.
I have no idea what it's looking like. Nemesis is in the mid lane, the Fnatic support, because it's looking like a support's damage.
He was actually really impressive on the support Yasuo recently, wasn't he? Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, he's wind walls, able to protect the rest of his team. Really cool stuff. Love that. Sorry, Nemesis. I love you, don't worry.
He's seething. I have a feeling that we're gonna find out about the player of the game here.
And it's Carrier, and he makes it to 1,000 points, equalizing with aiming. And his Morgana was fantastic. This is actually another player of the game that he managed to get. Piloting the Morgana, him and Lehens certainly are the Morgana players. Also 2 of the best supports that we have in the LCK at the moment. 3-2 and 24. It's not that close to perfect kill participation as well, guys, because I think there were like 34 kills for Dragon X at the end of the game.
Yeah, this was an unholy amount of kills. And so this had more kills in this one game than maybe LCK had half of round 2.
We've doubled the kills of the LCK with this one game. Bloodiest season of LCK ever. based solely on this game existing. Also, the 60-minute game that APK was in also really heavily contributing, as kills per game certainly something that APK pretty good at so far. They just lend themselves to having scrappy matches. And it was certainly a fun one, man. This whole series was really entertaining.
Yeah, it was. The last game is truly a send-off for Spring 2020, as Kyria gets to the 1,000 point standing. So, 2 of the Dragon X members in the top 5 here for the player of the game standings. BDD stands atop at 1,200 points. And honestly, I mean, he really did earn it. He had phenomenal performance on Gen G in this Spring 2020. Alice, I don't know. Honestly, I can't believe you.
Yeah, no, we really could have given it to Chovy there. We should have both voted for Chovy.
Someone on the deck, they're probably thinking I'm such a dog.
Yeah, they're like, what the heck is this idiotic Chovy vote? But at least you stood tall with what you wanted to achieve, as it is going to be Kyria 100% of the votes, so he's going to be part of this POG interview. So we'll send it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
외롭고 지금
I'm
상황이 좀
lonely here,
쓸쓸합니다.
and we're in a very sad situation. Yeah, I mean, well, with that game 2 loss, you guys are now 3rd place. I guess the team players aren't really satisfied with the result.
일단 2대0으로 이겨야
Well,
2등이었는데
we needed to win to get the 2nd place, but we could not make it happen.
그리고 경기력도 엄청
And our performance was
엉망진창이어서
really,
많이 부끄럽고
like,
좀 안
really
좋습니다.
off. So I'm really embarrassed of ourselves and feels really bad. It feels like he's about to cry. So, I mean, but still, you guys are the winner of the series, so let's go back to game. Game number 1, they logged in Twitch. How'd the players react to that champion? Well, we just thought which champion will be the best champion into Twitch. You guys weren't really surprised?
네.
No. So, you had a lot of clutch engaged on that Alistar. Was that like team's call, or did they practice it often? Or was that your own decision?
일단 상대 팀이
Well,
트위치만 막으면 될 것 같아서 일단 저는
all I had to
트위치만
do was
막을
to block
생각으로
Twitch,
했던 것
so I had my eyes on him. So with this solo POG series, you stacked up 1,000 POG points, and you are so close to like being nominated for the best young player awards in LCK.
네.
Yeah, it will be really nice if I can win it.
너무 좋습니다.
Super excited. I mean, there are a lot of young players competing for the awards, but a lot of fans are saying that you are the one deserving that award.
일단 신인상?
Well, the young player award?
일단 영플레이어의 상이 어릴 때만 받을
About
수
the
있는
award,
거니까
you have to be under a certain age.
지금
You have to
받으면
be
엄청 좋을 것
in
같습니다.
that range, so it will be really nice if I can win that award. And well, whenever you do an interview, the Korean chat always say you look like a Korean actor, 서강준.
죄송합니다.
Oh, I'm so sorry. There's
전
nothing to
진짜
sorry about.
그
I mean,
배우님이랑 비교되는 게 좀 말이
I
안
mean,
된다고
it doesn't really
생각합니다.
make sense that people like compare me and the actor because he's
네, 어쨌든
like,
그렇게 생각합니다.
yeah. I mean, you two both have different like charming points, but some people actually find you two really alike. You look really alike.
아까 APK 분들이 시작하기
Well,
전에
before going into game, or maybe after game number 1, Secret actually chat like, 서강준, why are you so good? So it was really fun.
저 닮았다는 사람이요?
Is there any other
작년에
famous celebrity that you look
맨날
alike?
백종원 선생님 닮았다고 하고
Well, Rascal actually last year always said I look like Jongwon Baek,
최근에는
a very famous chef in Korea.
또
But not long
유튜브
ago,
영상 주면서
Rascal
저 닮았다고
also like
하더라고요.
sent me a link on YouTube, still claiming that I look like the chef in Korea.
네, 유미 닮았다는 얘기는 어떻게 생각하세요?
But Cloud Templar thinks he looks like Yumi.
는 한 번도 안 들어봤습니다. 감사합니다.
Really? I never heard of that, but thank you.
그만큼 이제 매력이 많다. 뭐 이런 얘기를 좀 드리고 싶었는데 경기 끝나고 나서 이제
After the game,
KT를 띄우는 장면들이 있더라고요.
we saw you guys using the
네.
KT
그건 어떤
emotes.
의미였어요?
What was that about?
일단 KT 아이콘이 예쁘고
Well, KT, their icon looks really pretty.
제가 18년도 KT를
And
좋아했어서
I really like
굉장히
2018 KT
뛰어났던 것
roster,
같아요. 승리
so I just
되게.
had it one of my emote list.
그러면 이번 시즌 전체 정리해서
So wrapping up
본인
this
예상
regular
순위랑
split,
어느 정도 차이가 있는 것 같아요?
how is it similar to your expectation before going into the
일단
split
1라운드
in terms of
시작할
standings?
때는 저 5등만
Well, when we were
노렸는데
starting the first round,
2라운드 시작할
we
때는
were
최소
our
3등만
goal
노렸는데
was
일단 3위에
5th
정착해서
place,
다행이라고
and
생각합니다.
then going into the second round, we were aiming for the third place. So it's glad we made it.
결과가 뭐 본인들이 원하는 대로 안 나왔을 수도 있긴 하겠지만
So I guess well, today's result might not be the ideal result you guys have been wanting for.
선수들이나 뭐 진짜 이렇게 더 올라가는 게
However, you guys are keep stepping up.
일단 2세트 끝나고 다
So after
엄청
game
분위기
number
안
2,
좋았는데
we were really
3세트
depressed and we were in a really
끝나고
bad atmosphere.
네,
But
감독님이 오히려 괜찮다고
after game 3, actually CVMAX told us
아래서부터
it's
다
rather even better because we're starting
때리면서
from
올라가자고 그랬었어요.
the lower bracket. We can just beat up everyone.
지금 상당히 높은 지역에서 출발하는 거예요.
I mean, you guys are not even starting at the lower bracket. You guys are the third seed.
값어치나 그 가능성은 아무도 뭐라고
So you guys have a really high potential and a lot of opportunity going into the playoffs.
굉장히 좀 기대를 하고 계시거든요. 그래서 지금 와일드카드
So
KT와 이제 담원이
wild card
기다리고
series
있단
will be
말이죠.
KT versus
KT
Tamon
선수가
Gaming.
예상할 때는 누가 올라올
So
것
who do you
같아요?
think will make it to the next round?
일단 두 팀 다 너무 잘하는
Well,
팀이라서
both teams are really
상대하면 재밌을 것
strong,
같긴 한데
so it will be really an exciting
하면은
game to play against either teams.
KT가 이기지
But I think
않을까요?
KT
이길 것
will
같습니다.
win. Yeah, I think KT will win.
KT가 우세일 것 같습니다.
I think KT is favoring in that matchup.
워딩이 우세 이 단어는 이게 거의 팽팽한데 5.1대 4.5.
I guess like it's gonna be a really close matchup, but KT will be in a bit of a slight lead versus Tamon Gaming.
정말 좋은 답변 감사히
평소에
말씀드리겠습니다.
책을 좀 즐겨 읽으시나요, 캐리아 선수?
Carria, do you read books often in your downtime?
아니요.
아니에요.
No.
여기
네.
단어 선택이나 그런 게 너무 나이 때랑 맞지 않아서
I mean,
좋은
like-
의미로요.
아니 우세 단어 너무 좋아서 그랬어요.
Yeah, your
우세 단어
like
너무
expression and wording in
일단
an
뭐
interview was
개인적인,
really
부분도 있겠습니다만 DRX 팬
sophisticated, so I want to just ask you about it.
응원하고 계시고 심지어 DRX
And
팬이
there
아닌
are a
분들도
lot of
캐리아에
fans
대해서는
supporting
굉장히 좀 인정을 하고
DRX
있는 분들이
and
많이
Carria,
늘어나고
especially
있거든요.
some of
그런 팬
non-DRX
여러분들의
fans
정말
are
수고하시는
also looking forward to seeing more from you.
일단 신인데 이렇게
Well, I'm a
좋은
rookie player,
경기력으로 시즌 마무리할 수
but
있었던
I'm happy that
거는
I was able to close
팬분들의
out
응원
the
덕분인 것
split
같습니다.
with such a great results. I want to share this credit to my fans.
직한 얘기 좀 감사합니다.
캐리아.
네, 캐리아 선수 앞으로도 그 좋은 경기 부탁드리겠고요.
So-
이제 올라가면 이제 바지 이제 플레이오프
You guys are
1라운드부터 이제 시작을 한 거잖아요.
starting
1라운드에서
네.
어떤 상대를
at
만나더라도
the
캐리아 선수 오늘
playoff
보여준 것처럼
first
멋진
round.
경기 기대하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
So we'll be looking forward to your
네, 고맙습니다.
performance in the series, and
네.
this will be the end of the interview with
Carria
Carria
선수를
from
만나봤습니다.
Dragon X, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as usual, for your translation of that POG interview. A little bit of a sad one there with Carrier, who was looking very down after what seemed like such a jovial game in game number 3. I thought that their spirits seemed higher in that particular game, but still a little bit hard on themselves. But I love the feedback that CVMAX gave them, saying that they'll be able to beat everyone up throughout the gauntlet. And that is something that he's borne witness to, actually. Every single time Griffin have won the regular season, they haven't been able to take down the team that's found them at the top of those standings. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether CVMAX is going to be able to push his team to be able to get that momentum and then take down that first spot.
Yeah, that's going to be ultimately the question, as, I mean, DRX, they are one of the top teams in the league. I think that they are probably going to be pretty close between the winner. I'm assuming KT wins versus Dom1. Then
Yeah, me too.
Dragon X versus KT, that gets really dicey because aiming is really good in the bot lane, and when Def doesn't show up with Carria in the bot lane, things get really out of control.
Not to mention Tucson being really good, right? And would be able to stand up against Carrier and all of his rookie powers as we have a look at the playoffs. This is the draw. KT versus Damwon. Winner of that plays DRX. Winner of that plays T1. And the winner of that plays Gen G. As the final will be at LOL Park as well, guys. We'll finally make our way to an actual live event. I believe you and Brendan Valdez will be there, LS. I will be cheering along from the sidelines. Of course, guys, I didn't vote for Chovy in the first game, and therefore I was removed from the final. I'll be there for the quarters and semis, though. Playoffs round 1 and round 2. But yeah, I've been banned from the actual final, and I'll have to learn my player of the games to try and get the summer final under my belt.
Well, we shall see what does end up happening in the playoffs here, and who will end up facing Gen G in the finals. Now, what a Cinderella story it would be for KT to go through. This is like their Elite Four. If you want to do a Pokemon reference, they're red like Ash Ketchum.
Well, we'll see whether they can do it, but guys, that will do it for the regular season. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you at the start of the playoffs on Saturday.
And I am ready.